Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter called KB. So I'm about to give KB an ad into the live now to have a chat with KB about her incredible music. So I'm going to give her an invite now, and yeah, here we go.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. Welcome to the show, by the way. It really means a lot that you came on the show.
Totally.
So to people that don't know who you are you able to introduce yourself, give a bit of backstory about what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions?
Totally. So my name is Katie. I'm a singer-songwriter. I grew up in St. Louis, lived in Nashville for about 4 years, and then I moved out to LA, and I've been living here for quite a while. I've had obviously quite the journey. I came out here to pursue like the bubblegum pop route, and I have released some songs on that kind of wavelength. But lately I've been doing more like Americana pop. So that would be something that would be like just more organic to like a natural band setting, or just more true to like the typical like piano, bass, drums, guitar, and then just the songwriting. So more, but still pop melodies, still pop like vocal mixings and all that. So Americana pop. So there you go.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, you've created this incredible song, music video called I Fall in Love. What was it like getting to create that incredible music video? And you actually played on the piano in that music video.
I did. Well, I love that video. And also, actually, it was literally shot almost a year ago to the day, if not to the day. It could have actually been shot literally a year ago. It was super, super fun. And it was the last live video, or it was the last video I think I shot since this whole pandemic. So I'm like, oh, I can't wait to do that again. But it was really fun. And it was in a beautiful room at night. It was like a last minute thing. I called up the two gentlemen that always do my videos, most of them anyway. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have this beautiful room in 2 nights. Like I got access to this beautiful room in 2 nights. Can we throw together a video? And we did, and it's the one that you see, and I love it because it's so symbolic, and I love simplicity, and I love for it to mean exactly what the song means on the surface, but I also like the video to take a different meaning too, because visual art and audible art and whatever, it's all and art just in general can all be interpreted differently. So I like to think of it as obviously the song is a love song, but if you look at the video and you watch it very closely, it can be about a piece of art coming to life. So, you have this idea in your head and you kind of imagine, and that's what you see at the beginning. And it's one thing. And then it kind of takes you into this whole different world. And in the end, it kind of meshes the two together. You see the different dress, but now back in the real world. And I don't want to go crazy into it because I know we have a lot to talk about, but I encourage you to watch the video and think about it as meshing the beginning, the imagination of an art forming, and then how it all comes together. So, and
Well,
it's, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to say, by the way, it was such an incredible, inspirational music video. You did such an incredible job with creating that music video. So I just want to applaud you on your job with that.
Thank you. Thank you
Very
so
well.
much. That means a lot. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. So on to my very next question. So you've also created this other incredible music video called, I think it's like one of your strongest music videos you've ever created, called Turn Me On Like a Radio. What was that experience like getting to create this incredible song?
I'm loving this. I'm loving these questions. I love that you love that song and that video as well. And actually, that was done by the exact same, the funny story, the bookends, that was done by the exact same two gentlemen, the director and the cinematographer. And it was the very first music video I've ever shot. So that was the very first music video I've ever shot. And I Fall in Love was the very last one I've done. That one was so awesome and so fun. We did everything, all the beach and everything in one day. And then the beautiful rooftop thing. Where do you live, by the way?
Australia.
I should have known by the accent, but I just didn't know. So the beautiful rooftop that you see was the very last thing that we did on a different day. And anyone from LA is watching, we actually did it on a rooftop in Skid Row, and Skid Row is not a good place to be. And unfortunately, it's just a really bad place to be. But we found an entrance to this beautiful rooftop, and and it just like totally worked. I mean, the funny story is, you know, we were making a couple trips up and down the stairs, and of course, like we left some equipment stupidly down on the bottom of the staircase, went up, set up, came back down to grab the others, and of course it was gone already. It had already been stolen. But we made it work. Three of the band members I knew. One of the band members, we literally ran in when everything was open, you know, obviously. We ran into, my director ran into like a piano like studio where people take lessons. And we were like, we need someone to pretend to be a bass player for this music video. And this guy was like, I'll do it. And he literally just jumped in. And I was like, hi, nice to meet you. And then we shot a video. Like, it was just so cool. It came together. But it was awesome because it was like the very first thing I did when I was out here in Los Angeles. And it was really just a wonderful video because you see the beautiful Santa Monica. You see the beautiful, like, beachy. And I mean, that's just like the LA vibe. And so I think we really captured it well. And it's just a fun song. So
Well, it was
I'm glad you like
such
it.
an incredible vibe and incredible song, by the way. So really well done on that job.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on to my very next question. What was it like creating the music video called Hair? What was that whole experience like for you?
Also a totally different experience than the other two. So that one was fun because we did dance, like we danced in it. It was a choreographed dance. And I knew that I wanted it to be abstract. I wanted a lot of colors and I wanted it to be ambiguous and mysterious too, because, you know, I just wanted a different vibe. But I told the director, and obviously I worked with a choreographer too, that I'm like, I just wanted to emphasize the beautiful body, you know what I mean? Just the beautiful, like just body movement and body language, because body language obviously is a different kind of language too. And so that's what you get. And I mean, colors like say so many different things and so many different emotions. So I was like, I just want to emphasize silhouetting and just the beautiful movement of the body in front of different colors, which just shows so many different emotions. But it was really fun. I mean, you wouldn't tell by the video, but I mean, there's trees everywhere and all this stuff. But I mean, it was shot in like really like a small little black room, and it was really fun. It was really cool. And I was working with an amazing team of wonderful, beautiful dancers who are far beyond my capabilities of dance, but like it was really fun to work with other talented people, and that's one of my favorite things to do, is collaborate with others.
So onto my very next, onto the dance subject. What do you find most about dance that captures your vibe?
Oh, wow. I mean, that's a really good question. And that's kind of hard. I don't think I've ever answered that question before. I was actually a dancer for 12 years. So I did ballet, tap, jazz. I did some like show choir-y stuff too, like when I was that age, and learned a little swing, learned a little salsa, like learned a little bit of everything. I even did point. So I was on point for a while. I like dance because it makes me feel good. I like hip hop. Like I like that. I like that kind of dance because I like to feel, like I literally like to feel the music, like when you dance, and to work it out like that. So that's super fun. I'm not the best dancer. Like I like to dance and I think I can move, but like looking around me, like at other people, I'm like, you guys are really good. But I love dance, and I think everyone should dance whether or not they're good or not, because it feels so good. I miss dance. I really miss dance. I miss going to class, even if it's not for performing, but it's just like an exercise for the body. You know what I mean? Like, and it feels so good. Just like singing feels really good, and it's a way of expression. And I think everyone should do it. But lately I've really been missing ballet for some reason, just because it just feels like, it makes me feel like a lady, and it makes me feel strong. You know what I mean? Like, so every kind of, any different kind of dance is good, but right now I'm missing ballet. So there you go.
I actually used to do tap dancing.
Did
So I
you?
know, yeah.
That's
When I was
awesome.
like 5 or 6, yeah.
That's awesome. That's so cool. Tap is so
Yeah.
cool, and it's
Oh, yeah.
something to watch, and it's something to
Mhm.
hear, and that's the best part.
Yeah, totally agree. So on to my very next question. So you also created this music video song called Wedding Man. What was that whole experience like creating Wedding Man?
That is one of my favorite music videos, and it was so much fun. That was a different music video because it really had a concrete narrative, which was really fun to tell, like an actual story and not be so ambiguous about it, you know? It was so fun, and every single guy that I got to work with in that video was amazing. Like, and it was just a incredible cast, super fun cast. It was really fun too because I mean, I got to be a bride, and who doesn't like to be a bride? You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna spoil the ending, but if you guys have seen the ending, it's. I mean, obviously the video is a little bit about like, it's funny because you know, stereotypically, it's always like the woman that wants to hold the man down. Like, oh, let's get married, and the man was like, whoa, 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 wait. Obviously, the video is totally the opposite, which is really fun and funny. And there's just a bunch of different suitors, but I just can't seem to find the right one or the one that's perfect. And then at the very end, I encounter an alien or something of another world. Okay, but that's the point. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, like that's the one. But the message, the meaning behind it's like I need someone that's out of this world. I need someone that is totally like of another species, somebody that's just on another level. And that was, you know, behind the the kind of silly thing behind it. But it was so much fun. And it was, I mean, we shot it in Pasadena. Then we drove out to the desert, and the sun was going down so fast. We literally like didn't even make it to the destination for the end. We had to pull over on the side of the road and just film it because we're like, we're losing the sun. We have to pull over and film it. And that is so much, it's one of the things that's so much fun about filming because it's just, you just kind of have to go, you know? So it was really fun. So.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you also created a music video called Too Close. What was that whole experience like getting to create Too Close, and what does that song mean to you?
Okay, so first of all, that song actually has been one of the most successful songs I've released. Like for some reason, for some reason, everyone really likes that song. Like that song has always been super popular. It always is requested, which is awesome. But I just like didn't think anything. You know, it's just so funny because I was like, I don't really know if I'm going to do anything with this song. Like, I don't really know if it's that great. I don't really know if anyone's going to care about it. And I just kind of wrote it for myself. And after I wrote it, I was like, oh, I feel good. I got that off my chest. You know what I mean? And so I was like, oh, we should record it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I recorded it on this really vintage, like tiny bit out of tune piano, which was good because it really worked for the mood. And then everyone's like, oh my gosh, I love that song. And I was like, oh my gosh, I just really didn't know if people would love it. Otherwise I would have done so much more with it. But I think the little bit that I did was just exactly what it needed. But moving on to the video we did in the poppy fields a couple years ago during a super bloom, which you can see. It's all the nice, beautiful orange flowers. Although it's crazy because there are buses that go out there and it's just crowded and crazy with people when there's a super bloom. But when we went out there, we were literally the only people in the field. This was the years prior. We were the only people out there, and they were up to like 40 to 60 mile an hour winds. Like it was insanely freezing. I was like, I mean, it took me 40 minutes to feel my toes. Like by the time I got back into the car, and it was just so funny because the winds were so harsh that the cinematographer, the videographer, I guess you could say, had to actually film it in half speed, or actually double time, so that they had to go back and slow it down because the wind was just like, and it made it look so harsh. And when you watch the video, it's just like this really nice video, and the wind is kind of going slowly because they had to do it halftime. But that means when we filmed it, literally had to speed up the song double time. So I was like, too close, like just singing like that. But when you slow it down, it looked normal. But it was like the craziest shooting experience ever. But it actually really turned out really well. So cool.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you actually also have created another incredible music video called Hollywood. What was that whole experience like getting to create Hollywood?
Yeah, that one was really fun too. And that one, I will say, was totally 100% my idea, which normally I like to get together with someone and go, I'm like, I've done the creative part. I've written the song. I've written the lyrics. I've sang the melody. Like, what do you, like, you give me what you think this song means to you. But for this song, I was actually 3 months out to moving. I had just moved out here from Nashville, and I was like really feeling Hollywood, and I was really feeling like, you know what I mean? Like conquer and like, you know, make my mark. And I just had this idea that I wanted to just kind of like, I don't even know. Like, it's been so long. I mean, we literally videotaped it in my apartment. So it was in my apartment. We like kind of put up a backdrop. We put different lights, and you just kind of see like just this idea, like this paparazzi idea, and like what every like dreamer wants to feel like when they come to Hollywood, you know, like whether you're an actor, a singer, a songwriter, a director, a screenwriter, like it's just, you want to feel like that. And that's what you're after. And then we did film it in front of the Hollywood sign, which was also really fun too, except for, I mean, like I was a newbie. This was like the first music video or second or whatever. And like, I literally hiked up the mountain in the heels that I was wearing. I'm like, that will never do that again. But you know, you learn, you know, so that was really fun. But it was fun. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you've actually also created a song called Holiday. What was that whole experience like getting to create Holiday, the music video?
I'm like, I feel so lucky when you ask these questions because I'm like, you know, I've actually had some really great experiences. And it's nice to relive them. Holiday was awesome because it was on the beach and I love the beach. Who doesn't? You know what I mean? Fun. Well, that was also with a nice, wonderful group of dancers. And we kind of did it guerrilla style, if you know what I mean. It was kind of like, all right, let's go here and let's just shoot and see what we can do. You know what I mean? This was back, it was at El Matador Beach, which if you're an LA person, you know, and maybe you know otherwise, but now that beach is like super populated. And when we did that a couple of years ago, like just no one knew about it. And it was awesome, which is why we were able to get away with literally, you can't see anyone else on the beach because there was no one on the beach. Now you would never be able to do that. The other interesting fact about that video, just fun fact, but not really fun, the mountains that we shot in, because we're dancing in the mountains, and those have since burned from all the California fires. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So it's like when I look back on the video, I'm like, oh my gosh, look at how green and beautiful everything is. And it is not like that anymore, which is so sad, but it's just kind of interesting. But the video itself, like, was just supposed to like just display this like almost like utopian kind of like dream like feeling, which is why everything's in white. Just like this idea of perfection. I mean, because the whole song is about like, hey, I don't know you, but I'm waiting for you. Like I'm waiting for you, the perfect person or whatever. And wait for me because we're gonna make every day like a holiday. And that's what it was supposed to just display this beautiful vacation, just lifestyle, just, you know, every day's a holiday when I'm with you. So wait for me because I'm waiting for you. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Awesome. Well, on to my very next question. Who inspired you as a person to get into creating music in the first place?
oh my gosh, I've been asked that so many times and I literally still have no good answer for that. I'm like, okay, I'm like, you want me to tell you? I'm like the Little Mermaid or Thumbelina, like and all the Disney princesses. Because I'm like, you know, as a child, like I mean, that's what I do. I would imagine myself. I mean, that's so cliche and so corny to say, and maybe embarrassing, but also not. I mean, it's true, you know.
It's fine.
But just like you just, I mean, the singing and just imagining that you can just sing and everything is better. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how I've always felt, and it really is therapeutic. And so, I mean, that's just a little fun thing. But I mean, when I was growing up, I grew up on country, so like I liked Leanne Rimes. I always listened to my mom's Celine Dion and Whitney Houston CDs as well. And then I also loved like Michael Jackson and anyone that can make you feel the beat. So I mean, that's why I feel like that's where I get like the pop, like hooky, like songwriter melodies. And then I think like vocally and like production wise, that's where you hear like the Americana, maybe a little country. So there's a little mesh in both of those. So yeah.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID?
Ooh, wow. You know, that's a great question. Good job. Everyone just kind of talked about how awful 2020 was. And trust me, there were a lot of really, really hard things about it. But I also think it was like, honestly, such a wonderful year. And I know that everyone didn't have the same experience. I mean, just to put it into perspective, I'm like, you know, I lost my job. Like I lost all my gigs. I lost my bill paying job. Like, you know, like, I mean, we've all been separated from friends and, you know, you lose a lot of opportunities and stuff. But on the other side of things, like only in hard times, only in crisis do you grow. You know what I mean? And so last year we had so many hard times, but there were so many opportunities to grow. And honestly, like last year was awesome. Like it was hard at first, but then I was like, wait a second, like I have so much. I mean, this is like a weird twisted kind of, hey, you're getting exactly what you asked for. And that was more time. You know what I mean? Like time to let your body rest, time to let your body heal, but also more time to write and like be expressive. And it's like, okay, how can I be not even just in music, but like, okay, how can I be creative? How can I get out of the house? I can take advantage of my location more. I don't have to work. Let me go on more hikes. Let me go enjoy the beach. Or it's like, honestly, like I became a better communicator last year because, you know, you always say that you don't have enough time. And then all of a sudden we were given the gift of time. And it's like, I do have time. I have time to call my friends. I have time to connect with people that I didn't normally connect with. And so I feel like I just learned to look for the opportunity. That's what I learned from COVID. Look for the opportunity in the hard times.
So on to my very next question. So if you could work with any like top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Oh, that is really, wow. Well, first of all, I have to give a shout out to my producer because I'm really very thankful to work with him, Zach. And he's just, oh my gosh, he's seriously so brilliant. And I'm like, oh, there's no one better than Zach. And I'm just so thankful for his talent. But if we're looking out, obviously looking outside of that, who would I like to work with? I think I would like to work with, honestly, okay, I'm gonna get creative with this question. This is not what you're looking for at all, but I'm like, you know, like if I could work with anyone in the industry and do anything I want, okay, I would totally love to like work with Lucille Ball, and she's obviously passed, but I'm like, I want to be funny. Like, you know what I mean? Like I want to be on a comedy show. I want to be a guest star. Like that would be fun. I would love to do that. Maybe I would love to work with like, oh God, I don't have a good like name for you, but I honestly, like it would kind of be fun to like work with a world-class choreographer, and like I'm like, come on, show me what you know, like maybe the best dancer you know what I mean? And then just I would love to work with anyone that could give me a budget to just have no limits, you know what I mean? So I don't know if that's exactly what you're asking because I didn't have names, and I know that would have been more fun, but like if this was like a utopian world and it's like, oh, like I'd love to work with you and we have a limitless budget. I'd love to learn how to dance and just be like killer dancer. And I would love to like be a guest star on Lucille Ball show. So.
Just because you mentioned like dance and all that stuff, there's this actually incredible dancer called Lucy Dance. I actually did an interview with her last year on my show. Such an incredible dancer. So if you ever want to get in contact with Lucy Dance, highly recommend it.
Yes.
Phenomenal.
Where is she? Where is she located?
So you can find her on Instagram. I'll actually send you her Instagram.
You should, please.
Yes, contact and definitely work something out.
That's awesome. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Give it to me. Like give it all to me.
I definitely will. So on to my very last question, and my very next question. What are the positives and negatives into like the music industry world, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Yeah, there's a lot of negatives. But I think that, you know, there's negatives in everything, but again, look for the opportunity. But I will say, like, especially moving out here, and like, I've always had the same dream, and the same dream is like, you know, I want to make good music. I want to make good music, and I want to make music that people enjoy, that people can relate to, that people can feel and be human. I mean, because that's what entertainment is. That's what art is. Like, it's humanness, and you know, we all work our little behinds off, and you know, sometimes we forget to be human. And I want music to remind people and to let them be in their humanness, you know what I mean, in their feelings, because that's what makes us so beautiful. Every single person, the whole human race. That being said, like when I came out here, I'm like, oh, I want to sign to a label, I want to do this, I want to do that. But then you quickly realize that not everyone's very nice, and maybe not everyone has like the same intentions that you do, or everyone has an ulterior motive, and not everyone, of course. But a lot of times, like they do, especially in this industry, and especially in an artistic industry, because they know how bad you want it. So then they take advantage of that, you know? How do you get through that? I mean, I think what I've really realized and learned about myself and really just, you know, made solid is, okay, what do you really want? What do you really, really want? You know, do you want fame? Like, do you want a budget? Do you like want the good music? Like, what do you want? You know, and what I really want is to make my uninhibited, unmanipulated music, and I want it to be good, and I want people to like it. And if that means that I don't compromise, you know, my songwriting or my style or my image in order to get signed to this label, or in order for it to sell like that, like, then that's just what I do. And whether it's this many people that listen to it or this many people, then that's just the way it is. But yeah, there were a lot of instances that I just, yeah, had to say no to because there was something else that they wanted instead. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, that's not what I want. And besides, now you're compromising my music anyway. And that makes me feel kind of like working with other, like, I mean, even producers or just like people that tell you they want to help you with your music and then they want to change everything just because, you know, there's a formula and this and that. And it's like, hey, if that's what's going to get 30,000 million people to listen to it, that's great. But it still makes me feel kind of slimy inside because it's not true to who I am. And that's not what I'm trying to promote. So if somebody else can promote that, that's great. But that's not true to what I'm doing. So I don't even feel fulfilled that way anyway, you know? So I just decided, you know what? I'm going to do it independently. I'm going to stick to writing and seeing exactly what I feel because it's real. And I think it's important for us to feel those things together and on whatever scale that is. And that's what happens. So that's that.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, thank you so much, KB, for joining my show. It's been such a pleasure. What's next for you for 2021 that you would like to announce on the show, if you have?
I would love to tell you. So I actually am finishing up a full-length album, and that is something I've never released before. So I've released, if believe it or not, I've released 21 songs, never an album, like all singles or an EP. But this is an Americana pop album. So my last 3 songs that I released, I Fall in Love, Sweet Love of Mine, and All I Ever Wanted. It's all in that vein. And I'm really, really happy with the sound. All the songs have been written. I've recorded, I think, 7 of the 9. I have to record the last 2, but I mean, it'll be out within 2 months. And I am so, like, seriously, so excited for that. I also have a couple, this is the first time I'm saying this too. I have a couple live shows that I'll be doing over the next months, over the next months. But they're kind of, I mean, it's going to be like a special, like night specials. You get a ticket. There's going to be guest artists, and there are going to be a lot of songs that you know. It's going to be a nice, cool little show. So I'm very excited. So live shows and an album is coming your way. Hopefully a music video too. So.
Thank you so much. As I said again, any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you so much. This is the first interview I've done in 2021, so thank you. And you're so nice, and I love your questions. But any final thoughts? I just encourage everyone to keep their heads up in weird, hard times. This is our time. Our time is now to take advantage of the opportunities. And I encourage everyone to stay true to themselves because, you know, I've had other opportunities, but this is where I've been the most happy and the most successful and felt the most fulfilled. So when I've just decided to stay true to myself. And thank you guys for watching and listening, and go check out some songs. I think that you might like them. So.
I like the sunshine when it dances on the water, burning my neck, but baby, you make me hotter. Oh, can you feel it? Baby, I can feel it. If I could touch the stars or be on a movie screen, then maybe I could be somebody, but you make me a queen. Oh, can you feel it? Baby, I can feel it. Yeah. I don't need nobody else. I gotta have you to myself, and I don't ever want you to let me go. No, no, you turn me on like a radio. Every time that the band starts playing, it's our story on the radio station. You do me better than they will ever know on the radio. Yeah. I like my workouts, oh, they make it hard to breathe. But they ain't got nothing on your French kiss with me. Oh, let's just show 'em. Babe, you radio. 'Cause every time that the band starts playing, it's our story on the radio station. You do me better than they will ever know. On the radio, yeah. I don't need nobody else. I'm gonna love you right all by myself, and don't ever let me go. No, no, no. We do it better than any other song on the radio station. I'm gonna make you crazy, oh, when you turn me on like a radio. We can hail a taxi, make out in the backseat. We're gonna love like this forever, baby. I'm gonna make you crazy. Yeah, I don't need nobody else. I gotta have you to myself, and I don't ever want you to let me go. No, no, you turn me on like a radio. Cause every time that the band starts playing in a taxi on the radio station, you do me better than they will ever know. On the radio, so hail a taxi, jump in, baby, let's go. Turn on my radio, yeah.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible TikTok artist and singer, musician, and cosplayer known by the name of Chloe May Rice. So I'm about to add Chloe into the live now to have a chat with Chloe about what she does as a person. So yeah, let's get Chloe in and have a chat with Chloe. Hello.
Hiya.
How's it going, Chloe?
It's good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. First up, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, Chloe, if you could give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, sure, no worries. So I'm Chloe. I'm a actor, singer, dancer, cosplayer. I'm a performer. I'm a teacher. I do lots of different things. Yeah, I've kind of been professional since I graduated when I was 20, so I've been doing lots of shows, and then in lockdown very much got into cosplay, and yeah, I'm kind of just here doing my thing, hoping people enjoy it.
So we'll dive right into the very first question. So you're an incredible cosplayer and musician. What made you decide that, hey, I want to start doing cosplay and being a musician in the first place?
So for me, it was the singing first. I've always been singing. There's lots of like videos of me when I'm very little singing, and I am in tune, which is good. But yeah, so I've literally ever since I was little been singing, and I think when I was like 8 years old, my mum was like, "Oh, she's actually like all right. I'll send her to some lessons." So I ended up going to singing lessons, and then kind of from there, I was like, "That's all I want to do. I just want to be a singer, and I want to be performing." So I guess with that comes the kind of dressing up thing, and obviously when you're little, that's what you do with your friends, isn't it? You dress up as a princess. And then in the lockdown, I ended up having a sort of side hustle as like a party princess. I joined a company and I was getting to dress up loads, and these costumes were stunning. And I was like, I love this, like the wigs and everything. So I was like, I've always been a big geek. I've always enjoyed like the Marvel Cinematic Universe and things like that. So I was like, I want to do this. Like I want to dress up. Like I was always having fancy dress parties. So I was always using the excuse of like dressing up, but not calling it cosplay. And then I was like, oh, like cosplay is cool. Like I can definitely do that. Like people love that, right? So yeah, fell into the cosplay, and I kind of haven't looked back since, because it's a quite a big part of my life now, which is great.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you're also a TikTok artist. What are the struggles? What have you learned about yourself while being on TikTok, and what are the struggles of being on TikTok in the first place?
So what I've learned is that I can actually figure out how to use the app, because a year ago I was like, what is this? I don't even, like, I had it and I would scroll on it, but I was like, this is very confusing to me. It's very foreign. And then my sister's very good at it, so she sort of taught me a few things, and then kind of I was like, right, I can do this myself. So I think for me it was just like learning how to use it. And then I guess kind of the struggles are that, you know, there's so many people on there. You can put so much effort into like some content and no one will see it. And then sometimes the videos that maybe, I mean, I'm always putting effort into my videos, but maybe the videos that I would have thought wouldn't have been as successful have been. So that's kind of the struggle. But to be honest, I'm doing it for myself. If people enjoy it, that's great. So for me, like, any interaction, like, you know. So yeah.
So on the very next question, so what have you, so as we'll get into the cosplay side of things now. So
Okay.
what has been your most favorite character to cosplay and why?
Ooh. So I have been a fan of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, literally since I was a teenager. I saw the Marvel movies with my dad at the cinema. Had a 16th birthday party and it was all superhero themed, and I dressed up as Black Widow then, and like wasn't calling it cosplay, but I was like, I'm Black Widow. So one of the, like, when I officially decided, right, I'm going to cosplay, I was like, she needs to be the first one that I properly do and get the wig for and do all that. So I just feel so confident when I'm her. When I, like, the second I have that wig on the costume, I'm like, right, I'm sassy, I can kick ass. Like, it's really liberating. So that's my favorite. There's a lots of them, but that's like the one that's up there.
So on to my very next question. So what are like the challenges about being a cosplayer, and how do you get through those challenges as a person?
So I'd say there's probably two things. One thing is that sometimes people say comments or say inappropriate things, that, you know, it is hurtful or upsetting, and people, you know, people take things into their own hands very easily. Like, I've cosplayed with a friend before, and they left some really rude comments on my videos, and I was like, this isn't right, and this isn't what it's about. So I think it's overcoming that. But basically, if you don't have anything nice to say, for me, don't say it. Like, so if people ever say things like that, I just delete it or report it. So that's like one of the challenges. And then the other one is that I am kind of constantly scrolling online, looking at new costumes, thinking I really want to buy this. So it's resisting spending lots of money. So yeah.
So on to my very next question. So if you could cosplay any character, who would it be and why?
Okay, so this is like kind of a general one, but I have you heard of Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Do you know Buffy?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Like, Buffy's like one of my favorite shows ever. I love it. But I would love to like get all the prosthetics and do like a vampire, whether it's a specific one from the show like Drusilla or someone like that, or whether it's just like kind of my own Buffy universe style vampire. So yeah, that would be like a really hard one because you've got to get like yellow contacts for that, and like the cheeks and the forehead. So if I could, that's what I'd do.
Awesome. So on my very next question. So what has been your most challenging character to ever cosplay and why?
So probably the most challenging one has been Gamora. It's all the paint, like it's very, and like luckily, like, I found a really cool cosplay for it online. But the costume, like a lot of the ones, she wears like big coats, but this one hasn't got a coat. So if you're gonna do it, I've literally had to paint all my hands green, like everything, and then you're trying to film videos, and I'm getting green paint everywhere, and then so it's kind of that one. And like, she has a very sculpted face, and it was sort of looking at all the designs of like all the different bits of paint that she has. I had to get rid of my eyebrows. So yeah, it was challenging, but it's really fun. I did a digital cosplay parade as her a few months ago, and I did really well with that. So yeah, she's fun.
So on my very next question, so you have also, as I mentioned before, you're also a singer. What made you decide, hey, I want to like start getting into singing in the first place, and what motivated you to get into singing?
So for me, I'm, even though I don't come from like a musical family, my family love music. My like dad raised me on like Queen and AC/DC and things like that. And then my mum was always taking me to the theatre. So I guess I was just always exposed to this very kind of theatrical world and all these amazing, powerful voices. And like, I would just look and be like, this is what I want to do. And like, I think some people don't always know what they want to do in their lives, but literally from the age of 8, I was like, yeah, I want to be a performer. I want to sing, like, and it's literally whenever I get up on stage, that is what motivates me. Like, I enjoy performing at home, but the second I'm kind of on stage, that's when I'm like, this is what it's all about. Like, yeah.
Well, can I just say, I've seen some of your like covers and stuff that you've done before. I just want to say you have such a phenomenal voice, and definitely everyone, whoever hasn't seen Chloe's performance, she's truly incredible. So definitely go support Chloe and her incredible singing. So yeah, I just wanted to say that first up.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So I'm going to hear next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Okay. So definitely, okay, this one's like a combined one because they come together. It would be Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas because he
Yes.
produces all her tracks. So like, they're just phenomenal. Like, yeah, the way they write, yeah, I mean, they're at the top of their game right now. So them, I'd love to work with Queen. I'd love to go on stage and sing one of their songs. That would be amazing. I'd feel very cool doing that. And then if he was still alive, and I was a superstar, David Bowie, because I love his music.
Okay.
That's a big influence.
Oh
So
man,
yeah.
Labyrinth. Have you seen Labyrinth? Oh
Yeah.
man, such a phenomenal movie.
Oh my goodness. I
Yeah.
feel like people either love it or they're terrified of it.
hmm
It's
Yeah.
one or the other, but no, I love
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. So on the very next question. So so you've performed like a lot of great covers. So what has been your most favorite cover to perform? And if you could perform any other covers, what cover would you want to perform and why?
Ooh, so yeah, I mean so whenever I'm gigging, I tend to do like a mix of original songs and covers. So I'm always doing constantly new covers, and I love it. That's like my favorite thing to do. But probably like my favorite one that I've ever done was Feeling Good. It's just an epic song, like it's jazzy, like I can really show off my voice. I play it on guitar and it's not that hard on guitar, so I can kind of don't have to concentrate on the guitar too much and I can just like let my voice do whatever it wants. So that's a really fun one. And then I mean, if I was a good enough, I mean, I'm a good musician, but if I was like a good enough musician, I'd love to be able to play like Bohemian Rhapsody and sing it at the same time. That'd be really cool. Maybe one day.
Who knows? So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into singing in the first place?
I mean, I guess it's like I said earlier, it's my family. They have such a passion for seeing it. So, and like getting to see them in the audience when I was singing always made me feel like I was doing a good thing and like I was making them happy. My great grand bless her, she's still alive. She's like in her 90s now. And like when I mean, at the moment she hasn't been able to, but whenever she would come along to my gigs, like the smile on her face, like she was just beaming because she used to sing when she was a little girl. So yeah, it's my family. They inspire me to be the best me.
Awesome. So on the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
I mean, it's been crazy. Like I don't know what it's like in Australia at the moment, but we're still in lockdown. So
Australia's fine at the moment. Like we don't even have to wear masks anymore in Australia. That's how like good in Australia it's getting. Like some people choose to wear masks like in some parts of Australia, but like some people are just like, let's just enjoy life again.
Yeah, I bet. Oh goodness, God, I went to the supermarket this morning and had to, still face mask on and everything. Yeah, we're still in a third lockdown at the moment. So I guess, especially in this third lockdown, I was kind of like, right, how can I challenge myself to still be that best version of me without having all the normal things I'm doing in my life? Like my amount of work at the moment has probably gone down to about 5% of what it normally is. Like it's really frustrating. So it was kind of like, what things can I do to keep myself motivated and keep myself on track? And like, I've started a life coaching diploma and things like that, like things I've always been interested in doing, but maybe not had the time before. So it's like, right, I'm going to fill my time with that. So, and doing all these covers, like that's what's motivating me.
Yeah. So on to the very next question. So what are the challenges into performing music and how do you get through those challenges as a person?
I think it's different for every artist, but for me, I've always been a kind of doer. Like people are like, sing this, and I'm like, okay, I'll do it. But maybe I've not always necessarily thought about the technicalities behind it. So I was like gigging, and I had all this equipment, and I was like, I don't know how to set this up. Like I've never paid attention to that because so obviously when you do theatre, people are doing it all for you, and that's amazing, and you're like, thank you so much. But you don't watch what they're doing; they just do it. And then all of a sudden, I was doing my own gigs, and I was like, how do I make myself sound good? So it was kind of just figuring out things like that, and especially in lockdown having to record. Like I got a really nice new microphone and interface set the other day, and it took me about 2 hours to set up because there was something slightly wrong with my software or something. And but I was like, I've got to do this by myself. Like I'm an independent woman, I can work out how to set this up. So in terms of the music, like if someone tells me play something, I'm like, yeah, great, I'll do it. But if someone's like, okay, now edit that and send it somewhere, I'm like, what? So yeah, just figuring out that kind of stuff.
So on the very next question, so what does music mean to you as a person? Like, especially in times what people are dealing with now?
Yeah. It's a form of self-expression. I get to maybe like, if I'm writing music, like I'm getting to maybe talk about things that I necessarily wouldn't always have a conversation with someone about, but because it's in a song, like it's just out there, and it's that, I mean, it's kind of a form of therapy, isn't it? Like it's self-soothing. Listening to music is self-soothing. You know, it's what gets me through the day. If I'm working out, I'm listening to music. If I'm having a bath, I'm listening to music. Like it's just always there. So yeah.
So on the very last question, so what's next for you, like for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
I mean, I've got things in my diary, but like I'm hesitant to announce them because at the moment we're still in the lockdown. But I guess just for me, I've just made a new TikTok account that's Chloe May Music, just because like I'm doing quite well on my cosplay TikTok, but I was like, if I start just doing all music on there, like I don't want to disappoint people that are maybe there for the cosplay. So I was like, gonna make a new account, but I'm gonna be overlapping them. Like I literally have recorded a new cover today that I'm gonna do in cosplay. So I'm sort of worlds colliding. But yeah, and just follow me on Instagram as well. My covers are on there. I'm really hoping to get an EP together by the sort of end of the year, but it's just, you know, COVID depending. So yeah, just follow my channels if you want to see some of my covers.
Awesome. Well, if you want to take it away and perform one.
Sure, I'm going to do original if that's okay.
Yeah,
right.
Feel free. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, this is this is an original song. It's called Sorry. I don't say sorry constantly for it. I say sorry a lot as well. I'm always like sorry. So yeah, but that's the song. That's what it's called. Okay, yeah, this is Sorry. How I wish I could understand how it feels to have the world in your hand. Please know I'm not trying to cry. I just hope my kisses can stop you from crying. Late at night when I feel a bit low, I often wonder, do you even know? Or is your head filled with blacker bruises, desperately trying to dream them away? Save your baggage for another day. Sorry, darling. Sorry, baby. Don't worry, I got nothing to hide. Don't wanna be alone tonight. I just want you to be happy. Don't go breaking down our promises. We're so far removed from reality, but that's where I wanna be with you. Sorry, darling. Sorry, baby. Don't worry, I got nothing to hide. Don't wanna be alone tonight. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy. I just want you to be happy.
Yes.
Thanks.
Well, can I just say thank you so much, Chloe, for appearing on my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts or anything that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Just thank you so much for having me as well. Like, it's really nice to come on here. It's nice to talk. It's nice to play music. Like, I love your channel. I love how you're sharing what people are doing. Like, I think it's really important, you know, to make sure we're giving love to everyone in these times. So, just thank you so much. It's been really lovely to come on.
Hello, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter called Kirsty Cross. So I'm about to add her into the live now and have a chat with Kirsty about her incredible song called Thirsty. So yeah, let's add Kirsty in and have a chat with Kirsty.
Hello.
How's it going?
So good. I gotta turn my volume up a little bit. How's it going?
Yeah, really good, thanks. can I just say thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Kirsty. You have no idea how much, such an inspiration, like, singer you are. You are truly one incredible singer. So thank you so much for coming
Oh,
on my
you gave
show.
me goosebumps. Thank you. Yes.
Very welcome.
We had a little bit of downtime before this. So guess what I was watching? The Prisoner of Azkaban. Harry Potter of all movies right now.
Yes.
And I was like, this is a good one. The best, I think, one of the better movies. So yeah, we picked that out.
Yeah, totally agree. So, for people that don't know who you are, Kirsty, so if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Okay, what's up, everybody? I'm a country music artist that likes to push the boundaries and pretty much let my songwriting tell me what the song needs to be. But I'm located in Nashville, Tennessee, and right now am touring in Florida. And we have our second half of our tour of 21 dates down here. So that's what I do full time. I also do a little bit of hosting and interviewing now for the Backstage Pass, but music, the entertainment industry, the music industry, that's my life. Every part of my being goes into that.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So you're this incredible singer and songwriter, as you have mentioned, and you have actually created this incredible song called Thirsty. What was the whole experience like getting to create this song?
So Thirsty was super fun. Thirsty came and birthed itself as a song through conversation. I always knew that I wanted to keep the word thirsty around me because it rhymes with Kirsty, and it was a big joke. And in high school, my nickname used to be Thirsty Kirsty, so that people would know my name, right? And I was from Wisconsin, and so I had a couple of alcoholic beverages back then. But I started writing songs with the word thirsty incorporated with the band. And then I just knew that I got to take it to another level. I got to have a song that's entitled Thirsty. So it's actually my ex, who's the producer at EMC2 Records. Him and I really got to dive in and produce every track of this record that's coming out together. And it's all good. Like, we still, connect about it. I still let him know everything that's going on in my world with music stuff. And I know he watches, he's out there. So Thirsty was a really special song to, like, the both of us. And he actually went from conversation, like, finished it, like, just went and did this song. And when he performed it for me, I was like, whoa, okay, that is the most beautiful song I've ever heard, so I can't not perform that. Like, what a gift. And two, you went and wrote that without me. You went and finished that song, like, out of our conversation. So it was cool. It was like a funny moment, for sure.
So on to my very next question. So how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create Thirsty in the first place? And what does the meaning behind Thirsty mean to you?
Thirsty for me is, this song is all about longing for that love and that human connection. And I am, as much as we all want that, I'm absolutely terrified of that. And I know that there are people out there that are like me, that, as soon as things are going well in a relationship, you are like trying to push them away or trying to, self-sabotage that. And I think that is, if I dare say it in a summary, like, that is my form of crazy, for sure. Like, it's hard for me to let my walls down and just let myself be in that loving space and be open for that kind of love. And but ultimately, that's a huge goal of mine that's on the vision board. So that's what Thirsty is about, is just longing for that and taking that up like a whole nother notch. That's what my fans are called, are Thirsties.
So on the very next question, so you have also created a music video called Silver. What was that whole experience like, creating Silver?
Oh my gosh, I remember that day was like 13 hours, And I remember it was so hot. And I had like pleather pants on, but I had never felt so glam in my entire life because Mallory Liebman did all my makeup and glam, and she was such a rock star that day. And I remembered holding on to her information. I said, when I do my first music video, I'm gonna call you. Like, you're my girl. And yeah, it was such a fun day. It exceeded every single expectation. Like just watching everyone kind of rally around that day and step up. And then I remember I had my own dressing room at like Story Forge. I mean, I felt like incredible, like a rock star, and everyone was just so awesome for just stepping up and getting it done. Because at Story Forge and those glam shots, I think I did like 5 takes, and that's all we had time for between setup and takedown in like a 2-hour span. So it took that long for them to get everything ready to go, and then we had like a half hour to kind of bang it out. And I was like, well, don't mess up, do your best. It was a fun day though.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have actually performed this incredible song in a music video called Jolene. What was that whole experience like, getting to perform this iconic song?
Yeah, that was quite a question. It actually came to me from a mutual friend. I had never met Rip, who's a Christian rap artist in Madison, Wisconsin, where I'm originally from. I had never met him or really experienced his music at that point. So when my friend DJ Aaron J came to me and was like, hey, this guy wants to redo an iconic song, a Dolly song of all songs, and one of her most iconic, besides I Will Always Love You. I was like, whoa, okay, hold on, time out. Who's this guy? Let me do my research. And I was like, okay, if we're gonna alter a Dolly song, what is it gonna be like? Like, what can you send me the lyrics? Can you send me any sort of recording? Describe to me what this is gonna be about. What would I be signing up for? And it really did take me, like, I want to say probably 4 or 5 days. I let it sit, and I was like, do I want to do this? But then I was like, I believe in the message, and I believe in the quality of work that Rip puts out. And so I was like, how many people get an opportunity like that to totally take a spin and have it be still like a great message, and then be like the country queen on a track like that. And he did all of the marketing, he did everything of the release, and I was just there happily like supporting. And when we did that music video, it was really, really fun. They're very talented. So being on set was just really funny. And of course, that was the first time I ever had to I think I had to turn my cheek, and we just kept laughing during that part because I didn't know him that well. So I was just trying to keep a straight face, and I couldn't. And I remember, I think that's in the bloopers or something. Yeah.
Well, can I just say, you performed Jolene incredibly. I actually watched it this week, and I was blown away of how much you did such an incredible job at performing Jolene, and I just want to applaud you for your job. So really, really well done. So on to my very next question. So if you could perform with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Okay. I absolutely adore Brad Paisley. And when I saw that come through, I was like, wow, it's tough. I love Sheryl Crow too. I think those would be the top 2 to collaborate with. They both are extremely talented songwriters. And I really think that's something to look up to. That's a craft that not everybody has that ability to write songs the way they do. I mean, Brad can literally put any word that he wants in a song, and it's funny, or it's clever, and it's from the beer perspective, or whatever he's writing. It's so good. And he's so good at the guitar. And then Sheryl Crow can really adapt and write anything she wants. And both of those I would love to be feel so honored to be on stage with.
So on my very next question, so what does performing music mean to you, especially in times like what we're all in right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, really right now, it's so limited. It's so limited. So I feel just that much more lucky that people are willing to give us those slots, that the listening room is even willing to, yeah, have us come on stage. Throughout this last year, we were able to play there 3 times, and we're looking to book our fourth, and that's insane. Like, to be at a place that on the same stage that so many big artists are playing right now, because the stages are so limited, and the states in general, as far as being open, are pretty much the states that have outdoor venues. So Florida and Georgia and South Carolina, and I guess the word on the street is that Missouri, and those are kind of the states that are more open to have live music. Of course, masks, are required, and the social distancing. But I'm just happy to be able to have family down here. So I'm staying at my aunt's house, and she's allowing us to stay for 7 weeks with 2 people. So myself and Jesse Lopez and 2 pit bulls, and just kind of like take over the house almost, and be able to play shows pretty much every Thursday, Friday, Saturday at some venues, and then some Tuesdays. So yeah, I feel so privileged. I'm constantly hungry to learn new songs to cover. We're having fun with it, like different things to harmonize. I think I sang Let It Be by the Beatles the other day, and we'll sing Hallelujah, and just all of the classics. I love to add those in and expose CCR, Bob Seger, stuff like that. Just like throw them for a loop a little bit.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into singing in the first place?
So, well, okay, so I started singing when I was 2. So I don't know if it was a individual person, unless it just something in my soul. When I was 2 years old, I would go up. I just saw a video of it in December. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that video. And I had these little ruffles on my swimsuit, and I was taking requests, and I was like telling people to clap. Like, I was like, clap, clap. And after, I would sing in like the raspiest voice. But the first artist that I really like flag as artists that I like truly loved was Amy Grant and Gloria Estefan. Like, both of those females played very loudly in our house as we were dancing around, and being really young, we were helping mom like clean the living room on Saturdays, and just like dancing around. And I just remember both of them having such an impact on the way I view music. I think I've always wanted people to have very similar feelings when they listen to my music, whether that is just fun, happy, like cool bass line, and it just gets them to relax a little bit and enjoy the moment, and feel inspired to go do whatever they're seeking to be happy. Yeah.
So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person during COVID?
That's a good question. I've learned COVID was when we were completely shut down in Nashville, and there wasn't much to be outside anyways, because it was like March and still cold, and April. And I've learned that I'm not as good of a cook on anything other than breakfast. So like breakfast is my specialty, and I'm just like really good at omelets. And then I learned that I always knew I was social, but not to the point of what I figured out. Like, before COVID, we were really going out to whatever event or show or supporting friends almost every night. Like, it was just kind of like we worked till 8 p.m. and then we went out somewhere. And yeah, that was definitely very weird to not be able to like be going to events. And I realized how much I missed that. And I feel like, I don't know, I mean, it'd be great if you answered this, but I don't know if everybody else feels this way. But I feel like now when I go to an event or if I see people, I like have a little bit of social anxiety, which is so not me, but it just feels like it's almost been so long kind of thing. Yeah, I'll go to Belcourt and I'll be like, okay, calm down. It's fine. It's just Belco. Like, this is our hangout spot. Like, you just need, or it's whatever. And I definitely feel it. So I think everyone's in the same boat. Do you have that feeling at all? If you guys,
Yeah, like when COVID first hit, I was like, I didn't know what to do at all, and I was like, I want to go to see more events, and because we need events, like music events these days, and especially in times like this, like we need music events, and we need more artists like you in this world, and without music, without music events, what's the point in like not socializing with others and stuff? And it's like, why? Like, anxiety does get to you, and especially as you mentioned about anxiety, it is tough, and we will all get through it. And yeah, it's just we just have to push through, I guess.
well, I'm happy to hear that you're so passionate about music like me, and I've literally put my whole being into this now. Like, I'm just doing 110% every day. So it just feels like we're gonna get there. Festivals will come back. I know there's stuff on the books for me this summer, and I'm just kind of waiting in the wings to hear what's happening. Hey, Jacob.
So on to my very next question. So what are the positives and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Okay, positives. With country music, I'm gonna narrow it down. Like, the country music industry is such a positive because not only fans find you and they become like family. I really do feel like it's like you build this core up of people that are so supportive in the amount of messages, and like I still will get messages almost like, let's say, every other day from people that are from 6 years ago, that are just popping in and saying like, hey, I see you doing your thing, like, so proud of you. And like, I feel like that doesn't happen in maybe like the pop industry or whatever, people are like just so genuine. Country music industry in Nashville is so much of a collaborative space. Like, if I reached out to any artist and was like, I have this idea, like, let's write, people want to be a part of each other's successes and help lifting each other up. And you don't find that. It's rare in other industries, or, I just feel like it's a really cool space, and a good genre to be a creative in. Poor things, bad things about the music industry are the sharks. No pun intended, because I'm in Florida. But there's so many people who maybe will overpromise things. I feel like that happens in a lot of industries. But in music, there's not necessarily always a set in stone, and maybe people who are reluctant to put things on paper. But overpromise, underdeliver type of things, or is like, hey, the sharks, that's the terminology for them. They'll be like, give me $6,000 and I will do, XXX. And then it just never happens. So you really have to watch out for those people. The best thing I can say is just to do the research, and really, I always try to trust my gut. So if it doesn't feel right, I'll be like, I can't work with you. I can't move forward. It just doesn't fit. And I feel like at this point, I'm trying to run a label, Krause House Entertainment, and build this awesome team. And so I can't trust people who are, I only got to bring in the people I trust and people who do business that is similar,
So on to my very last question. So what's next for you, like goal-wise for 2021, that you would like to announce on the show, like music-wise?
Music-wise? Oh, wait, Jess, I need you. Okay, that's what, I thought he was saying peace, like, see you later. I was like, what? I need you. So goal-wise, I'm looking in, are you saying this year? Can I talk?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can talk any year, yeah.
Beyond this year, I just met with someone this morning actually about Australia, and looking to tour in Australia in the future, just collecting everything I can as far as names and breweries. And she, this person, like literally is right down the street. I rode my bike this morning to go meet her for coffee, just to talk about Australia and learn. Her friend owns a brewery, and her ex-husband still lives there, and he knows a bunch of places in Brisbane. So just taking names, writing down, taking names.
Where I'm from, good old Brisbane.
Yeah. Have you been there?
I actually live in Brisbane, so yeah.
Oh, wow. How did I not know that? I thought you were like in Pacific time.
Nah, well, Pacific time works for me for interviews. That's why I'm like Pacific time usually.
Okay.
So yeah, it works the best for interview wise.
Okay, well then I might have to connect with you on that. Then this would make it my third Australian feature.
Yes.
That's so awesome. I was just telling her that. I was like, I've done 2 thus far, and I've been meeting artists, so that is a huge goal of mine. I'm glad that I brought that up. UK also, like we're just doing all of that right now. And for this year, I'm going to be releasing 2 more singles and a record. So it's going to be 11 songs, full-length record. It's my baby, and it's been out there. It's available now for purchase, like on my website, as far as merch goes and all that good stuff. We got t-shirts, but digitally won't be out till later this year. So anyone who wants to get it in advance and a signed physical copy can get it on the website. And I have them at shows, and it's been really fun. And of course, I want to make sure I mention this, like everybody at a show that gets a CD, I probably sell a couple a show, I look them in the eye and I say, like, I'm so happy that you have this now. I'm so happy for you to listen to it. This means so much to me. And I really make sure that they know how much it does mean to me that they purchased this product and this thing that I've put so much of my energy to, and I really feel like is a picture of who I am as an artist in a set time. It's just, I'm really proud of it. I'm really proud of it. That's probably an understatement.
Well, I would love for you to sing your song "Thirsty" if you can on the show. That would be amazing.
Absolutely. So we have Hey Dawn, I see your hearts. So hey Al from Wisconsin. Hey Dad. Yeah, we're gonna sing Thirsty. I'm gonna have Jesse play. There's probably about like 7 chords in here. Thirsty is my latest single off the record, and I have a music video out for it, so I'd love for you guys to check it out. And yeah, I'm saying it live for you right now. Get some crazy man hair in here.
Hello.
Thirsty for your love, I just wanna drink you up. Fill my heart to top, pour me another cup with love. You are my remedy, love tries to defeat me. Hold my hand on the water, you be the air I breathe. I'm not ready to show you everything, building up courage, another drink. Bring me close and don't let me leave. I am still thirsty. Run about now, I put on my dancing shoes. I would dance out of this room. I wanna stay right here with you. I am so thirsty. When did you say goodnight to me? Every word just fine. My whole body smells him looking at you, mine. I shake and shiver when you stare me down. Your hug in the eyes are a perfect round.
You hold my hand and I found my ground. I feel so damn good and my heart is pounding, but not ready to show you everything. Building up courage in another drink. Bring me close and don't let me leave. I'm still thirsty. Right about now, I put on my dancing shoes. I would dance without this room. I wanna stay right here with you. I'm still thirsty. I've always believed in the waiting so long to hold you in my arms. It hasn't been easy, but I found what I've always been looking for. I'm thirsty for your love. I just wanna drink you up. Fill my heart to the top. I'm not ready to show you everything. Building up courage in another drink. Bring me close and don't let me leave. I'm so thirsty. Gonna bow down and put up my dancing shoes. I would dance right out in this room. I wanna stay right here with you. I'm so thirsty. Just wanna spend my life with you. I'm so thirsty. Just wanna say that I love you. And I am still thirsty.
Yes.
Yay!
Yes.
I felt that one.
Yes.
Oh
Well,
my
can I
God.
just say thank you so much, Kirsty, for joining my show. It was such a pleasure having you on. Do you have any last final thoughts that you would like to say to people on the show?
Well, I want to say thank you for having me, for sure. This is so cool to be able to communicate across many ponds, many miles. And thank you for everyone tuning in. I so appreciate all the love and support thus far on Thirsty. If you haven't seen the music video yet, I play a ghost. So check it out. And there is more music to come right around the corner from this record. And so, yeah, connect with me on social media right here on Instagram. I'd appreciate it.
I'm thirsty for your love. I just wanna drink you up. Fill my heart to the top. Pour me another cup of your love. You are my remedy when life tries to defeat me. Hold my head underwater and you'll be the air I breathe. I'm not ready to show you everything. Building up courage in another drink. Bring me close and don't let me leave. I am still thirsty. Right about now, I put on my dancing shoes. And I would dance right out of this room. But I wanna stay right here with you. I am still thirsty. When did you say goodnight to me? Every word just right. My whole body smiles and I'm lucky that you are mine. I shake and shiver when you stare me down. In my mahogany eyes are a perfect brown. You hold my hand and I found my ground. I feel so damn good and my heart is pounding. But I'm not ready to show you everything. Building up courage in another drink. Bring me closer, don't let me fill my heart till it's out. I'm not ready to show you everything, building up courage in another drink. So bring me close and don't let me leave. I am still thirsty. Round about now, I put on my dancing shoes. I would dance right out of this room. I wanna stay right here with you. I am still thirsty. Just wanna say that I love you, and I am still thirsty.
A Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very last guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter named Lizzie Cates, and she's such an incredible singer. So I'm about to invite Lizzie onto the live now to have a chat with Lizzie about her incredible music. So yeah, let's get Lizzie on and have a chat with Lizzie. Hi Lizzie,
Hey,
how's it going?
going good. Sorry, my thing's like still saying it's connecting. Hey,
Hello.
or now you're frozen.
You're a bit. There you go.
There we go. Sorry, I had to turn off my Wi-Fi. For some reason, when I have my Wi-Fi on, it never works.
Yeah, you're all good. So I just want to say, first up, thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Lizzie. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of like backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah. So, hi, my name is Lizzie Cates. I am a country pop artist in Nashville, Tennessee. I moved to Nashville. Actually, tomorrow is my 4-year anniversary of moving to Nashville, which is crazy. Flown by. Also feels like I've been here forever. So, yeah, I moved from Reno, Nevada, out by Vegas in LA, like that area. I like to write songs about my feelings because I have a lot of them. Yeah, I'm silly. I have the cutest cat in the world.
Oh,
Yeah, we should. Today's actually her birthday.
oh,
You're old officially today.
oh, that's so cute. Happy birthday.
Yeah, she's the light of my life.
Oh,
Yeah.
awesome. Well, so we'll dive right into the questions now, Lizzie. So for my very first question, so you have created this incredible song called I Like It That Way. What was like the whole experience like getting to create I Like It That Way, and what was it like getting to create the music video?
So and I like the way it was like an idea that I had written in my phone for a really long time. I wasn't really sure like what it was going to be. I just had like the line, I like the way I like you, like in my phone forever. And it was my very first time writing with the country duo Hasting & Co. That is made up of Kate Hasting and Josh Beal. We had been threatening to write for like over a year, and we finally sat to do it. And this was the first song that we ever wrote together, which is pretty amazing considering how it ended up being the first single off like my reintroduction as an artist. I owe a lot to them. But yeah, so I came over to Kate's house and I was just reading off a bunch of lists of like song titles or song ideas. I have like a million of them on my phone. And I read that one off, and she's like, I love that one. I want to write that one. What do you want to write it about? And I was just like, well, I have a strange fascination with New York City. And funny picture was actually hanging in Kate's house. And after we wrote this song, she's like, I don't even deserve this picture. Take it off my wall right now. So I stole it from her. Yeah, so that one was cool. We kind of like decided that we wanted to write more like the concept and the feeling of falling in love with someone. And we kind of compared it to New York City, because being in New York City, especially your first time, it's chaotic and crazy and terrifying, but at the same time, it's so amazing. And you just like, you want to see more of it. And it's kind of like, that's kind of what felt like falling in love. So yeah, we wrote that. And a couple months later, so we had demoed it. And a couple months later, we went to New York City, me and my boyfriend in New York City, and he just gotten a camera. And I'm like, I know I'm going to release this song at some point. Like, we didn't have the finished song. It was just the demo. And I was like, I know I want to release this at some point. Let's just get like a bunch of footage. And just recorded me around New York City, which is really funny because a lot of people ask me, they're like, oh my gosh, how did you get extras? I'm like, they're not extras. People just don't care. Like, I almost hit a guy in the face in the middle of the music. No reaction, nothing. And so it's funny. That's just how New York is. And I ended up putting the song out, and I was like, oh my God, we have all that footage. We ended up having enough for a music video. So, yeah.
Well, can I just say, that was such an incredible music video, and you did such an incredible job at making that music video. So I want to applaud you on your job at making that incredible music video. So yeah, and I know what it was like being in New York. It was me and my family a couple of years back went to New York, and it was chaos.
It was chaos, but it's so cool at the same time. Like, so much. There's so much. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on to my very next question. So on to my very next question. So with creating music, you have also created this other incredible music song called Such a Mess. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song? And yeah, what's like the meaning behind this song?
So this song was a really important song for me to write. As you know, it ended up being the title track of my EP that I put out 2 years ago, which is what? I don't, like 2020, I just don't even register it in my brain. So I keep thinking it's just a year, but 2019 was 2 years ago, which is, anyway. Yeah, so I put it out like almost 2 years ago, like end of April. And when I wrote this song, I knew that was going to be the title track of whatever the heck I was going to record. Like, I didn't know if it was going to be an album or if it was just going to be this song. It was a really important song because I wanted to write a song that was really honest about myself. Like, I have never written a song that describes me more than anything. I used to work at Starbucks, which is funny because I actually worked there again. And I wanted to write this guy named Davis Branch. And the funny thing about Nashville songwriters, you're kind of like, oh, I want to write with you. And they're like, I'm free tomorrow. And they're like, I'm not free tomorrow, but I'm free sometime 3 months from now. And it's just like, it's so hard for people. And Davis is really known for like his anthem songs. And so I was like, we're going to write something upbeat. And I was like so excited, but I was working Starbucks that morning and I was just feeling it where I was just like, why did I move here? Like, I hate it here. Like, I don't have any friends. I don't fit in, all this stuff. And then on top of that, I had a really bad day at Starbucks. Somebody threw their drink back at me. So I was just like, I got there and we were trying to write another song and I just wasn't feeling it. I was getting really frustrated. It was like, okay, we're going to take a break. Went over to his computer and started working on a demo or something. And I started singing the chorus of the song like to myself. And he comes over to me and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm such a mess.
Wow.
We ended up writing that. And then we ended up making it the title track because I realized that all the songs, that collection of songs was really my story about, you know, losing a love and moving to Nashville and being alone and trying to find myself. And I just felt like Such a Mess was the perfect theme for that. So, yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Make Me. What was like the whole experience and what was the meaning behind Make Me?
So Make Me, you know, there should be some really extravagant like meaning behind it because I have that with every song. This one was kind of, I like to call it my experimental song. So I had this idea that morning. Like, I wrote it in my phone and I went to go write with Andrew Capra and Dan Harrison. And I just was like, I'm kind of feeling this idea. And they're like, I love it. Let's write. We kind of wrote it pretty quickly. And then we went in to record it pretty quickly because I wanted to experiment about trying to figure out, so when I put out Such a Mess, I just wanted to be a songwriter. I didn't know if I wanted to be an artist. And so with Such a Mess, I recorded, you know, without thinking it would see the light of day. And so at this point I was like, okay, I want to be an artist. So at this point I was trying to figure out who I wanted to be. And so I went in, recorded this and kind of experimented with background vocals. I've always been obsessed with those like background vocals. I have a lot in my choruses. You probably hear them a lot, but we were really just trying something out and not to like disregard that song. I'm really proud of that song. But yeah, that one was kind of an experimental song. We didn't put any like promotion behind it or anything like that. So I wish I could tell you that there was some like meaning behind it. I mean, a lot of people out there that relate to it, and I definitely know a lot of people that relate to that. So, but that's the story behind that one.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Spring Break. What was like the whole experience like getting to create Spring Break?
So Spring Break was a really fun song. That was actually the first song that I wrote with Andrew Capra and Dan Harrison, and then also our friend Matt Wynn, which is funny because this song actually is, we actually call ourselves the Spring Breakers, like our little writing group, because of the song. This is the second song we all wrote together. Dan had thought of the idea, and he's like, I want to write a Spring Break song. We're like sitting there, and I'm like, bear with me. What if we make it a breakup song? And they're like, and I just started singing, sitting on Dawson Best, and they were just like feeling it. So that one was kind of like an on the whim thing. I knew it was Spring Break, and we had that demo. So that was actually just the demo that Andrew Capra. So we didn't really put like, you know, a lot of time or effort. I mean, I love that one. But I was like, Spring Break, we need to put it out. So I just like released it. Yeah. So that one challenged me as a writer, because like, you know, there's so many Spring Break songs out there, but to flip it like would be really cool. So I did it.
Well, can I just say that was actually another incredible song I actually liked. And yeah, your songs like that we've listed so far have been really incredible, and like your vocals and your whole talent that you have is really phenomenal. And I just would like want to say, keep doing you. Like, you are doing such an incredible job, and yeah, I'm loving your work. So loving your music.
Happy. Thank you so much.
So good. So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Don't Stop Making Plans. What was like the whole experience like creating this song?
This song is I literally am so excited that you brought this one up, because this is one of the very first songs I ever wrote when I first moved here. This one was so much fun. So when I first moved here, I had a thing for my roommate, and everybody was like, you guys are in love with each other. I'm my roommate, that's weird. But when we wrote this song, I was hanging out with two of my friends, DeLorean and Josh, and they were like, me and Josh wanted to write a sad song, because we're like we love writing depressing songs, but DeLorean is the amazing, beautiful, like, guy. So he's like, we're gonna write something happy. Lizzie, tell me something happy that's going in your life. Go. And I was like, I have a thing for my roommate. And I literally stopped, and I was like, I've never even admitted to this, including myself, until this very moment. And he's like, well, why do you think that? And I'm like, because we keep making these ridiculous plans, and I just don't want them to ever stop. And there's a line in the beginning of the song that says, in the middle of the night in an diner, singing out like two headliners. During CMA Fest, I had to go pick up my roommate because he was drunk playing CMA Fest downtown. And there's a 3-story diner downtown, and we went there at 2 a.m. and like Snow Patrol came on, like chasing cars, and we're both on our like singing this at the top of our lungs, and people are like at us. And so we wrote this song, and every time I would write a song, my roommate would ask me to play the song, and I was just like, oh my god, he's gonna know this is about him. Danger territory. And I was like, I don't know. And he's like, come on. And so I just start singing the song, and he just smiles, and he just knew. And I started doing like the and I was kind of like improvising and like rapping. And when we went to go record it, he was not gonna do that. And I was like, do you want me to? And he's like, absolutely. Totally makes the song. So we actually wrote the rap part right, because I would always change it. So we actually wrote the rap part literally 2 minutes before we went and recorded it. So that was fun. And long story short, he's my boyfriend. We've been together for almost 4 years. So it worked.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
And he played the banjo on it. So that's how it.
Love it. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Strangers. What was the whole experience like creating Strangers?
Strangers is still to this day one of my favorite songs. This song was the most important song I think will be for my career and for me personally. It was my very first co-write. I wrote it when I was living back in Reno, and I wrote it with a guy named Nate Teal. And because this was going to be my very first co-write, I knew at this point I was going to be moving to Nashville. And I I was in this 6-year relationship, and I knew that it would be coming to an end when we move. And it's kind of like terrifying knowing that somebody for that long knows you really well going forward doesn't get to know you anymore, and you become strangers again. And I think that's just terrifying. Like, it's more terrifying than if like I've cheated or done, you know, it's terrifying. So, because I knew this was gonna be my very first, I wanted to be prepared, and the night before I went to go write with Nate, I woke up at 2 a.m. with this haunting melody, that chorus melody. I was like, oh my God, I have to get up. So I pulled myself out of bed, down at the piano, and I didn't know like how I wanted to write it, so I just wrote it, and the song ended up being like ridiculously long. And I played it for Nate the next. I have a song, but it's like too long. Like, we're talking like full on story. Okay, it was so long. And so I played it for him. Okay, we're gonna have to shorten that and all that. And we recorded it in his house, and then I put it out, and it kind of grabbed people's attention in Nashville. And that's when I knew, I was like, I have to get to Nashville. I think I'm ready to move there. I think I'm good enough. Of course, when you get here, you realize, oh my God, maybe not. But it's good, because then you get here and you're talented. So yeah, I put that out, and it won the International Songwriter Award, Best Country Song of the Year. So yeah.
Congratulations on that, by the way, too. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into like performing and singing in the first place?
Well, I was really, I've always been inspired by a lot of different kinds of music. Like, I was fortunate enough to have parents that listen to a wide variety of music. Like, my mom was really into 80s rock, 80s pop, like country, all kinds of country, 90s country, you know, 80s, like all country across the board. And then my dad was into like country, but then he also loved like punk rock, and he loved like just lots of different kinds of music. And so for me, growing up, I was inspired by a lot of things, but I think my favorite were the Dixie Chicks at the time. Obviously the Chicks now, but the Dixie Chicks. Like, that was a lifelong dream when I was supposed to become a Dixie Chick. Didn't realize that that's not a thing. Like, you don't get to just grow up and become part of a band. I thought that, you know, yeah. So I'm gonna say the Dixie Chicks, and then obviously Taylor Swift was a huge person for me when I was like 12. She's the one that inspired me to get a guitar, learn how to play it. So yeah, I mean, I have a lot of influences. I mean, obviously Garth Brooks. My mom used to sing Garth Brooks to me as a baby. It was like the only thing that would make me fall asleep. That, and like George Strait and Alan Jackson, and you know, obviously Shania Twain, obviously. So, but I also, that's with Phil Collins. Like, the Tarzan soundtrack is the best soundtrack of all time.
Yes. So on to our next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like, as a person, especially like during COVID?
Ooh, good question. I've done a lot of growing up in the last couple of years. Obviously, me moving to Nashville, a huge wake-up call. You're forced to spend a lot of time by yourself when you move across the country and don't know anybody. So I realized that I'm a lot braver than I ever thought that I ever was. I also like, when COVID made me realize that I am a busybody. I cannot just sit down in one place. Like, day 3 into COVID, or like shutdown, I was losing my mind. Yeah, I mean, I struggled a lot with just kind of my self insecurities when you're kind of blocked like that. But it also forced me to find self-confidence in myself, because I was forced to write by myself a lot, which I haven't done a lot since I moved to Nashville, just because when you co-write, you kind of rely on that another person to be like, yeah, that's good, you know. But when you get to write by yourself, like, knowing your intuition, knowing like, just do it. It doesn't matter if it isn't good or not. Just do it, because like, you're never going to become better if you just don't push yourself. So that was a huge wake-up call for me. Yeah.
So on to our next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Ooh. Oh man, it changes all the time. Obviously, Taylor Swift is my top. Obviously, I Obviously, apparently, is the word of this interview. I'm sorry, I keep saying obviously, but
You're fine.
So yeah, so Taylor Swift is definitely number one for me. Oh, it changes all the time. Like I feel like if I were to do a duet with somebody realistically in the music industry, I would love to sing with Dan and Shay. I think that our voices would blend really well. So they're definitely a top. Who do I? Oh my God, there's way too many artists that I want to collab with. It's too crazy. I feel like I really want to collab with like a pop punk person. Like Youngblood would be really cool. Like that cover that he did with Avril Lavigne. Like I would die if I were to be able to do a cover like that with him. That would be amazing.
Yes. Awesome. Good choices.
Yes.
So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you as a person?
This is where I struggled. Okay, so growing up, I love performing. I love being in front of people. I love connecting with people. It's one thing writing the music and putting it out, but being able to perform it in front of somebody and actually see their face when you sing it, and especially if you can really see that they're really listening and they're really, like, if I could just catch one person's attention, I knew that was the reason why I'm there. You know what I mean? So, but when I wanted to just be a writer, I kind of stopped playing for a while. And then when I got such a mess and I started playing like CMA Fest and stuff, people are like, Lizzie, you're really an artist. You need to get out there. So performing, that's why I've like realized, oh my God, I need to be an artist because I need that performing aspect. Love it. Like I want to be like an arena or a stadium with like costumes and all that. So.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what are like the positives and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
I definitely had a huge wake-up call when I moved to Nashville. There's a lot of things you don't realize about the music industry until you're in it. I don't really want to go hating on a bunch about the music industry because I don't encourage people, but I think the positive thing obviously is to is to that you get to do music and you get to reach people and meet people and feel less alone. And there are a lot of opportunities in Nashville in particular, and probably LA. The same is that, you know, people can give you that opportunity. But I think the dark side of the music industry is that because there are so many opportunities, people like to take advantage of you, and they like to blackmail you and like all this stuff, and like they kind of like pull the cart, you know. To them it's a business. They don't really care about you as a person, because at the end of the day they have to think about it in that way. Like, yeah, you might have like a connection. I mean, the most important thing about in Nashville is to have a connection with somebody, because you don't get to just make it like how it used to be. It's not like you can walk into a record label and be like, I want a record deal. You have to know somebody. You have to know them for quite a long time before they even think about having, you know, wanting to work with you. So a connection is great, but at the same time, because you have that connection, a lot of things get like, you take things so personally. You have to remember at the end of the day, it's business, and they just want to know the next big thing that they can make money off of.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
I have a last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, for the rest of 2021 that you would like to like announce on the show?
I have a brand new single coming out on April 16th. It's available for pre-order. Save my bio. I'm so excited about this one. It's so fun. It's like you just want to like roll down your window, yell it out of the window, and like drive past your ex's house and be like, we can't be friends. Great.
Yes. Love it. Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much for joining my show. Would you like to perform one of your songs, by the way?
I would love to. Thank you for having me. And I'm so sorry. I wrote down the wrong day.
You're fine. It's all good. It's Easter coming up too, so we're all gonna like forget something.
Yeah. I'm gonna play We Can't Be Friends because, you know, it's coming out on April 16th, 2020. called We Can't Be Friends. You showed up off, 'cause you knew I was gonna be there. I just so what? Told me that I don't care. Your girlfriend is because his best friend. Best don't know you yet. So you showed off. She was right there. Hey, that's why we can't be friends. Hey, this is where it ends. It's the gap, never tried. Every time, cross that line. That's why we can't be friends. Hey, why can't you be cool? Now ruin every party. Act a fool. Yeah, you tell me that's so sorry. Stop calling at my phone when you're home alone. Tell me just to give up. I'm so over you. Sounds like everybody else is too. Hey, that's why we can't be friends. Hey, this is where it ends. Can't say I've never tried. Every time, cross that line. That's why we can't be friends. Hey, now, ladies, stay with me. Don't text your ex. Now, fellas, let me hear ya. Don't text your ex. Hey, that's why we can't be friends. Hey, never, ever again. Hey, that's why we can't be friends. Hey, this is where it ends. Can't say I never tried. Every time, cross the lines. That's why we can't be friends. Hey, that's why we can't be friends. Oh. This is where it ends. Can't say I never tried. Every time, cross the line. That's why we can't be friends.
Yes. Yes. Killer song. Love it. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Lizzie, for taking the time to come onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us. And, you know, don't forget to pre-order and pre-save We Can't Be Friends. Link in bio.
Awesome. Hello one and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Lucy Shaw. So I'm about to add Lucy into the live now to have a chat with Lucy about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Lucy in, and here we go.
Hello.
Hi Lucy, how's it going?
Yeah, great, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, Lucy, if you can give it like a little bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Well, firstly, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be on. So I'm Lucy, to anyone watching who doesn't know. I'm from the UK, just outside Birmingham, so pretty central. And I've been playing the guitar and gigging. Well, I've been playing the guitar since I was 7, and I've been gigging since I was about 10-ish, for quite a while. I'm 23 now. So yeah, quite a while.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, so you have actually created this incredible song back in a couple of years back called Darling Grace. I've actually had to listen to it this week, and I have to say your music vocals are so like really inspirational with like the vocal range that you do. What was it like creating Darling Grace, and what's the whole meaning behind Darling Grace?
So, Darling Grace is actually one of the first songs that I wrote, started performing back in the day. I wrote this one about Alzheimer's, so it's a story about a married couple, and the lady has Alzheimer's, because I know a lot of people, friends who have got grandparents and things with Alzheimer's, so I thought I need to write a song which kind of draws attention to the issue, well, not the issue, the illness, and is also for a lot of people, because that's important to me that people can relate to my music.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other song called Daddy's Girl. What was like the whole experience like creating Daddy's Girl, and like what's the whole meaning behind that?
So my Daddy's Girl was again quite an early one that I wrote when I first started writing. So I started writing my own music when I was about 15-ish, give or take, for GCSE music, and it kind of just went on from there. But Daddy's Girl is one, just clues in the title. I'm a bit of a daddy's girl. My dad's just the best person in the world. So I wrote that song about it, but I also again wanted to make it relatable for a lot of listeners who also think that their dad is the best person ever, like me.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other song called Scared to Forget. Like, what was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and what's like the whole meaning behind this song?
So Scared to Forget was actually one of my first singles that I put out on Spotify. That's quite an emotional one, and one that means a lot to me. I wrote that about my grandma after she passed away. So I wrote that one. It was my first like major loss. I was about, how old was I? About 17, 18, and my grandma was just the light of my life. So it hit me pretty hard. And I wrote that about being scared to forget her as a person, like just the little things, like her little mannerisms, the way that she danced around the kitchen on her tiptoes, like all the little things that mean so much to me. I wrote that song because I was just scared that I'd forget those kind of things, and I think a lot of people hopefully can kind of relate to that. Like it's a big, obviously losing someone's hard, but losing your favourite bits about them, the bits that really make you smile, it's difficult. So I wrote a song about that.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, it was such a truly incredible song, by the way, and like as I mentioned before, your vocals and everything with your songs that you've created are truly inspirational, and I just want to say, keep doing you. Like you're doing such an incredible job, and it's just truly sensational. Like you really are, like you have such a positive vibe about yourself, and I just love your music. So I just want to say that first up.
Thanks so much.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created a song called Falling in Love with the World. Like what was like the whole experience like creating this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind this?
So Fall in Love with the World, that one seems to go down pretty well at gigs. I literally wrote that one, again, the clues in the title. I'm not very clever with my titles. But that one was just literally about when I finished school, I wrote that one. So it was about finishing school, going to uni, just exploring the world, being a bit more independent, just falling in love with the little things. I've been really lucky to be able to travel a lot in my life, and I've been able to experience a lot of different cultures and cities and countries, and I kind of just bundled all that into one, and it's just to encourage people to just go and travel and see the world and do what you love, because that's important.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created this incredible song called Dear Teenage Girls. That was such an incredible song, by the way, too. I really enjoyed that song. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and like what's like the whole meaning behind Dear Teenage Girls?
So Dear Teenage Girls, I wrote that one when I was about 19, and I think a lot of teenage girls go through a phase where they just think, they look in the mirror and they think, like, well, I kind of look like this, and you go through obviously boys, and just sometimes being a teenage girl is hard, as well as being a teenage boy, don't get me wrong, but obviously I can't relate to that one. So wrote this one just to encourage girls who were kind of maybe feeling how I was feeling at the time when I wrote that song, that just be yourself, you're beautiful as you are. I just wanted to write a song that encouraged young girls to be confident in their skin. So that was what that song's about, and that was also released on Spotify a couple of years ago now.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've also created a single called Gwendolyn from A&E. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this single, and like why did you want to create the single in the first place?
So this is actually my latest song that I released on the 30th of April. So to anyone watching, if you want to go and listen, just type that to Spotify. So Gwendolyn from A&E has got a bit of a backstory, like all my songs do. I was in A&E with my dad a couple of years ago, in January, and we were sat next to a lady called Gwendolyn, who was 96 years old, and she told us the story of her life. Like, we were obviously in there for, it's a bit frightening, but she was in there for her own reasons, and despite how frightening the evening was, she sat with us through the night, just told me her life story, told me her views on life. And she was just one of the most incredible people that I've ever met. And I thought people need to be a bit more Gwendolyn, and people need to hear her story. So I literally just took that evening and her stories and put it into the song. And I tried to track her down. ITV tried to help me find her. And it kind of, the video went a bit like viral. It had like 30,000 views, and it went a bit mad. People were trying to track Gwendolyn down for me. We didn't manage to find her, which is sad, but I'm hoping one day her or her family will realise that's who I'm talking about. But she was incredible, so I wrote a song about Gwendolyn. I'm going to play it for you in a bit as well.
Yay. So I'll say the very next question. So who inspired you as a person like to get into singing in the first place?
There's quite a few influences. I'm from like a really musical family, so my mum and dad have always been obviously just incredibly supportive. They bought me my first guitar and things because I was actually at a gig when I was at my great uncle. He played in a band, so we went to watch this band when I was must have been about 5, only little. Haven't grown much since then. But so I went to watch him in a band, and he played this massive red guitar, and I just remember being like mesmerised by his guitar, and I was just thinking, oh, I want one of them. So I literally went up to mum and dad, and I was like, oh, can I have one of them? Like, you know, I want and at the time I was playing piano, and I wasn't really me, wasn't my instrument. So they popped down to Argos and got me a little acoustic guitar, thinking it would be a 2-minute wonder sort of thing. And I don't think I've put it down since, to be honest. So eventually, you know, I got my own very big red guitar, which was just the best day ever. And then since then, I've got a little bit of an addiction to collecting guitars, which my mum's not too happy about. The loft is just full of guitars. Yeah,
Awesome.
that's how I got into guitar and things like that. So
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music like mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Playing music is my happy place, to be honest. Like, being on stage is the place where I feel happiest. I think everyone's, whether they found it or not, has got that one thing that just makes them really, really happy. And me being on stage, I can't even describe it. I've really missed it during lockdown, but it's just a place that I feel safe and I feel happy, and I feel like maybe someone say I'm good at it, like I found something I'm good at, you know what I mean? And I just love performing to people, and I love it when people come to me at the end of a gig and they're like, like, thank you so much for writing that. Like, I could relate to that so clearly. That means a lot to me, because I think the way I got into music was I also heard, do you know Lucy Spraggan?
Yes.
So I heard her on X Factor. She played a song called Tea and Toast, and I remember the way that song made me feel when I heard it, and I wanted to write songs that made other people feel the way that I felt that day. So that's kind of, I guess this ties into another one of your questions about who I'm inspired by. But yeah, so that's the answer to that question.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could like work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
That's the question. I think I've got to say Lucy Spraggan based on what I've just said, because she's a big inspiration, massive influence. I think we write in quite similar ways, both kind of tell a story through our songs. So I'd say Lucy Spraggan. I really got into Passenger during lockdown. Again, I think I love the storytelling element of his music. So that would be, I wouldn't say no to collabing with Passenger. And another one. This is a bit rogue, but on the way home from work earlier, I listened to Brandy Carlisle.
Yes.
And he's so clever. She's a lyrical genius. So I think if I've got to choose a third, I'd go with Brandy Carlisle. But if Ed Sheeran wants to collab, no problem.
Yes.
Fine.
Awesome. So on to our next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
During COVID. My dad, who's watching, will probably say I can talk a lot. He lived with me the first lockdown. What I've learned about myself, probably, I'd say I've had to learn to be patient, because I had a lot of pretty cool gigs booked in for, last summer during like the first lockdown, and it was just hell not being able to go on stage. Like, it was just awful. So I think I've learned to actually be patient. I think I've learned to what would I say I've learned? This is a tough question. I say I've learned to appreciate music. I think maybe I took it for granted at times, just being able to just go out and gig for an hour, or go out and busk on a Saturday morning, and I couldn't go and do that. So I think I'd say, yeah, that it's been tough. It's been a tough year, as for everyone. So I think I've learned to appreciate every single time I get to pick up my guitar in public, because, like I say, it's the thing that I love doing the most.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into the whole music wise to things, and then how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Like performing, or?
Yes.
Well, I think an easy answer would be stage fright, but I'm a bit of a weirdo. I don't get nervous. Like, I don't feel nervous for a gig. Like, my sister always says to me, you're not nervous. See, I could never do that. I'm like, no, like, I must be sat having a drink with her before the show, and she'd be like, I'm worried. No, like, I don't know, maybe it's to do with experience or what, but I think it's because I'm quite confident in what I do. Maybe that's linked, I don't know, but I would say, yeah, an easy answer is battling nerves, but luckily it's not really something I've ever had to worry about. But saying that, on Sunday I had my first gig since October, and I did feel nerves. It was a bit like, I say nervous excitement maybe. I was a bit like, oh, am I going to be able to do it? Like, 7 months out is a long time after you do like 3 or 4 gigs a week. For not doing anything for 7 months, I was a bit like, okay. And my dad wasn't there either. My dad's, I feel a lot better when my dad's in the crowd. So yeah, I was a bit like, this is a weird feeling, but I was fine. It went well.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, for my very last question, so you have 2 new releases coming very soon. What can you tell people about your 2 new releases that are coming very soon?
So I've got 2 new songs coming out on Spotify. I managed to get in the studio before lockdown last March and record them. So the first one, I'm not sure which order I'm going to release them in yet, but one of them's called Montenegro, and I wrote that about kind of similar vibe to Fall in Love with the World. I wrote that about just going travelling, just doing all the things you want to do, like including the title Montenegro, just go just the places you've always dreamed to go, and about doing it with that person that's really special to you as well, because I think having a travel buddy just makes things better, doesn't it? So I wrote that in, when was that? Quite a newish one, say about just over a year ago, but it seemed to go quite well at gigs, so I thought, yeah, I should probably get in the studio with this one. So that was that. And then my other one is quite, this is quite a deep one, maybe we could say. It's called Platform 4C, and I wrote this one. Basically, I went to the University of Liverpool, so I was there. I used to get the train from Birmingham to Liverpool from Platform 4C. So that's where the title comes from. And basically, I wrote that one because when I was travelling to and from uni, obviously I spent a lot of time at train stations, and it made me realise train stations are weird places. Like, some people are having the best day of their life today, like being reunited with loved ones at the other end of like the station. Some people are having the worst day of their life, and you could be literally stood right next to them. So I wrote that one to encourage people to talk on train platforms, you know, talk about the way you're feeling, and maybe put your phone down and just have a little chat to the person next to you, because before you know, like, you could be the first person spoken to all day, or, you know, I just think train stations are very strange places. And when I'd be walking through and I'd see like someone crying because, I don't know, they're leaving their boyfriend for 3 months, and then someone else crying and just being reunited with the granddad. Yeah, do you know what I mean? I just thought there's a whole lot of emotion here. But yeah, train stations are strange places. I think you should have a look around when you next that one. So that's for the release.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much. Would you like to perform your incredible song now?
I'd love to.
Awesome.
Thanks as well.
You're very welcome.
So this one's called Gwendolyn from A&E. And as I mentioned earlier, for anyone who's just joined, this is one that I wrote. I was at A&E with my dad a couple of years ago. We were next to a lady called Gwendolyn, who was 96, and she told me the story of her life. It was incredible. So this is her story, and I hope you like it. Does it sound alright?
It does, yeah.
I was born in 1922. Me, my brother, and my sister too. Little house in the country. Went to church on Sunday. Let me tell you what I've been through. I was 16 when bombs began to fall. Told my friend that we'd get through it all. Became a nurse in the summertime. Met my love, knew that he'd be mine. And I told him I love you. I've got a secret to life. I found the key. Smile more, worry less, and be happy. 'Cause I've seen some things. I've learned much more. And I'll still be dancing when I'm 104. Just you wait and see. I'm Gwendolyn from A&E. I've been through hard times, I've been through good. I've got 3 children through their childhood. I knew life before technology. I've seen telegrams and now it's 4G. Can you see what I've been through? I've got a secret to life. I found the key. Smile more, worry less, and be happy. 'Cause I've seen some things. I've learned much more. And I'll still be dancing when I'm 104. Just you wait and see. I'm Gwendolyn from A&E. spent 96 years on this earth. Seen so many changes since my birth. Ration food and I ate it all. I saw the fall of the Berlin Wall. Can you see what I've been through? I've got secrets to lie. I found the key. Smile, worry, let's dance. Be happy, 'cause I've seen some things. I've learned much more. And I'll still be dancing when I'm 104. Just you wait and see. I'm Gwendolyn from A&E.
Yes, yes, Lucy. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Lucy. It's been such an incredible pleasure having you on the show today. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, first, thank you so much for having me. I've had a lot of fun and it's been a pleasure. So thank you. Apart from that, if anyone listening, if you like my music, drop me a little hello and give me a follow. And make sure you check out my music if you liked it. And I hope that you did. Fingers crossed.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Ali Leroux. So I'm about to add Ali into the live now to have a chat with Ali about her incredible music that she's done. So yeah, let's add Ali in and have a chat with Ali.
Hello.
Hi, Ali. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you for making the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on today. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Cool. Yeah. So I am a Seattle-based artist. I have a band, or musician, I should say. I have a band named The Feral Folk, which is the primary way that I release my music now. But I used to also go under the stage name Abby Grace. So there's a whole bunch of solo music under that as well. And I've been writing songs most of my life and have been pretty serious about making that my career for the last 13 or 14 years or so.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, so you have created this incredible EP song called Sharp Teeth. What was that whole experience like getting to create Sharp Teeth?
Well, initially I really just wanted to kind of make a sort of sexy rock song. But nothing I do, I never seem to be satisfied with just like the surface level. And so it really turned into a song about like embracing the challenges and embracing the more painful parts of life and kind of integrating those into just being more of myself. So the initial idea was, oh, this will just be kind of like a spicy rock song about like questionable love, and then it totally turned into something completely different. Which, yeah.
Awesome. Well, can I just say, I actually loved hearing Sharp Teeth. I actually listened to it this week before doing an interview with you, and I was like, wow, this song actually blew my mind, and I actually really enjoyed it. So you did a really incredible job with doing Sharp Teeth.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have actually created this other incredible song called Loft in Seattle. What was that whole experience like creating this song, and what's the meaning behind this song?
I wrote Loft in Seattle when I was really young, before I moved to Seattle. And I kind of had this ideal future, and I think it's important to kind of clarify that I've always been really independent, really artistic, and there weren't a lot of women around me in my community that I saw being that. And so I kind of had to create the fantasy for myself of what I wanted, and that's part of what that song was about, was imagining a future in which I could be myself and be creative and be happy. And it's interesting because that vision for me has changed, as it does for all of us as we grow up, right? We don't want the same things for ourselves as we want when we're 17. But I still perform it. I connect to it because I still feel like it's so important to have a vision of where you want to kind of move yourself, right? It's so important to have a vision of what happiness means to you, even though the specifics of that may change over time.
So on to our very next question. So you've actually created another incredible song called Diamonds. What was that whole experience like, getting to create the song Diamonds?
So I created a challenge for myself a few years ago where I wanted to write like 5 songs before Valentine's Day. And part of it is because of just being really dissatisfied with, I guess, the popular kind of love songs. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's just like popular music because it's meant to appeal to as many people as possible, right? It's kind of limited in how deep it's willing to go or what it's willing to explore. And it's so much easier when you're an independent artist and you're just really creating for your audience to be able to ask different questions and create different songs. So Diamonds was really about the industry of romance, specifically around Valentine's Day, and how so much of that, again, specifically for, you know, independent, creative, feminine people, it's about saying, well, you're not good enough and you have to learn how to like appease this person. It's your job to keep them, and it's your job to have this status of being coupled, you know. And so that's really where Diamonds came from, is wanting to say, like, I don't need that. I don't need to play by your rules. I don't need to be the type of person that you see as correctly feminine, you know. I get to just define again what that happiness is for myself.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into like singing in the first place?
I grew up singing. My parents were both ministers for my youth, for the youthful part of my life. And so my dad was playing guitar, and I learned how to sing in the choir. And so there wasn't like a pivotal point. But as far as pop music goes, that was definitely Stevie Nicks. It was when, I remember it distinctly, you know, it was when Fleetwood Mac had that special, I think, The Dance. And so my like, oh, come, you need to watch this. And I have a lower voice for a woman. And so, and I was kind of discouraged because, again, most of the singing that I was doing was in choirs, which meant that I was always doing harmony parts. I wasn't really ever getting to do the melody. And so my mom kind of like brought me down to watch TV and the aesthetics, and her voice was low, like even lower than mine is. And it just like really, really made me be like, oh, I want to do that, you know, like me and probably hundreds of thousands of other women, but still.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
I guess there's a couple of things that I really think about. And the first is I really like making music that gives people space to be kind of messy. I'm really inspired by the blues. The blues were really influential on my music career, not because of and not like more contemporary blues, but like classic blues, like the original blues, and especially blues women singers, because there was this ability to name what was messed up about life, what was messed up about their experience, especially because when you're thinking about the original blues, it's like 1930s and it's Black women, you know, not having the best time here in America. But being able to like name that and also still take pleasure in life. And I think that's so powerful. And so even though I'm in a different genre, I still try to bring that energy into music that I create, to be able to be present with how imperfect and messed up things are, and also be hopeful and have a vision, and to also be able to just like enjoy the present, because it's all we have. And as long as you're alive, you might as well enjoy the experience as much as you can. The other part of it is I think that it's scarier for people than I think we often recognize, to choose the insecurity of the future as opposed to holding on to what we know, even though what we know can be soul crushing. And so I like to use my music as best as I can to help people kind of navigate that fear of the unknown, because it's important to be able to kind of point ourselves away from what we do know, because again, what we do know isn't working, so that we can take the leap both in our personal lives, but also societally towards something that's going to serve us a lot better.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
I feel like at this point, I don't even follow like the industry, you know? So, and I'd really want to be like, if I could just be thrown into a room with like all of the top creators and then just like figure out who I would jive with, that would be my preferred way to do it. Because you just never know who that might be. And it could be somebody who's not in my genre. It could be somebody who I would never imagine would even want to work with me, you know? But like 3 artists that are, I think, all independent, but that I'm super, super into right now are Arlo Parks. I think their music's genius. Lady Moon and the Eclipse has this really fun, like, personal development theme for, I think, their most recent album. And then Lowen, Lowen, really love the passion of their sound. So
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, especially during COVID? Because it's like been such a hard time for artists, like especially during COVID.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I feel like I learned that I'm the type of person that steps up to a challenge, which I already kind of knew, but it's nice to have it confirmed, especially in these circumstances. At first, it was just so hard it felt personal, even though I knew it wasn't, because I had just been up to like this place of a new level of career success. And so to have everything shut down, to not be able to perform, to not be able to reach that success, even though it was an international crisis, just felt like the universe in particular was like, nope, not you. You don't get it. And so I guess I'm really proud of myself for being able to get out of that headspace and to be like, well, I'm just going to learn how to do live streams as best as I can and put on the highest quality live stream that I can and connect with my fans more and learn how to do marketing and promotion a little bit better and to just try to make the most of it. And I mean, I guess the hardest thing is it's really forced me to put out things before I'm ready. Not so much music, but like vlogs. We do a lot of vlogs. Or not a lot of vlogs, but we've done some vlogs. And I don't know anything about video editing. I don't know anything about storytelling. And I'm trying to learn as I go and put it out. And so it's really stressful. And it's kind of forced me to be even more vulnerable than I really am comfortable with my fans. But people have been really nice so far. So that's awesome.
So on to the very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Well, the positives is when you develop a platform, you really do have to change people's lives. And it can be a really like powerful form of feeling because you're not telling people what to do. You're giving them kind of a tool to feel differently and to hopefully from that place of feeling differently to kind of experience it, you know? So that's really cool. That's really what I love about it. The downsides of it is there's a lot of gatekeepers. It can be incredibly cliquish. It can be, you have to deal with a lot of rejection. And if you don't have a strong personality or a really strong sense of like worthiness, it can be really, really hard to just deal with people who say no to you all the time. And I mean, there's like a toxic competitiveness that kind of comes with that sometimes too, where it's like somebody says no to you and then you hear the person they say yes to and you're like, why? You know, you start comparing in this really negative way. So even that is in a lot of ways kind of a gift though, because it really forces you to like, you become really conscious of your insecurity. And you kind of have this choice of like, am I going to stay insecure or am I going to use this awareness of my insecurities to try and heal that, you know?
Awesome. So on to my very last question. So what's like next for you for the rest of 2021 for like music wise?
Well, we're working on recording new songs and re-recording our first album. So our first album is great. It's just that we've evolved so much as a band that we were like, well, we really want to capture how these songs have evolved since this first thing that we put out, you know? And then we're also recording this album, which I've entitled Holy Howl, which is much more like just about processing all of the feelings that keep coming up in a lot of different ways, whether that's through political disillusionment or feeling called to a different way of experiencing reality, and just also the basics. I love a good love song, and there's always love songs on our album, you know?
Yes.
But also, I've been doing these like mostly weekly live streams on my Facebook page and YouTube and on Twitch that I'm hoping to expand even more, because it's so much fun to have people to talk to and to be able to share music as it's like being written in my notebook. So many songs I've shared before they're even finished. Like here's where we're at now on those. So definitely focusing on those, and also just like trying to get my music into as many ears as I can, as always.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much. Would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yeah, let me try to set you on something here so you can see me well perform. Because this is the lives are a little harder because the screen.
Yes.
So there we go. Do a quick tune. Too bad that money couldn't buy you talent. Spend it like rich water, but all you own is equipment. Run, run, run from your fear of inadequacy. Run, 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 but you can't escape me. My tongue is a sigh, and I come for your pride. Your ego is mine. Like your girls are, they'll put up with your bullshit. Oh, well, wrong, but now we're wising up to it. Run, 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 cause the witch is after you. Run, 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 the allegations are true. And my tongue is a sigh, and I come to your pride. Your ego, mine, crush us, burn us, beat us, we always back in the end. You can't keep us quiet and lose us, be cruel to break down our confidence, but it never sticks, does it? All of the sincerity must be making you nervous, but the 90s ended all that girl music. Run, 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 let your irony won't save you, boy. Run, run, run from the sound of my voice. My tongue is a side, and I come for your pride. Your ego is mine, my tongue is a side, and I come for your pride. Your ego is mine.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Loved it. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Ali, for taking the time to come onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
A lot of the songs that we talked about today, you can actually get a free download of. If you go to my profile, there's a link in the profile. You can join the Feral Fam, and that will give you like a free EP of all of my favorite songs that we've released so far. And a little bit more information about the band. Like there's a story with each song, and you get to be kind of introduced to our background a little bit more. So
Awesome.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of today, of this week, is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Anne B. So I'm about to add Anne into the live now to have a chat with Anne about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Anne in and have a chat with Anne.
Hi, Anne.
Hey,
How's it
how are
going?
you?
Yeah, really good, thanks.
Good,
I
good.
just want-
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to do this.
You're very welcome. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's actually such a pleasure having you on, by the way, Anne. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, for sure. So I am a singer-songwriter from originally from London, but I'm currently in my final year studying at university at the moment. And I started releasing music a year ago during the first lockdown. And so I put out an EP over summer, and I've just released a new single a few weeks ago, which is really exciting. And yeah, I'm excited for what's to come, and I'm excited for more sort of live stuff to open up in the UK to be able to gig more, because I guess I really missed that.
Awesome. So I'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, so you have actually created this incredible EP song called Bleeding Heart. Like, what was like the whole experience like getting to create Bleeding Heart, and how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create Bleeding Heart in like the first place?
So that was actually the first song that I ever wrote and the first song that I released. And so that one came out in June in 2020. And it's kind of a story about a girl who's in a toxic relationship and doesn't feel like she's strong enough to break out of it. And so that was kind of the inspiration behind the song. And when it came out, it was at the point in the UK when domestic abuse cases are really high because of COVID. And so a portion of the proceeds for that song went to Women's Aid charity, which helped women and children experiencing domestic abuse. So that is kind of the backstory behind Bleeding Heart.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other incredible EP song called People Keep Telling Me. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind this song? Because it's such a fantastic song, by the way.
Oh, thank you so much. So this is kind of, so the reason why I wrote the song is I was so fed up of going to like parties and having the first thing that people would always ask me was, oh, do you have a boyfriend? Oh, where's your boyfriend? And I found it so annoying that that was like the first thing people would say before saying like, how's music going or anything else. And so I kind of wanted to write a song about being confidently single and feeling comfortable in your own skin and not like you need someone else to kind of define you. So that is what that song's about. But I feel like that song could kind of be about anything, you know, what people keep telling you, what society's telling you, and just kind of about doing your own thing. And I had such amazing messages from that song of people being like, this song makes me feel like a better person and really empowers me. And that's so amazing hearing that, because that's like the whole purpose of why I wanted to write the song.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Cold. So what was like the whole experience like getting to create this song? Like, what's the whole meaning behind Cold?
So this is such a weird story, but I was living last year in a student house in university with 7 people, and there were all these arguments, you know, going around like about the heating. So half of the house didn't want to ever turn the heating on because they wanted to, I don't know, they didn't want to turn the heating on, and half the house did want to turn the heating on. And it was so cold. So I wrote this song. This was February last year, so it was like -5 degrees in the UK, and there were just all these arguments, and it was such a nightmare. And I remember one evening just being so fed up that it was so cold in the house. I actually remember waking up in the morning and breathing, and I could see the air in front of me because that's how cold it was. And I was so cross that my housemates didn't want the heating on, so I wrote a song called Cold. But I hope that from listening to the song you wouldn't know it's about that, but that's the inspiration behind that song.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created this incredible EP called Wheel of Change. Like, what was like the whole experience like coming up with the idea of Wheel of Change, and like what's the whole meaning behind Wheel of Change?
So that was the EP that I put out over kind of summer, and it's got Bleeding Heart, People Keep Telling Me, Cold, and Roll the Dice. So it's got all those 4 songs, and it's kind of called Wheel of Change because each song represents like a different stage in a relationship and kind of demonstrates that nothing ever really stays the same. And so that's the inspiration behind Wheel of Change. So it was kind of my first time releasing music. And yeah, that's Wheel of Change.
So on the very next question, so you have also created this other incredible EP song called Art of Not Falling Apart. So what was like the whole experience like getting to come up with the idea of creating this incredible song?
So this one is the most recent song that I released. So it came out like a few weeks ago, so it's really new. And this one, I had written the verses to this song about a year ago, and I couldn't finish it. And every time I kind of tried to finish it, I don't know why, but I just couldn't. And then I was in a writing session in London, and I just pulled it up on my computer, and I was co-writing with this really great artist and songwriter called Steve Overland. And we just kind of wrote it together. We finished it together, which is so funny because I literally tried to finish that song so many times, and I think once you have it in your mind that you can't finish it, then it's like a block. So that was how the song was finished, and it's almost like a fairy tale, a distorted fairy tale, and quite an ethereal song. And I wanted to write a song that wasn't about love, because I feel like so many songs are all about love. Most of the songs that that I write are, and most of the songs that I listen to are. So that was kind of the inspiration behind that one. But I almost feel like I want people to listen to that song and think what they think it means to them and how they can relate to it, as opposed to me kind of saying what it's about. But yeah, that's the Art of Not Falling Apart.
Awesome. Well, I kind of say that I've actually had to listen to it this week, and I was like blown away of how incredible that song was. To people that haven't heard The Art of Not Falling Apart, definitely go check it out, hear it right now, because it's incredible. So yeah, you've done such an incredible job at making this new song. So I just want to applaud you on your job.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you liked it.
You're very welcome. So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get like into singing in the first place?
So I come from quite a musical family. My mum is a backing singer in a band here in the UK called Stax. And so I've grown up watching her perform at gigs and festivals, which has been really amazing and like a big inspiration. And my sister is also a singer-songwriter. And so that's really encouraged me to write music and to perform. And so those are kind of the two main influences and how I started. And then I sort of started writing music. I've been playing the guitar since I was like 11, but I started writing music when I was about 14, and then started writing my own songs and performing. So that's kind of how it all began.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what does performing music mean to you as like an artist?
I think performing music is kind of about having a connection with your audience and people who are listening to you. And I feel like there's something very special about live performances that you don't get from streaming or from listening to a song. And it kind of brings something more personal. It's about sort of connecting and engaging with people, I think.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Oh my God. Okay. So I think that they would be probably Jennifer Lopez, number 1. I'm such a fan of her. I love her music. I find her so inspiring. I love what she stands for. So that would be one of them. Probably Dua Lipa. I love her Future Nostalgia album. And I think she's a great performer and I love her brand. And the third one would probably have to be Billy Joel. I'm such a fan of like older music and I love everything that he's, ever created and released. So that would be, if that were possible, that would be like the dream of my life. That would be so cool.
Yes. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
What have I learned about myself? Well, I mean, that was when we went into lockdown. That was when I started releasing music and planning a proper campaign because I had all this time. So I guess I learned so much about distribution and promoting music and all the stuff that goes with it, like contacting radio, press, playlisters, creating a website, that kind of stuff. So that taught me a lot because I had lots of time. But I think it also probably taught me how I like to be busy and to do things. I hate having nothing to do. And so, I learned, I kind of felt like I had all that time on my hands and I really wanted to make something out of it.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the challenges into the whole music industry and how do you get through those challenges as an artist?
So you say positives and negatives or just negatives?
Yeah.
So positives are probably, I mean, I've only really been in it for a year, so I don't know how much I know, but positives are that, you're around lots of creative and talented people. And I mean, just from doing lots of gigs and open mics, I've met so many amazing musicians, which has been incredible. I think it's a really exciting industry. Things happen quickly and it's just very fast. Some of the negatives, I think in my experience being an independent artist, is that there's a lot of barriers, not having a manager or not having a label. And so that's tough. And so what I did last year is I felt that people weren't taking me very seriously because I didn't have those things. And so I created my own record label called Amara Records that I could release music under, just to kind of hope that would help a bit. And I think, some other things that there's lots of competition. It's very tough. You're going to get rejected a lot. I mean, I've been rejected like 10 times even today, and it's just kind of part of it and you have to roll with it. But yeah, I definitely think the positives outweigh the negatives.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
So I have a new song that's coming out that I'm being featured on May 14th called This Time with this amazing artist called Steve Marinangeli. So that's so exciting. I can't wait for that. And I was asked to do the vocals for that track. And then we went into lockdown, so I just couldn't do it. So I was actually recorded in a friend's bedroom who has a studio, and literally by his bed. And so that was recorded in like 4 days. So that's exciting. That's coming on May 14th. And then I'm hoping to play at some festivals this summer, which would be really cool. And just keep performing, releasing music. And my next kind of step is I really want to find a manager because I think that'll be really helpful.
Yes. So for my very last opinion and thoughts. So with the whole music side to things, like you have such incredible like vocals and like incredible songs that you've done. Like if you could perform any other songs or covers, what covers would you want to perform and why?
So some of my favorite covers to perform are Jolene. I'm a huge Dolly Parton fan. I love singing Riptide by Vance Joy. Oh my God, so many covers that I love to sing. Crazy, Dancing in the Moonlight. I'm into country music, so I sometimes sing country songs at gigs, bit of Taylor Swift, lots of different things.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely perform. I can do the one, my most recent one, The Art of Not Falling Apart.
Awesome.
Okay. Got my guitar here. So for anyone that's just joined, this is The Art of Not Falling Apart, the acoustic version. She stumbled into the woods one day and she couldn't get herself out. The trees grew taller, the branches longer, and all she could do was shout. She screamed and screamed till her voice turned black, but no one could hear her cries. Truth is, nobody listened because all she ever told were lies. But the forest, it had a magic plant she used to drink her tears away. She drank it dry till the forest died and she washed up on a bay. The sand was soft and the sun was warm and she thought she could find a way home. The more she tried, the more she cried and realized she was all alone. And there's no way out and you're too far in. Do you want it to end or begin again? Then you think it's gonna stop, you go right back to the start. You don't know where you've been or where you are. It's the art of not falling apart. She craved and craved that forest plant, but it didn't grow on the sand. She grew weaker and started to crumble until she could hardly stand. Take me back to the motherland, she said as she fell to her knees. Looked up to the heavens and prayed to God, oh please. When there's no way out and you're too far in, do you want it to end or begin again? Then you think it's gonna stop, you go right back to the start. You don't know where you've been or where you are. It's the art of not falling. There's a place that she goes that nobody knows, where no one gets to see inside her mind. This place that she goes with all its highs and lows, we'll be sure to find her there another time. When there's no way out and you're too far in, do you want it to end or begin again? When you think it's gonna stop, you go right back to the start. You don't know where you've been or where you are. When there's no way out and you're too far in, do you want it to end or begin again? When you think it's gonna stop, you go right back to the start. You don't know where you've been or where you are. It's the art of not falling, the art of not falling apart.
Yes, awesome. So can I just say, Anne, thank you so much again for making the time to come onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, thank you so much for having me. I've loved it. It's been so much fun. Final thoughts are, thank you for watching. Do pursue your passion and yeah, go and listen to my music.
Hello, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Bailey Cusa. So I'm about to add Bailey into the live now to have a chat with Bailey about her incredible music that she's made. So yeah, let's add Bailey in for the first guest of this week. And yeah, here we go.
Hi, Bailey.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Bailey. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Well, my name is Bailey Kuzer. I go to school in Nashville, Tennessee, and I'm studying music business at Belmont. And I'm kind of just writing songs on the side and just hanging out.
So we'll dive right into the very first question, Bailey. So for my very first question, so you've created this incredible original song called Summer Fling. What was What was it like coming up with like creating this song called Summer Fling, and what got you wanting to create Summer Fling in the first place? Like, what's the whole meaning behind Summer Fling?
Well, I wrote Summer Fling last summer. I was kind of hanging out with a guy, and we just like spent a summer together, and I was like, I want to write a song about this, about how it's probably not gonna last, but what we have now is super cool. So I'm gonna write about like the nature of having something really fun in the moment, but knowing it's not gonna last, but just savoring like what you have. So yeah.
So on to the next question. So you have also created this other original song called Sometimes the Goals Get Lonely. What was that like getting to create this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Well, I woke up like Halloween morning and I was like, well, it's Halloween. I'm gonna like get in the spirit. So I just wrote a song about ghosts, and it's like an imaginary song. Like a girl walks in to like a house and there's ghosts in there, and they're like, oh, like come hang out with us. Like we're lonely. We want to like ask about your day. Like how are you? And she was like strangely comforted by these weird like ghosts, because we all think ghosts are like scary. I don't know. I just thought it was like a cool concept, so I posted it on TikTok.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other really incredible song called Bad News. What was it like creating Bad News, and what does the whole meaning behind Bad News mean for you?
So Bad News, I co-wrote with someone in a songwriting club at Belmont. His name's Gus. And we kind of were like, all right, so you're talking to someone and you know they like you, and you kind of like what. So you keep talking to them even though you're leading them on. And so the bad news is telling them like, I knew I was wrong for you from the start, which is a lyric like in the chorus, but like I just need to tell you this isn't gonna work out. It's kind of like just about telling someone that you know you're leading them on, which is kind of sad, but you don't like them like that.
Also, very next question. So you have also created this other original song called Never Easy. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Well, Never Easy. I wrote it about when people fall in love, they're like, oh, like if it's easy, it works. Like this is meant to be. Like it should be easy falling in love. But the reality of it is like it's not easy. You're supposed to put in work. You're supposed to actually want it enough to pursue it. And so Never Easy is about like it takes love, but it takes one to give it up. Like those are like the lyrics in the chorus, and it's like if you don't want this, then why am I gonna put all my energy into it? So kind of about like a one-sided relationship in a way. Yeah.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other original song called Used to Do. What was it? So yeah, Used to Do. What was it like creating Used to Do, and yeah, what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Well, Used to Do, I co-wrote that with my two friends, Scott Burrell and Amy Holcraft at Belmont. And it's about like missing a past relationship, but not necessarily for like the person. You're missing it for the things that you do together, like FaceTiming and like going to the movies together and just like having someone like to hang out with, but you don't necessarily miss the person, you just miss their company, which is kind of like, I don't know, interesting, I think, concept-wise, but we wrote it.
Well, can I just say that was such an incredible song, by the way. I actually listened to like all your songs yesterday, and I was like, wow, you like vocal wise, like you are truly talented vocal wise. And I just love the songs that you come up with, because like the songs that you come up with are truly hands down inspirational. To people that haven't heard of Bailey's songs, definitely go check out Bailey on TikTok. Check out her songs. Truly inspirational, as I said before. You've got so much talent in you, Bailey, and I love your songs, by the way. So keep up the great work with your songs. So you're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created another original song called "Never Been Mine." What was it like coming up with like the song idea for this song, and yeah, what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Never Been Mine is the whole concept of like, oh, like if I hadn't walked into this room at this time, like we wouldn't have met. Like fate, everything happens for a reason. Like that's kind of what Never Been Mine's about. It's like, it's an imaginary scenario again, but it's like if I didn't show up to the dance that one night, like I wouldn't have met you, and we would have like this wonderful thing. So it's kind of about like everything happens for a reason.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other original song called "Make Up Your Mind." What was it like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind the song?
Make Up Your Mind, I was talking to someone for 3 months, and we were doing everything that like a relationship. He was like over at my place every night, and we were just like really good friends. And I was like, all right, you don't know what you want, and it's really confusing me. Like, if you can't, like the main line in the chorus is, if you can't make up your mind, don't make me lose mine. It's kind of like about just not knowing, being confused. So that's where that came from.
So on to our very next question. So you've also created this other original song called "Memories in My Head." What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
When I wrote that song, that's also like just an imaginary story. It's about your best friend is talking about how they met a guy, and it's like they're describing like, oh, like the butterflies, like it's so new, like I just really like him. And you're kind of like, oh, I know how you feel, and I'll be there for you, but I'm kind of sorry because I just got over someone who made me feel like that. And it's like, you're kind of torn between wanting to be there for your best friend, but also being really emotional about a past fling. And it's kind of like the guilty feeling. It's like I should want to support you, but I also just don't want to talk about love right now. So, yeah.
So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person, like to get into singing in the first place?
I'm not sure exactly, but I always like wanted to sing and write songs. But when I was like younger, I remember being really inspired by Miley Cyrus. My dad would say like I would love singing The Climb in the car, and just like I would always be listening to her music. Like I feel like songwriting, like her first few albums, are what really inspired me to get into it.
So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Well, I haven't performed in over a year but last year I had recently started getting into it because I was like, I'm kind of scared of performing, to be honest with you. I really prefer to write songs, but performing is really fun because you get to like see people's reactions, because like most of the time they had never heard my songs before, so it's fun to like sing songs and be like hear people like reactions to like, ooh, like that lyric, like ooh, like this, like I don't know. So it's really cool to just connect with an audience and know that they've been through similar experiences.
So on to the very next question. So what have you learnt about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
During COVID, I feel like I've realized that I really love writing songs because during COVID, we were all bored. We all had nothing to do. We were all sitting at, like, bored out of our mind. And so I was like, all right, I'm just going to write and write and write and write and write. And that's all I wanted to do during the day. So it's like, if that's all, like, I want to do, like, that's my passion. And so the pandemic helps me realize that writing songs is, like, what I'm supposed to do.
So the very next question. So if you could like work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Phineas O'Connell. I don't know if you know who that is, but he's Billie Eilish. You know who that is? Yeah, I love him. He's such a good songwriter. Like, I'm obsessed with him. And, like, even, like, not only songs, like, the songs that he's written on are just, like, phenomenal. So, Phineas O'Connell. And then Olivia Rodrigo, she just put out her album. And I'm so obsessed with it. Like, I just love her songwriting. So, she's an awesome person to, like, work with, collab. And then obviously Taylor Swift or like Conan Gray. But I don't know.
Well, they're great choices anyway. Like Olivia, as you mentioned, Olivia Rodrigo, she's incredible in High School Musical, the series, if you haven't seen that. Such an incredible series for a High School Musical series. But yeah, so on to my very next question for you. So what like are the positives into creating music, and what are like how do you get through those negative moments like when you're like creating music at the same time?
So I mean, obviously expression is such a positive, like just having meaning to get it out, so you just write about it, and it's like once the song's written, it's kind of like off your chest. But a negative, that's also a negative because it's like you have to relive the emotion in a way. If you're like, just like, if you want to write a song about a certain situation, you have to experience the emotion again to write it. So if it's a negative emotion, it kind of is not the easiest to do. And another negative of creating music is you don't know the right way to say something. And I feel like as songwriters, like we're always trying to get it right. But the reality is, like, you're not going to get it right every time. So sometimes that's hard. Sometimes I have to go, like, to a song I've written and, like, rewrite it and, like, figure out, like, different wording. And it's just, like, frustrating. But, yeah, overall, it's great.
Well, if you can give any, like, advice to people that want to get into singing, what advice would you give and why?
Just do it, you know? If you want to sing, if you want to write songs, the only way to do it is to start and then just work on it every day, improve. And if you really love it, it shouldn't be hard because you already want to do that. So, yeah.
So on to my very last question, Bailey. So what's like next for you, like music-wise, for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce?
Well, I don't really have any like official plans, but I'm obviously writing songs every day. I'm heading back to Nashville in 2 months, so hopefully I'll get to do more co-writes. And I may be putting out a song like later this year, but no plans for that yet. So we're just going with the flow right now.
Awesome. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Bailey, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
For everyone that watched, thank you for watching. This was super fun. It was great talking to you. Great interviewer. And I'm just talking about my songs.
Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter named Chelsea Rayo. So I'm about to add Chelsea into the live now to have a chat with Chelsea about her incredible music that she's performed. So yeah, let's add Chelsea in and have a chat with Chelsea.
We got it.
Yes, we do. Hello,
Hi.
Chelsea. How's it
Nice
going?
to meet you.
You too.
Thanks
So,
for having me.
you're very truly welcome. So, to people that don't know who you are, Chelsea, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yes, so I'm Chelsea Ray. I am from Nashville, Tennessee. I am 28 years old, about to be 29 on the 22nd, and I am a country pop singer-songwriter.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into
And
the
I've
very
been
first.
in Nashville for next month will be 9 years, so it's been a journey for
Yeah.
sure.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question, Chelsea. So with my very first question, so you've created this incredible single back in the day called Every Storm. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this incredible single?
So I wrote that with a good friend of mine, Carrie and Jean, and so my mom always says like hand in hand we can get through anything together. So I put it in the song and I always told her we can get through every storm we go through. And getting to write that and write about it, because it's my life in a nutshell. So to see it come to life felt really good. I was like, it was emotional. I will say that, because I mean, you're writing something so personal and releasing it, but it felt really good to do that because, you know, everyone has their own storm. Obviously, my health issues are my storm, but it's first person, other people can relate to it. So it was amazing getting to create that. And then going in the studio and really watching it come to life, that was a very special moment for me. And my mom was there while I was recording it, so that was even more special. So that song means a lot to me.
So on to my very next question. So what's like the meaning behind every?
The meaning is, it's about like, in my situation, it's about doctors not prescribing the truth. It's, you know, it's no matter what storm or where you're at in your life, you can get through every storm you go through. And, you know, doctors never prescribe the truth to me. And, you know, my mom just always taught me that you can be strong. And that's kind of where it came from. I'm like, well, we're strong enough to get through any storm. So it's my life in a nutshell. But it's about my mom and I, so it's really special.
So on to my very next question. You have also created this other incredible song called, hopefully I say this name right, Revival.
Yes.
What was like the whole experience like getting to create this incredible song?
I wrote that with my friend Lexi McKenzie, and at that time, it was in 2017 we wrote it, and you know, I was turning a point because I was 25 at the time, and that was like my turning point of my health issues getting better. And I was like, you know, this is my revival, getting to do music, not putting it on hold, and getting to live life. So that's where that song came from, you know, like, this is my revival, time to take back, and tired of being sick and all that stuff, and just go for it.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Laid My Cards Out. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this incredible song?
So that was a solo, right? That was back when I was in a relationship and I went through a really hard breakup. And, you know, when we're songwriters and artists, we write stuff to like, it's therapeutic. And it was about midnight. I was heartbroken, and you know, you lay everything out on the line and they still don't care. So it's like, I just wrote down how I felt. I was like, okay, I laid all my cards out and yet you still don't care. So yeah, that was just me and my guitar at midnight, and I'm really proud of it because it brought me back to how I first started music, writing by myself, solo write. So those solo writes are very appreciated and proud of.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Listening. What was the whole experience like getting to create this song?
That was with two other writers, Jessica Rose and Angela Marie. And they went through a relationship where it's like they couldn't stop thinking about them. So every time you would go to a coffee shop or you would turn on the radio, you would hear that melody in your head. And we're like, okay, well, we're listening to you leaving. We're not putting up with it anymore. That was really fun. And just seeing it come to life. And I'll tell you, recording that in the studio took 12 hours. It challenged me, but it's a good challenge. Like, it's so fun to play, and they're like, yeah, I remember going through that. But, like, no matter where you go, you can't get out of your head. So that was a fun experience.
So on to your next question. So you have also created this lyric music video called Lips of a Liar.
Yes.
What was like the whole experience like getting to create this lyric music video?
My friend, Brittany Marie, I told her, I was like, you know, I want to do a lyric video because I want to do a music video for it. But I'm like, at the time we're kind of in the quarantine, I'm like, I just want to do something. And it's really special because it's like intimate. Like, it's just you and you can see the emotion. I feel like when you watch videos, you can just connect with that person by the emotion, and you can hear it in the voice and the facial expressions. That song, I wrote it with a friend of mine, Shy Rose, and it was after I went through a really bad breakup. I was fooled, I was lied to, and I didn't know this. Like, I was completely blindsided, and I'm like, well, I didn't know I was kissing the lips of a liar, and I'm proud of that song. It may be like a darker one, but it's awesome because it's had so many good reviews, and I was like, okay. Because they're like, yeah, I remember when I kissed the lips of a liar.
Awesome.
So getting to create that, it was special. Because, you know, when we do go through those times, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, I didn't even see it. I was blind. So yeah, Lips of a Liar. That one's probably my favorite.
It was an inspirational song. I actually heard it a couple of weeks back.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, like it blew my mind how like emotional like it was, like the song was, and I was like, wow, like this song is really incredible. So I applaud you on your job at making this incredible song.
Thank you. It's so catchy, and it's up for Female Single of the Year for the ISSA Awards.
Oh wow!
So,
congratulations.
Thank you.
You're very
I'm
welcome.
very excited. I was like, yes.
Awesome. So on to our next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Breakup to Make Up. So what was that whole experience like getting to create this song?
That was fun. I wrote that with Dylan Reed, and you know how even if it's not a breakup, even the life experience, you know, you have that roller coaster. It's like, oh yeah, you break up, you make up, break up. And it's just really fun because it's just about like how you're up, you're down, you're in that roller coaster, and it's like, oh yeah, I love you, but I hate you, and I love you, and I hate you. So getting to write that was really fun. I just came up with that melody in my head, and I'm like, here, what do you think about this? And it turned out even better than I expected it to. I love playing it. I love playing it out live. I love everything about that song. I would love to cut that one.
Oh yeah. So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into like singing in the first place?
Well, no one in my family does music at all. I loved singing when I was younger. I did choir, and I actually started out singing R&B and rap. But when I was about 7 or 8, my brother introduced me to country music, and I fell in love with it because country music is so real and it's so raw, and I love that. It's all about true stories and life experiences, and so many people can just relate to that. So I would say just listening to music kind of got me into it. And then my mom got me my guitar when I was 15 and got me into guitar lessons. So I picked up everything after that, and I started writing when I was about 12. I love it. It's so therapeutic, and when you're just having a hard day, you can write about how you feel.
Oh yeah. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as an artist, like especially during COVID? It's been such a hard time, especially with artists and stuff.
We can't play out, well, we can now, but we couldn't. I learned to play new instruments like piano I worked on, and I challenged myself with kind of recording like demos and mixing them myself. So it gave me that time to expand and do stuff that I probably wouldn't have done. It gave and you can just go back to your solo rights too. And that's what I like, because I like being challenged at that. Yeah, when you're writing with other people, it's great, but I love writing by myself too. So challenges, and good challenges, and I'm thankful for social media for sure.
So on my very next question, so if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Well, my first one is Carrie Underwood, because on American Idol, I watched her. She's my inspiration, and when she started American Idol, she was shy. She was scared to perform in front of people, and I'll admit it, I was too. So I kind of relate to her in that, and now she's just become this force of nature, and she's so inspiring, and she's so strong. So she would be my first one. Miranda Lambert would probably be my second one, because she's sassy, and I feel like I could learn a lot from her. Stage presence. She shows real raw emotion, and I just love everything about her. And then my third one, not all females, so George Strait would be my third one, because even though I'm country pop, I still love the old classic country, and I feel like I could just take his experience and put it into mine, and really just learn a lot about the industry, because I mean, he's a legend.
Oh yeah.
Like, extremely, and Run is probably one of my favorite songs.
Awesome.
I love George Strait, so if I could work with him, that would be incredible.
Awesome. So on my very next question, so what are like the positives and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
I would say my positive would be you learn so much and you adapt to all new things. And we're like, Nashville and country music is like a community. We're all like family. Yeah, there's competition, but we still support everybody. And the negative would be some of the industry likes to take advantage of you. That is a negative. So you kind of have to watch out for who like contacts you and says, oh, well, I can get you here, but then you have to do this. So I would say that would be the negative side. But you gotta know the right people and kind of learn, like instincts, which I'm working on.
Awesome. So on our next question. So what does music mean to you? Like, as a person, what does music mean to you?
Music, so I got sick when I was 12, and I've been fighting health issues for 16 years. Music has gotten me through so much. It has given me a reason to fight. My mom knew moving me to Nashville would save my life. And that's why she got me that guitar, because she wanted to see that smile on my face. So for me, I mean, it's my life support. Like, there's literal life support. This one has been mine. Like, surviving 107 fever, and my mom's almost lost me about 4 or 5 times. But I think music is the reason why I'm here, because it gives me something to fight for. It's just therapeutic. I love it. I couldn't imagine myself doing anything else.
So on our very next question, and very last question too. So what's like next for you for like the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
I have some new projects coming up. I am going to be releasing a new single, which I'm really excited about. It's one that I actually did not write, but I got pitched to, and I love it. It's just my style. It's everything that I want in a song. And then I'm nominated in 6 categories for the ISSA Awards. So you can vote every day for up until the 30th, and then they cut it off. Female Songwriter of the Year, Female Vocalist of the Year, Female Rising Star, Female Emerging Artist of the Year, Album of the Year, Revival, and then Female Single of the Year, Lips of a Liar.
Yes.
I know, I'm like, so yeah, you can go to issasongwriters.com and you can vote every day, and it would mean so much to me. It's up to the fans, and then if I make it into the top 15, then it's up to the judges. And then Every Storm did win Song of the Year at the Josie Music Awards in 2019. So that was
Congratulations.
that. I cried.
Yeah.
Because you don't expect it. It's like, wow. Like, it's like, oh yeah, it's amazing to be nominated, but to win, it felt incredible.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So that's basically it for the questions. Would you like to perform a song?
Yeah,
Awesome.
I will. Since Every Storm was our first question and it's so personal and raw, figured I'd play Every Storm.
Sweet.
In a hospital nightgown, shuffled from room to room. I've been praying for answers, but they don't prescribe the truth. Found strength from the woman that gave me life. Hand in hand, bound to win this fight. Whiskers can blow on through, the hurricane can wash away all we knew. Both things was coming, earthquake shake, what can I do? I pray that the skies will turn to blue. See that light shining, it will shine on me and you. Every storm we go through, you never left my side, always here. Help me push out the doubt and have no fear. When the clouds rolled in and my faith would wane, you always taught me how to dance in the rain. Blisters can blow on through, the hurricane can wash away all we knew. Both days was coming, earthquake shake, what can I do? I pray that the skies will turn to blue. See that light shine on you, it will shine on me and you. Every storm that we go through, things that matter just take time. We'll hang on to that silver line, 'cause if we look, I know we'll find these scars there to remind us. Blisters can blow on through, a hurricane can wash away all we knew. Both days was coming, earthquake shake, what can I do? I pray that the skies will turn to blue. We'll see that light shine on you, it will shine on me and you. Every storm we go through, every storm we go through, every storm we go through.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
You're very, wow.
That one,
Oh my
I
God.
mean, I'm telling you, that one just means so much to me, and I'm sure you can hear it when I play it.
Oh yeah, by that sound that you just did, and the emotion that you just did in that song showed the talent and the wow. I'm
Thank
actually
you.
so blown away right now. You have so
Oh,
much talent ahead of yourself, and yeah, I just want to
thank
say
you.
thank you so much, Chelsea, for
Thank
coming
you
on
for
to the
having
show.
me. I'm
You're very
so
welcome.
excited.
You're very
I'm glad
welcome.
that we got to do this.
When I actually saw one of your Instagram, I was like, wow, like you have so much talent ahead of yourself.
Thank
And I was
you.
like, I have to do an interview with you. So I was like, yeah, I have
That
to have you on
means
my
so
show.
much. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll get to do this again because I love
Yes.
it.
Oh yeah, by far. So do you have any last final thoughts or anything that you would like to say to people on the show?
Yeah, you can find my music on Spotify, Chelsea Ray. I'm on all music platforms. My website is chelsearaymusic.com, and you can look forward to new releases soon. So I'm really excited, and I can't wait to release more information when I'm allowed to.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter named Christy Huff. So I'm about to add Christy into the live now to have a chat with Christy about her incredible music that she's created. So yeah, let's add Christy in and yeah, have a chat with Christy.
Hi.
Hi, Christy. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. First up, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on.
Oh my gosh, no. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yes. So for those of you guys who don't know who I am, my name is Christy Huff, and I am a country pop artist based in Los Angeles, California. So if you guys like country pop music, then go check out my music. Right now I'm releasing a brand new song every 6 to 8 weeks. So lots of new music coming out soon.
So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, so you have actually created this incredible song called Slow. What was like the whole experience like for you getting to create Slow, and what is like the meaning behind Slow?
Yes, so Slow is one of my favorite songs that I've ever written and produced, and it's so fun to play live. And I actually wrote Slow all in one sitting in about 25 to 30 minutes. Like that song came out of me like so quickly. Probably honestly the fastest song from beginning to end that I've ever written. And you know, in my notes, like I keep like a list of song titles, and Slow was on there. And you know, I was just thinking like in terms of I had just like gotten out of a relationship and was like kind of starting to see somebody else, and was like thinking like, you know, I'm still having like this like baggage from this other relationship, but like I want to open up my heart again to this new person, but like I want to go slow, because like what's the rush in, you know, in speeding things up? Let's let things happen organically and kind of like get through it. So yeah, and that song to produce was just like a really fun song. I brought the song very raw, just, you know, acoustic guitar into my producer, and we wanted to create this kind of like fun, beachy, slow, you know, like laid back vibe, but then also incorporating kind of like an old school country vibe as well. So so that was really fun to produce, and then I also have a music video for it. So I'm excited. So everybody go check out Slow.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have actually created this other incredible song and also music video called Dreamcatcher. What was like the whole experience like getting to create Dreamcatcher? Because that was like such another incredible song that you've created.
Thank you. Yes, I love Dreamcatcher is like another song that's like very near and dear to me. I actually am wearing if you guys can tell, I'm wearing a Dreamcatcher necklace today. But I grew up in Arizona, and in Arizona, you know, the Native American culture is like very prominent, like where I grew up, and I just love dream catchers and love like how they look and how they just, you know, like the whole thing is that, you know, you keep them above your head while you sleep and they'll catch your nightmares. And, you know, I was thinking about this, this idea, kind of like a play on words, like with dream catcher, like if she's your dream, go on and catch her, but you're going to need a dream catcher. I just like wrote that song. I just created the story of like, you know, somebody leaving and being done with this relationship. That's what I love about country music, is that, you know, I write from personal experiences, but then also write from, you know, a storytelling aspect of things, and just created the song. So that was, you know, just kind of the idea where I got Dreamcatcher from. And then I filmed a music video for it, which was really fun to shoot. And we made, I don't even know how many Dreamcatchers we made, but it was like surrounding me, like in my music video. And it was just really fun. So I'm excited.
So on to our next question. So you have actually created this other incredible song called All to Myself. What was like the whole experience like creating All to Myself, and what was the whole meaning behind that song?
Yeah, so, you know, for me, All to Myself is just like one of those like classic happy love songs where, you know, when you're like in a relationship with somebody, and it's the best when you can spend so much time with them and just want to continue to spend that much time with them. And, you know, it's like, you don't even have to go anywhere. I think like the best relationships is when, you know, especially like in pandemic life, we can't really do anything right now anyway. So it's like when you can just like stay home, like watch a movie, or, you know, have like good conversations and things like that, where it's like, you don't need a big extravagant date to like have a good relationship. So that was kind of like the premise behind All to Myself. And actually this song was a little bit different, the way that I recorded it, because I recorded it with my band, and like usually I go in with a song and like I get with a producer, we sit down, and me and my producer kind of like create like how everything's gonna sound. But for this, I guess the producer of All to Myself was me and my band. So we just like got together in like rehearsals. I brought like some reference songs of how I kind of wanted the vibe to be. And then, you know, we just practiced the song and then went in and like recorded it all in like one sitting. So that was really fun to do.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you have actually created another incredible song called Gold Summer. What was like the whole experience like getting to create Gold Summer? Because that was such a sensational song.
Oh, thank you. Yes. I'm really excited about Gold Summer. I actually wrote it. It's funny because I live in Los Angeles, like where it's 75 degrees and sunny, like, you know, 99.9% of the time. And I was actually in Nashville in February. This happened actually right before the pandemic. So, you know, it was in 2020. And I got with my co-writers, Philip Pence and Mason Douglas. And you know, I wanted to create a song. I was kind of homesick. I was in Nashville, and it was a dark, cold, gloomy day. And I was in my co-writer's house, and he had a picture of the Pacific Coast Highway. And I was like, oh man, I miss home. I miss California. And we were just like talking, and I was like, no, I want to create a song that, you know, in the winter in Nashville, I want to create a summer California song. And, you know, just kind of talk about all of the fun visual things to imagine when you're in California in the summer. So that's what we did. And I'm so excited about that song. It has such like, again, like a laid back feel to it, where you can just honestly like go to the beach and like listen to it. That was like my whole goal with Gold Summer. So, yeah.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have actually created a song called Summer of Love. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and what's like the whole meaning of this song?
Yes, so this song I wrote, you know, kind of just like about that, you know, that summer romance that a lot of us I think have had, where it's like you're young and it only really lasts a couple months in the summer. It's like, you know, it's going to end. But those like loves or relationships kind of, you know, are the most like whirlwinding experiences, and kind of, you know, they're just a lot of fun. And I don't know, there's some like excitement and sadness and like melancholiness with that, with those types of relationships where you know it's going to end, but all you have is like right now, right here. And for me growing up, like especially like when I was in high school, like summer was that time where it's like, it's so crazy because it's like it's only like 2 months, you know, but those 2 months felt like 2 years sometimes, you know, where so much happened over the summer, so much changed. To me, when I was writing Summer Love, you know, it was just kind of about like that first love experience when you're young, and time is just so much bigger than it is like when you're older, you know? So yeah.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into like singing in the first place?
Yes. Well, you know, I grew up in a family with there's 4 sisters, and you know, one thing that we really loved to do was like sing and dance, and you know, just like with my family, like living in a house of a bunch of girls, that was just like really prominent in my family. But then like for me too, it's like I grew up in the era of, you know, when Taylor Swift was first coming out, and like Carrie Underwood and Miranda Lambert and Michelle Branch and Vanessa Carlton, and you know, I would like listen to those songs and just like would sing along, and I love to sing. And you know, growing up, I had like a karaoke machine like downstairs in our basement, and I would just go downstairs like for hours and hours just singing songs. So yeah, for me, it was just like always just a love. I love listening to music. I love singing. Yeah, I love Taylor Swift. And then too, like artists like Taylor Swift, you know, I learned that they wrote their own songs, and she was telling stories that I was relating to as a young, you know, preteen, teenager. And, you know, then that made me kind of think like, hey, I could write songs about what's happening in my life, you know, right now. So then that kind of really inspired me to start playing the guitar and start writing songs.
Awesome. So on the very next question, so what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yes, well, you know, performing, man, I learned in 2020 that I really need performing, you know, to like it was a nice break for a little bit just to be home and like write songs and create. But there's so much, there's 2 different, you know, I guess sides to being an artist. There's that creative side, and then there's the business side, and then there's the performing side. And like when you perform live, it's like that's when you get the opportunity to really connect with your audience face to face, and really, you know, perform these songs as a whole. And it's so fun, and I miss it so much, and I'm so excited because I'm playing my first live band show in over a year. Next month, I'm going out to Nashville and playing live with my band. So I'm so excited for that. And, you know, to me, that's where I kind of, you know, quote unquote, blow off steam, is like to perform. And, you know, and that's where I get like a lot of my confidence and a lot of my happiness, and like just adrenaline comes from performing live. So I'm really excited. I didn't realize how much that aspect of my life meant to me until it was like gone. So I'm really excited to like get back into that.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Man, okay. So for me, it would be Taylor Swift, because for obvious reasons, I love her so much. I would love to see how her brain works, like writing songs, and what her process is like, because I know everybody's process is so different. So just to like be in the room, just to observe what she does, I think would be so cool. Another person would be Casey Musgraves. I love Casey Musgraves. Like her songwriting style, I feel like I can relate to it. Like I feel like we have some similarities there. And I love her music. I'm a huge fan of her. I think that she'd be a fun person to hang out with. And lastly, the third person would be Carrie Underwood, just because I have looked up to Carrie Underwood for so long, and like I love her voice, and I've seen her live a couple of times, and she's just like the best singer I've ever seen perform live. And it would just again be really fun just to like hang out with her and like sing with her and write songs with her. But yeah, those three artists are like my favorite artists, so it'd be really fun.
So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Yes. Oh man. Well, I learned, I think the biggest thing that I learned is that I definitely need to be around people to like feel good. Like I used to say like I'm an introverted extrovert. Like I'm an extrovert, but like then I need some time to be by myself and like, you know, recoup that way, and then I can go out and be around people and stuff again. And if I learned anything, I'm like, cool, I've been introverted all year and I'm ready to go out and be extroverted again. So that's one thing that I learned. I also learned that I think I learned a lot about just like my creative process, and because this year that's like what I had. Like usually I'm so busy with like booking shows, playing shows, you know, recording, putting this out, that the creative time, you know, it's intermixed here and there. But this year that's kind of all I had to really, you know, be out there and you know, just to continue to progress. And I think that I became a lot stronger of a songwriter as well as like a co-writer, because I've actually probably done more co-writes this year than any other year, because I've been doing Zoom co-writes and haven't had to go anywhere, and you know, things like that. So songwriting has been really great. And then also I think like all of us can relate. Like I think I learned that you know, the worst things that I thought could happen, where it's like, oh, shows get canceled, and obviously just like COVID really affected all of us so differently. And I think I learned, I'm like, oh, I'm able to adapt, and things change, and that's okay. And you just kind of roll with the punches, and you figure it out how to stay on top of things and how to stay out there. So yeah, I learned a lot.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the whole positives and negatives into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Yes. I mean, the positives I think is just like, you know, to be able to create and to put out things. And I think right now, you know, I'm an independent artist. We live in a time where it's kind of the best and worst time to be an independent artist. It's the best time because you literally have the power to put yourself out there, you know, like to release your music on Spotify, Apple Music, wherever, put your music, you know, on social media. Social media has made it possible for anybody to be able to have their music and their voice be heard. Whereas in the old days, it's like, that's what you were fighting for, just a chance to be heard. But with that being said, I think there's so many people out there doing it that it's kind of oversaturated at times, it feels like. Although I really do think that, you know, just with, you know, as everybody kind of adapts and as time goes on, you know, we all like variety and different things and a lot of different options when it comes to entertainment. So I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, you know. But I think some negatives could be, you know, for me, that I've realized where sometimes I just need to tell myself to like sit back and relax and chill is, you know, with social media. I know that we've all kind of talked about this, but you can you can compare yourself to what other people are doing and how they're doing and all that kind of stuff. And it's just human nature to do that. And I think, you know, some healthy quote unquote competition is good to like kind of be like, oh, what's this person doing? Okay, I want to do this. But it's not, I think sometimes that can be a negative, because you just need to like be true to yourself and sit back and do what you feel is right, and everybody has a time and a place where, like, when and where they will, you know, succeed. So I think that's the biggest negative, though, is like with the entertainment industry, it's with the way things are right now, like as an independent artist, it's like all you are really doing is like putting things out and then comparing to how that's doing compared to this, or even compared to yourself, you know, how like the last release was. And I think it's just good to keep a healthy mindset, you know, which it can be hard at times for sure.
Awesome. So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, for the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce on the show?
Yes. So, well, for I guess a more recent news, so I just released a brand new song, well, a brand new version of a song that I released like 2 years ago. And I have a music video coming out this weekend for that. So I'm really excited for that. I haven't even officially really announced it. I did a little teaser of it yesterday, but I'll be officially announcing it on Friday. And the music video will be released on Sunday. And then, you know, for the rest of 2021, my goal is to release a new song every 6 weeks, and then get back into touring and playing shows. I'm so excited because I'm playing my first big festival in like, again, over a year. I get to open up for Nico Moon in Wisconsin at the Porterfield Country Music Festival this summer in June. So just more shows, more live streams, more things like this, and lots of more music. So stay tuned.
Well, would you like to perform one of your songs, Chrissy?
Yes, I definitely would. Well, since the first song that you talked to me about, which I've been wanting to play for a while, I'm going to play Slow. You know, we're getting kind of into that like summer vibe-ish, you know? So this song will help you guys get into that. So this song is called Slow. Why gotta go make a mess of me? Why you getting in my head like that? I'm realizing now it's not bad. Oh, you're such a mystery. Every time I'm around you, I can breathe. Now I'm floating in the air like that. Thinking about we tonight. Oh yeah, you're getting close. You're getting closer. Yeah, when you're leaning, I feel your pulse and me. It's getting late, I'm losing control. I know I should go home. So can we start slow? Body slow. But when I'm with you, I roll it up. I'm the richest one in the land. Just because you're my man. Oh, all we got is time. Just put your lips on top of mine. We can stay a while. Just don't cross the line now. You're getting closer, getting closer. Yeah, when you're leaning, I feel your pulse and feeling sweet. It's getting late, I'm losing control. I know I should go home. So can we start slow? Move my body so don't get there eventually. There's no sense in rushing what's natural. No sense rushing what's natural. Oh, and don't get there eventually. There's no sense in rushing what's natural. Oh, what's natural. And when you're leaning, I feel your pulse, I feel sincere. It's getting late, oh, I'm losing control. I know I should go home.
Yes. Yes. Well,
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for coming onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on.
No, thank you so much for having me. It's been so fun.
Do you have any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, I hope that everybody, is having a good year. It's been a crazy year, but I think things are starting to look up, and I'm just really excited to hopefully see you in person on tour soon. So yeah, hopefully see you soon.
Awesome.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, how do I get through it all? How do I get through the heartbreak? The crystal ball told us so that someday love would find a home. But when I'm with you, someday doesn't seem so far away, no. Is it hopeless being a romantic? 'Cause I'm so hopeless dreaming about your smile. If I was a palm reader, baby, then I could tell you your future. I'd say you were strong, would live a good life, and one day you might find a wife. But I'm not a palm reader, but I know I'm your future. Baby, if I play my cards right, would you come home with me tonight? 'Cause I don't ever want to say goodbye. We're all dealt a different hand, we get along the best we can with what this life has to offer us. Is it hopeless being a romantic? 'Cause I'm so hopeless dreaming about your smile. If I was a palm reader, baby, then I could tell you your future. I'd say you were strong, would live a good life, and one day you might find a wife. But I'm not a palm reader, but I know I'm your future. And I know it's written in the stars, it's written on my heart, permanently. If I was a palm reader, baby, then I could tell you your future. I'd say you were strong, would live a good life, and one day you might find a wife. But I'm not a palm reader, but I know I'm your future. Oh, I know I'm your future. Oh, I know I'm your future.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Christine Tense. So I'm about to add Christine into the live now to have a chat with Christine about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Christine in and have a chat with Christine.
Hi, Christine. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show, Christine. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, Christine, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Sure. I'm a singer-songwriter originally from the Philippines, grew up in Hong Kong, Arizona, and I'm now in just north of Sacramento in Lincoln. And that was a backstory. And yeah, I play, folk, pop music, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's my story.
Awesome.
I guess
So we'll dive right into the very first question, Christine. So for my very first question, so you have actually created two incredible songs. So we'll start off with the first one. So you've created a song called Nevermind. What was it like creating this song, and like what's the meaning behind Nevermind?
Sure. So that's really interesting song choice because I never know which songs people will relate to. That actually I started pretty late in music. I started when I was 28. So and I guess I didn't go into the backstory earlier. But it's an interesting song because I wrote the hook for the chorus for that way before I even started pursuing or thinking I could finish writing a song. And I was trying to figure out the piano, and it was the first little hook I could play with 2 or 3 chords on there. So that's how it started, and then eventually a few years later I revisited it, and it's kind of about, thinking about going back to people in the past that maybe you didn't, you have regrets about, or what have you, and it's kind of a conversation between 2 people. One person who's saying, hey, look, if we don't try, how will we know what's possible, right? If another person who's saying, hey, I want to live my life, and then somebody else who goes in and says, okay, well, we can live that together. I want you to have that too. And also, it's special to have somebody that'll take the fall for you, and yeah. So that's how that
Awesome.
goes.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very next question. So you have also created a song called Not Your Enemy. Such an incredible song, by the way. What was it like creating Not My Enemy, and what's the meaning behind Not My Enemy?
Sure. So not your enemy, but it's okay. So essentially, it's about, as you grow in relationships, there's always different aspects. There's different aspects of problems that there's always something you're going to have to overcome. And it's funny because you can be in one place, especially at the beginning, and you think, oh, over time, this will be taken care of, we'll have an easier understanding of this problem. And then over time, you just realize there's different problems that come in when you're in life, as you progress. So, and I think it's easy in relationships if you're not aware of that. You have you start to fight, you do all these things, and it's kind of, I wrote it after, an instance where we were arguing, and my boyfriend is always saying,
you know, I'm not your enemy and your teammate. So I kind of played off of those words, and just kind of that feeling of what do we do to each other? What is it that we're doing to each other? Why are we hurting each other in these ways? You know, and then also that idea of, okay, well, if this is what I'm doing, like, how do I know what love is? Do I really know what love is? And then eventually in the bridge, it resolves itself in a way says, you know, she comes together in herself as the protagonist and says, you know, well, I'll learn what love is to be with you, right? So I'm not going to be stuck in this place where if I feel like I don't know what it is, or if I do know what it is and it's incorrect or whatnot, I'm going to learn, and that's the only way anything will work, regardless of what circumstance you're in. So that's kind of the realization I had when writing the song.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what made you decide as an artist that you wanted that you wanted to pursue singing in the first place?
Sure. So that was interesting. I never, I didn't grow up with a lot of people who are in music in my life. So, and my family was very, you know, you had to have a steady job, things like that, which is great. They've always been very supportive of me. But I never had this idea that that was something that was possible. And I never had a voice that I liked. So when I was a kid, I actually, you know, tried out for like choir in middle school like 5 times and didn't get into like the last semester or the last year. And then I got into drama in high school, played a few roles in musicals and realized, you know, this is something I really love. But then at the same time, it was still so far-fetched to think I could be performing in front of people as a musician. And then eventually, I got really, I had an uncle. I have an uncle. And in Arizona, I was there for a while. And I had started playing guitar a little bit, but he retired, and I watched him at 65, and he picked up the bass. 3 months later, he had a band. 3 months later, he had the place packed. And he was still learning as he was doing this, and I realized, okay, so this is something you can learn as you go. You don't have to set it aside for later, right? It doesn't have to be perfect before you go up there and start playing in front of people. It's a whole nother animal, right? So, so I saw him do that, and then eventually I had a lot of difficult time finding myself when I was younger, so I had to figure out what it was I could do. Eventually did door-to-door solar, which I did for a while actually, and did pretty good at that, even though I was so terrible at the beginning. And that was the first time in myself I felt like, okay, if I put time and effort into something, I can figure out how to do something well, right? And then I thought, okay, if I did that much and learned that much in a year by putting that kind of time and effort into something I didn't really know much about or didn't give, you know, it wasn't something I was really deeply passionate about. What would it look like to do that, to put that same amount of time and effort into something I truly love doing? And then I thought, okay, I'll try music. And then I impulsively went to a luthier school. So I was still scared of that idea of performing, but I wanted to be close to the industry. And I went to the school, and I was so impressed, and I just signed up right away. So it was cool. It was a guitar building school in Arizona, and I think I also realized that I just loved being around. Even though I was terrible at that side of things, I wanted to be somewhere in music, and I really loved just the atmosphere of people who are connected to music. It's always been something that's gotten me through life, you know, is music that I listen to or related to.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into singing in the first place?
Sure. So I would say my uncle, who I just mentioned, was a big influence. I had a friend, Sunny, actually, who she dragged me to my first open mic, and I didn't feel like I was ready, and I loved it so much I started going almost every night to different ones. At that time, I was just so like, whenever I do things, it's extreme. So, and then I feel like a lot of the artists that I admire also have inspired me deeply to play music, just seeing their stories and seeing where they came from and feeling like I can relate.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Sure. So it's a good question. It's it's just a whole different animal. It's a whole different way. Somebody told me once, people will listen to things in music that they won't listen to by anybody else, right? People will connect with things in music that they might not be open to outside of that realm of, okay, we're being open and open-minded about perspectives, right? So I think being able to just stand there and share in that really special way of communicating, you know, I think that's just really something special to me. And I love just the energy that everybody, regardless of who you are, give energy, right? That real people bring to a situation and just working with that.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
Sure. So probably the why to all of them would be because not only do I respect them as an artist, but following their stories, it's just I can really relate. And anyways, so I feel like Alicia Keys would be one because I really love her style. I also watched, you know, she's just also so down to earth. I've watched, there's a master class she has on songwriting, which is really cool. And you can just tell how hardworking and dedicated and disciplined she is. And a lot of these things that that really differentiate you in any place in life, you know. I would also choose Amy Clark. It's from St. Vincent. I love her. She's just amazingly creative and thinks of all these new ways to create sound and music, and also so disciplined. If you read her interviews, and I just think she's like a phenomenal guitarist. I don't even know can't comprehend. Anyways, and then also the third would be Jeff Mangum from Neutral Milk Hotel. Yeah, so that was that album was the first album I learned to play on guitar. I had a friend at the time who told me that who kind of helped me get a hang of the instrument at first, and I was terrible. But that was the first album in An Airplane Over the Sea. The first song I really learned. So and I've seen him live. He played once. He hadn't played in years. Came to Phoenix, and it was just such an amazing show. And it was sold out. We couldn't go, and then he decided to play another show right after for all the people that missed it, which was amazing. It was packed, and it was just him and the guitar and like a French horn. And or anyways, it was beautiful.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what are the challenges into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those challenges as an artist?
So I think there's challenges on every level, really, whether it's having the confidence to pursue this, which is a huge challenge that's understated, not just the confidence, but keeping your drive there and alive, because you have to choose who is going to influence you and who you're going to listen to, and if you're going to listen, it's easy to get sidetracked with the criticism and the negativity that you could get from people. So I think overcoming that is by just kind of keeping everything structured and scheduled and making sure you're prioritizing it and your music in a real way with time and effort. Also, just being able to balance your life. People don't realize, but when you're as an artist, you're not just playing music all day in the backyard. There's like 10,000 things you need to think of, which I don't think I need to sit here and name, but you get the idea. So being able to balance that and not being overwhelmed, or understanding how to handle getting overwhelmed when those things do pile up, and understanding all you need to do is take the next step, right? So if you don't know where to go, you just take a direction, take a step, and then if it's the wrong way, you take another step towards the way you want to go. And you just need to figure out what that next step is. You don't need to figure out the whole, all the scenarios that could happen, essentially.
Awesome. So on to my very, very last question, Christine. So what's next for you, music-wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
Sure. So I'm working on an album. Been working on it for a little bit. It's called I Am Not Dead Inside. I wrote it during my time in San Francisco. That'll be coming out in the fall. And if you want to stay in touch, my Instagram is Christine Tense Music. That's ChristineTence music. So thank you guys so much for watching, and for Jacob, you're so great at this.
Would you like to perform one of your songs, by the way?
Oh, sure, yes. Okay, I do have a song ready. Let me just get this. Sorry, let me just make sure. Okay, this is called Ain't Got Nothing But Love. It's about loss, essentially, and I think when you lose things, life becomes really clear, and you also gain a lot of clarity about, what's important and what's not, and what you actually have control of and what you don't. And one of those things that always lasts, the few things that actually do, is your capacity to love. Regardless of your situation, you always have that choice. And I think that's powerful. So there's the song.
Come with me, let's make our mark. 'Cause today is our no place in I saw our way over down. But I smiled and cried. I'm still in love. Your heart is pumping, pumping blood into your chest. No, you don't need a thing, but do you feel that? Your heart is pumping, pumping, but it's still full of
Yes, Christine. Yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Christine, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
Oh my gosh, just thank you so much for being here, and thank you, Jacob, and I really appreciate the support.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for today's guest is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Holly Clausius. So I'm about to add Holly into the live now to have a chat with Holly about her incredible music that she's performed before. So yeah, let's add Chloe in and have a chat with Chloe. So yeah, here we go. Here we go. Hello, Holly. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. So, to people that don't know who you are, Holly, can you give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive like right into the questions.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a singer-songwriter here in Toronto, Canada. I've been making music since I was little, and been a full-time musician for the past couple years now. And I put out my first EP, Sunflower, last year.
Congratulations on that, by the way.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So we'll dive right into the questions now. So you have actually created numerous of incredible songs in the past. So you have created a song called Falling for Friends. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song? And you also have created a music video for it. What was the whole experience like creating a music video for it too?
Yeah, that was a really fun one. We actually did that during the pandemic. So we had to basically from home, I was like sending my producer stuff, and we got a jazz band to do trumpets and stuff on it. So that was really cool. And the music video was also really cool. We did it in my apartment, so we didn't even have to like rent a studio or anything. One camera and me, and yeah, a lot of fun.
Awesome. So for my very next question, what's the meaning behind Falling for Friends? Like, how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create this song?
Yeah, Falling for Friends is a really personal one. It's basically about a time where I fell for one of my friends who didn't feel the same about me. So I kind of wrote this song and helped me get through that time. Yeah.
Awesome. So on the very next question, so you have actually created this other incredible song, as you mentioned before, called Sunflower. Congratulations on that again, by the way. What was like the whole experience like creating Sunflower?
It was really special because Sunflower was my first EP. It just had a lot of meaning to it, and I got to record like all of the guitar parts and harmonies myself as well, which felt like a huge accomplishment.
Awesome. So what's the meaning behind Sunflower, if I may ask?
Yeah, Sunflower is dedicated to my late friend who passed away a few years ago. It's kind of a song I wrote to anyone who's like struggling with mental illness or feels alone. Kind of a song to let people know that you're not alone and there are people who care about you and want you here.
Awesome. So on the very next question, so you have actually also created this other incredible song called Set Me Free. What was like the whole experience like creating Set Me Free, and what's the meaning behind this song?
Yeah, Set Me Free was the first one we did once the pandemic hit. So it was our first like experimenting with recording from home, and you know, we didn't really know how it would turn out, but it actually got on the radio. So that was a really cool experience. And the song itself is about, again, like falling for somebody who doesn't feel the same and wishing that you could not feel that way anymore.
Awesome. So on the very next question, so you have also created a song called Muse. What was like the whole experience like creating this song?
My Muse was like, it was the second song I think I put out, and it was really fun. You know, like I created this song because interviewers always would ask me like, who's like your biggest inspiration? So I just kind of made a song that had like all of the answers in one song.
That's very cool. By the way, I have to say, My Muse was such an incredible song. I've had to listen to it, and it was truly incredible. So I have to say, like, your performance with singing My Muse was sensational. So congratulations on singing that, by the way.
Thank you.
Very welcome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called A Little Piece of Me. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song?
A Little Piece of Me, my first single. So it was really fun and nerve-wracking, but we did it in my old apartment, just like in the living room, and it was really cool because I didn't know how it would turn out, but it turned out really well. So yeah.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into performing and singing in the first place?
So I don't think it's like one person who inspired me, but I think Disney movies would be like an inspiration. My favorite movie was like The Little Mermaid growing up, and that really got me into singing, and yeah, just those kind of movies that made me want to like act and sing at the same time.
Awesome. So on the very next question, so if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
This is a tough question. There's a lot of people I'd love to work with. I think the first person, it'd be like a duo. It'd be Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas, because Phineas is a great producer. And Billie Eilish's vocals, like, I think, really good with mine. And secondly, I'd probably say Lady Gaga, just because I'm a huge fan, and she has such a wide range. Like, she does the pop stuff, but I feel like we could really do like a slowed down acoustic stuff together as well. And lastly, a tough one. I'm gonna say Feist. She's a Canadian musician, and we have very similar, I would say, songwriting styles. So I would love to work with her.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like especially during COVID?
Yeah, I've learned a lot of things. COVID has really kind of made me realize that before the pandemic, I was very like go, 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 and very like not really living in the moment. And I think now I'm learning to like appreciate things a lot more and not take anything for granted anymore.
So on to my very next question. So what made you want to get into performing music in the first place? Like, what does music mean to you as a person?
Music, I think just the connecting with other people. You know, I wasn't very good as like a kid talking to people, but when I could write songs and like express myself that way, I felt a lot more comfortable. So music is kind of just like the way that I get to connect with people from all around the world.
So on to our next question. So like, what are the positives and negatives into like the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
There's a lot of positives and negatives, I would say, but I'm going to just list one of each. So I think positive wise, getting again to connect with people. You know, you can sing a song and they can sing it back to you for so many different reasons. That's a quote that I heard, and like I love that people can interpret your songs in different ways. And the negatives, like I feel like obviously the way that Spotify and some places pay artists is not as much as I think they deserve. And also just the way women sometimes are treated in the music industry. I think there's a lot of amazing songwriters and producers who are women, but we don't sometimes get the same opportunities. So that would probably be the negative for me.
So on my very last question. So like, what's next for you, like music-wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
So this year is really exciting. I'm doing my first full-length album this year, all from home. So I've been working on that, and I also have a single coming out on May 6th. So that's exciting.
Congratulations. So would you like to perform one of your songs, by the way, on the show?
Sure, yeah, of course. I guess I'll do Falling for Friends, because we talked about that one. All right. I didn't think I had any more tears left for you, but every time I close my eyes, it's your name lit in blue. Couldn't tell you all the times I've tried to wish this away. Couldn't tell you all the times I've lied to make this okay. So screw you for playing with my head. Lit fire I can't put out. So just let it burn, let the smoke fill your love. Burn it down, it's my turn, my turn. No more falling for friends. No more falling for friends, yeah. I didn't think I'd feel this strongly again, but I got a case of you and I'm very done. Couldn't tell you all the times I tried to wish this away. Couldn't tell you all the times I tried to make this. Okay. So screw you for playing with my head. Lit fire I can't put out. So instead, just let it burn, let the smoke fill in my lungs. Burn it down, it's my turn, my turn. No more falling for friends. No more falling for friends. Yeah. But despite this, oh, you're the best person in this room. I don't know why I bothered to, but for some reason I do, but we're through. Cause baby, I know what I'm worth. We're friends, that comes first. Made it through, I'll do it again. And if you really knew me, you'll be able to see why I be playing these parts. I need more for my heart. Screw you for playing with my head. Lit a fire I can't put out. So just let it burn, let the smoke fill in my lungs. Burn it down, it's my turn, my turn. No more falling for friends. No more falling for friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. So can I just say, Holly, thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on my show. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
No, just thank you so much for having me. It's really cool that we can connect. You're in Australia, right? So it's just so cool that you reached out. Yeah, thank you.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Jacqueline Keenan. So I'm about to add Jacqueline into the live now and have a chat with Jacqueline about her incredible music that she's performed back in the day and her incredible music videos. So yeah, let's have a chat with Jacqueline and get her on. So here we go.
Hi, Jacqueline. How's it going?
Hi. Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a singer-songwriter from Canada. I've been doing this since I was 12 years old. I first started in the music industry very young. I was performing at the showcase called Honey Jam, and it launched the careers of Nelly Furtado. And so the showcase really just expanded who I was as an artist and made me know that I wanted to do it really young. And then I was thrown into writers rounds. I was working with Sony ATV and getting thrown into all these co-writes, and just crazy stuff was just going on from there. So my career started at a really young age. I always knew that I wanted to do music, and it all started with the show called Honey Jam. So I'm super grateful for that.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So you have created this incredible song called Me in Tennessee. What was it like getting to come up with the idea of wanting to create this song, and what was it like shooting the music video for this song?
Yeah, so Me in Tennessee was really an amazing idea. So I worked with one of my really good friends, Jesse Kachenko, on this. And it was really cool, first of all, just being able to work with your really good friends on something like this, because I got to bring them down to Nashville with me, and we just toured all around, and we really had a clear vision of what we wanted to do for this video. And Me in Tennessee, for anyone that doesn't know, it's all about pursuing your dreams and wanting to do something that is for yourself, and that person that you thought would always be there for you through thick and thin in this relationship didn't. And it's all about just pursuing your dreams no matter what. And it's, at the end of the day, it was Me in Tennessee, and that was my choice, and that was my focus. So it's all about never giving up on your dreams, always pursuing what you want to do. And the music video was fun. So we got to go around Nashville. We had this idea to film it really fast so that it actually ended up being in slow motion, like the whole music video. So I had to sing it so fast. And it was just a really, really cool video. It turned out amazing. And then CMT premiered it for us, which was amazing. very exciting.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. Oh yeah. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Mama Said. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Yeah, Mama Said's a fun one. So Mama Said all came from just being this like reckless young girl. I was looking back at myself in high school and just like putting myself in that spot where it's like I know better, but Mama said not to do this. It's like, and I know I shouldn't do it, but at the end of the day, I'm just gonna find out for myself. So I ended up finding out the hard way, and Mama was right. But I really wanted to make this music video cool because I wanted to go through a series of just all these like fun experiences of being with this person and these like beautiful fun memories. But then halfway through the music video have the behind the scenes of what all those fun experiences look like. So there's one clip in there where we're going fishing and it's all fun and we're by the lake, but then later on in the video you find out that fishing clip was actually really bad and we were arguing during it. And so yeah, it's just all these behind the scene reels that people don't see of a bad relationship, and then at the end I just kind of throw my hat and just give up because it's like, yeah, my mom was right.
Awesome. So
Yeah,
on to the
it
next
is fun.
question. Yeah. So on to the very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called That's Life. What was like the whole experience like creating this song? And like what was it like shooting for the music video for this song?
That's Life was my favorite song to shoot. It was so much fun. We shot it up north in my hometown, and I jumped on a sea-doo in it. We had the whole day just hanging around with friends and family. And really the song is just about not worrying. C'est la vie. It's like, that's life. It's okay no matter what happens to you. It's just, this is life and bad things happen and you just have to roll with it and have fun and not take life so seriously. So I really wanted to make sure that we captured that whole theme in the music video straight from the beginning of like, oh, okay, this day couldn't get any worse, because it starts off with last week my stupid boyfriend ran off with my best girlfriend. And I was like, what's the worst situation I could think of? And it's like this girl's just reminiscing. She's like, I really miss her. Like, I really miss that relationship, but it's okay. It's just, that's life. And I think we all just go through these periods of life where we just have really bad days and we have really bad moments. And I just wanted to take a hard situation and make it something really fun.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called When We Love. What was like the whole experience like creating When We Love, and what got you wanting to create this song in the first place?
Yeah, so When We Love was actually one of the first songs I started recording when I went down to Nashville. And When We Love was really my identity song. I wanted to create my brand with When We Loved, which was this country rock artist. And I really think that this song is one that speaks to a lot of people too, just because it's like, love is not easy. Love isn't just a feeling. Like, you have to work at love. Love is a hard, hard thing. And you have to be, you know, with someone on their ups and their downs and their in-betweens. And love conquers all. So kind of that whole idea behind the song was like, when we love, even when it hurts, even when it kills, even when it breaks us, we still love and we don't give up, because love conquers all. So that song was amazing. And for that one in particular, I wanted to do something a little bit different with the music video. And so I wanted it to be a live video. So we yeah, it was cool. So we rented a rehearsal room and just like rocked it and had fun and got the whole band up there. And we just did a whole bunch of takes and then just put the music video all into one like that. So it was really, really cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Daddy's Got a Shotgun. Such an incredible name, by the way, for a music video. What was it like coming up with the idea for this like song, and what got you wanting to create this song?
Okay, so this one's funny. So it was my very first write in Nashville, and I was working with my dream writer. Actually, his name is Clay Mills, and he wrote "Don't Think I Don't Think About It" by Darius Rucker. And so I was like freaking out. I was so excited to meet this guy, and my dad was in the room with me, and he was like, your dad needs a shotgun. Like, you're in Nashville. Like, he must be very protective of this little girl being here. And I was like, yeah, he is. He's very overprotective. And so later on, that idea just came up again because we were talking about me being in Nashville by myself and just him letting go as a dad. And so we called it Daddy's Got a Shotgun. And so it was very funny because I had my uncle it's actually my uncle in the music video, and he's kind of like big and scary, and we used him as the main actor for it, and we just ran through this cornfield, and he's just chasing after my boyfriend with a shotgun. And so that was very, very fun. And yeah, I just think that song is just such a relatable song. So many dads just want to protect their little girl, and you're always going to be daddy's little girl. So that was the very first song that we ever did in Nashville, very first write, and very first music video actually too. Yeah.
Well, can I just say, yeah, I had a look at that song and truly inspirational. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, you did a really incredible job with that.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have created this other incredible song called Tombstone. What was like the whole experience like getting to create the song Tombstone, and like what's the whole meaning behind Tombstone?
Yeah, so Tombstone's pretty deep actually. So I originally wrote Tombstone on my own after I got out of a really bad breakup, and this was probably like when I was in like grade 9, to be honest with you, a long time ago. And so I had this song just sitting on my computer for a really long time, and it was actually originally called Do You Know Him? And it was all about me telling his new girlfriend to be careful because you don't know him like I do, and he's gonna break your heart. And so when I was going into my writes a few years later, this song came up as one of the songs that I always loved. I had a demo of it, and I was like, do you guys like the song? And they're like, yeah, we do, but there's some things that we want to change. Are you comfortable with, rewriting some stuff? And I was like, yes, but I really want this main idea to stay the main idea because it means so much to me. And so I went into the right, we changed it, we called it Tombstone, and it's called I Don't Need Another Tombstone, is the main line. And it's all just about like going through all these different situations in your life with this person. And it's like, I've dealt with this so many times. Like, I don't need another heartbreak. I don't need another, it's really about like seeing that person again and being like, oh, that killed me. I can't ever go back to that, even though I'm remembering those feelings and remembering those situations. I don't need another Tombstone. So it was a really, really deep song, and I'm so glad that one came back to life because it was one of my favorite songs, and I wrote that by myself on a piano, and then it went all the way to Nashville and it got rewritten, so it was really cool.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
I'm going to the next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called It Doesn't Hurt. What was like the whole experience like creating this incredible song?
Thank you. I'm glad you like it. The music video was spectacular. Like, that was the one thing that I really wanted to capture is like, you go through all these seasons and these periods of your life that can be really hard, but at the end of the tunnel, it's beautiful and you come out stronger. And I really wanted to capture that image in the music video. So in the beginning, you see me walking and it's a dark, it's all rocky and it's all dark and there's a light at the end and I'm talking. And so there's one line that says, that's when I realized it doesn't hurt anymore. And so right then I wanted it to get light and bright and then show all these beautiful clips of California. And so that was filmed at Zuma Beach in California. And same thing, I brought my videographer down. He's like, honestly, he loves his job. Like, he just goes to all these cool places and it's awesome. But yeah, so we filmed that one there and he did a lot of drone shots, and that song is just, it's a beautiful song. It's like, I never thought that letting go of someone would be this easy. It's like, I thought I'd die. I thought I'd break. I thought that giving up on you was a big mistake. That's like the main part of the song. And it's like, it doesn't hurt as bad as I thought it was going to be. So it's just an inspiring song for people to just know that like, sometimes it doesn't hurt as much as you think it's going to.
Well, can I just say, like, the beach setting for that music video was truly sensational, and like the whole dress that you wore in that
Oh,
music video was sensational, by the way.
thank you. I got a
You're
rip in
very
it after in the back. Oh my gosh. I was like,
Yes.
it was so bad. There's like this tiny like little like rip, and I'm like, this is so good. This happened at this time, so we got all the clips.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was really good. So you guys
Thank
did such
you.
an incredible job. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to get into like singing in the first place?
Yeah, I would definitely say like I grew up in a pretty musical home. My dad played piano and sang, and same with like his side of the family. And basically we always had music in the house. And so I think that my dad just playing piano and singing really inspired me to want to do it. And like I was just always really gravitated towards the piano at a young age, and something just in my heart and in my gut just wanted to sing. So yeah, it was just always something that was there. And then I just wanted to learn more. I wanted to learn chords. I wanted to learn just how to sing, how to harmonize. And it was always just something that was naturally inside of me. And it just got sparked from living in a musical home and wanting to be interested by it.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yeah, performing music for me just means honestly being that voice for people and being able to tell people's stories through my music, because I think it's really cool that everyone can interpret music differently. And it's really cool for me when someone runs up after a show and was like, that song changed my life, or this song hit me like that, even though it wasn't the way that I was thinking of it, of that experience when I wrote it, but someone just interprets it so differently. And I think that's where like the power of music comes in, that like every single person can interpret something differently. And if I can be that voice for someone, then I've done my job.
So on to the very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
I would work with Shania Twain because I grew up loving Shania Twain, and I just love everything that she does. Another person that I'm really inspired by right now would definitely be Dan and Shay. I love their songwriting. I love their voices. And as a writer, I've always been really gravitated towards Taylor Swift. So just her writing skills and her heart, and that'd be really cool.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID? Because it's been such a rough time for artists, especially during COVID.
Definitely. I've learned how persistent I actually am. Like I've learned like that nothing is gonna stop me from doing what I love doing. It's like, even though this pandemic has been really difficult for so many people and so many artists, like every day I'm waking up trying to find new ways to do music with the world getting changed right now. And whether that's posting every day on TikTok, like to just try to, connect with new people, or, writing music, especially, is a huge thing right now. I'm writing music all the time and recording. It's just like, I guess I just had like a whole new love for music, because it's like, even when I can't perform, even when I can't do all these things, I still am motivated as much or even more to want to be able to do it. So yeah, I guess just like a new love for music.
So on to the very next question. So what are like the whole positive and negative side into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
The negative of the music industry is that there's so many artists. There's so much talent out there, and it's like you almost have to, like, everyone's swimming this way, you almost have to go somewhere else because you're not going to get seen if you go the other way. So I definitely think you have to be smart and try to find a way around where the school of fish are going, because you'll kind of just get lost in it. And it's really difficult. I think focusing on building relationships is the most important thing in this industry, and just getting better and better at your craft is really important, because the minute that you slip on that, like, it's over. Like, you just have to be the best that you can be. I would also say another negative would be like trying to, I would say getting stuck on like a sound that's not you, like trying to just sound like someone else, or trying to, you know, write the same song as someone has already written. Like it's just, you get lost in that, and then you just get rid of your brand. And that's so important, is to build a brand as an artist really young, and early on in your career, because you'll just sound like everyone else. And I had one more thing I was thinking of. I would say another negative is a lot of people's influence, outside influence, because so many people want you to be the next Taylor Swift, or want you to be the next Shania Twain, or whatever it is. And sometimes that can get confusing as an artist, because you don't know who to listen to. And I think it's just really important to almost just be like tunnel visioned and be smart, like listen to people, but you have to know what you want at the end of the day, or you're just going to get lost in it. So that's my advice for sure.
Awesome. So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, for like the rest of 2021 that you would like to announce?
Yeah, so I'm working on an EP right now, which is super exciting. I have 2 songs completely done and recorded. So what we would like to do is release those as singles, and then release the rest of the music. So my goal right now is to have it all done by the summer, and that will be coming out very soon.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show?
Yeah, for sure. All right. Thanks so much for this interview, by the way. This is awesome.
You're very welcome.
Where are you out of?
I'm in good old Australia.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. I've always wanted to go to Australia.
When the pandemic and all that stuff is over, definitely should come to Australia.
Yes, I would.
I recommend it.
I would love to. Okay, so this song that I'm gonna perform was basically inspired by the Mean Girls like movie, and so it's just called The Mean Girls, and the main line in this is "I don't vibe with the Mean Girls." And basically, this one day I was just hanging out with a bunch of friends, and I was just noticing that this group of girls was talking and talking and talking about these other girls, and I was just getting frustrated. Sorry, you can hear me. I was just getting frustrated because it was just like so much drama and gossip, and I was like, I don't think I vibe with the Mean Girls. And I just had this like idea come into my head, so I went home and I wrote this song. So this is "I Don't Vibe with the Mean Girls." Well, everybody's here just talking about someone. And if I'm being honest, I just came here to have fun. Maybe if I talk trash, I'll grab your attention. Don't participate, no one listens. Oh. Telling stories, mocking and laughing, looking for the next reaction. I just nod my head, because your insecurities are loud when you put others down. I wanna know, does it make you feel better? Everything you hear comes out of your melting song. Somebody's light will make you shine brighter. Oh, I don't really vibe with the Mean Girls. Oh, I don't really vibe with the Mean Girls. Yeah. Does anybody here have anything better to say? Oh, because these conversations don't stimulate my brain. But baby, if I talk trash, I'll grab your attention. Don't participate, no one listens. Oh, telling stories, mocking and laughing, looking for the next reaction. I'd rather be home instead, because your insecurities are loud when you put us down. I wanna know, does it make you feel better? Everything you hear comes out of your mouth, and somebody's light will make you shine brighter. Oh, I don't really vibe with me, girls. Oh, I don't really vibe, because your insecurities are loud when you put others down. I wanna know, does it make you feel better? Everything you hear comes out of your mouth, and somebody's loud will make you shine brighter. Oh, I don't really vibe with me, girls. I don't really vibe with me, girls.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Jacqueline, for making the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
No, I'm ready to see you guys. I am ready to be back on stage and touring, and I'm ready to throw this music out. I'm very excited about it. It's definitely some of my favorite work I've done so far. So I'm very excited to release new music and see you guys soon.
You know, I used to be so distracted by him. Now I'm just taken by the beauty of God's world that surrounds me. They say there's always a light that comes after a storm. And for me, that's when I realized it just doesn't hurt anymore.
Listening to what used to be our song, it doesn't feel the same now that you're gone. I thought I missed a smile that you never gave me. The damage has been done, it's too late for saving. Thanks for doing me so wrong. It taught me how to go and be this strong. You broke my heart into a million pieces, catching my breath after barely breathing. I thought I'd die, I thought I'd break, I thought that giving up on us was a big mistake. I braced myself for the last goodbye. I wanted tears to fall, but I couldn't even cry. I expected losing us would be the worst, but what's even worse, it doesn't hurt. Oh, yeah. Oh, it doesn't hurt. I'm driving through the back roads of our life, oh, trying to feel again so I doesn't hurt.
Welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest is this other incredible singer and songwriter named Jessica Towler. So I'm about to add Jessica into the live now to have a chat with Jessica about her incredible music that she's performed. Let's add Jessica in and have a chat with Jessica. Hi, Jessica.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to come onto my show. It's such a pleasure having you on.
Absolutely.
To people that don't know who you are, Jessica, if you can give a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. So for those of you who are new, my name is Jessica Towler. I'm a singer-songwriter from Ontario, which is in Canada. I'm pretty sure you have a very large variety of audience from all over the world. So yeah, Ontario and Canada. I currently have 3 original songs out, and my 4th is on the way. I'm super excited for that. Yeah.
So we'll dive right into the very first question. So for my very first question, so you have actually created this truly inspirational song about anxiety. What was like the whole experience like coming up with the idea and wanting to create this song about anxiety?
I'm trying to think of, I remember writing my first lyric for the song, and it was, I sit here, I'm kind of in the dark, kind of, something's taking control of me. So my idea for the song was that anxiety is like a little devil on your shoulder. It's someone who's taking control of you, and you don't want to be anxious, you don't want to have these feelings, but you are, and it's just happening. I took experiences from many different anxiety attacks I've had. Some of them I feel like I'm completely like I've lost vision kind of thing, and some where they're just more smaller and not as crazy. But just taking all those different experiences and putting them into a song. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Stronger. What was like the whole experience like getting to create Stronger, and yeah, what's the whole meaning behind Stronger?
Okay, so Stronger I co-wrote with an artist named Giselle de Guzman from Halifax in Canada. So it was completely written, and we made the song over Skype, which was a whole new experience for me. That was actually my first time doing a co-write with someone. Most of my songs I've written only on my own or something like that. Without getting into too much detail about behind the story, Stronger, it's a real life story. It happened to me. I had 2 people in my life who I thought I could trust, and something happened, and I thought I was going to die. I thought this was the end. I was so miserable. And then I realized that situation made me so much stronger and made me who I am today. And that's how the song came out.
Awesome. Well, for my very next question, so you have also created this other incredible EP song called On My Own. What was like the whole experience like coming up with the idea of wanting to create On My Own, and what's the whole meaning behind On My Own?
Yeah, so On My Own is it was my debut single. The meaning behind it was I was kind of at this point in my life where I didn't really want to be living that normal 9-to-5 life. I'm like, I feel like you are put into this box, and you need to go to school, you need to get a job, you get married, and you live life the way you're supposed to. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to travel, I wanted to make music, I wanted to do things on my own without having people tell me what to do. And that's the inspiration behind that song.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you've actually done a song cover of Hole in the Bottle. What was that whole experience like doing the music video for that?
So I heard the song Hole in the Bottle by Kelsey Ballerini, and I instantly fell in love with the song. 1, because I love wine, and 2, a lot of my music is inspired by Kelsey Ballerini with a bit of pop, a bit of country kind of thing. So I picked the song, I went to the studio and recorded it, and then I just did the music video by myself. I set up a tripod and I drank some wine by myself. Really low-key, very minimal, but so much fun. And yeah, people seem to like it, so I'm happy.
It was really awesome, by the way. Like, as soon as I saw the video, I was like, wow, this is actually really incredible. So I applaud you on your job with that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So on the very next question, so who inspired you as a person to get into singing in the first place? Because you're well known as an actress too. Yeah, what got you inspired to become a singer mainly?
That's kind of a hard question. I feel like as a little girl, looking up to people like Britney Spears and Hilary Duff, and I wanted to be on stage and be like them. But I never had the courage or the guts to sing in front of people. And I guess that's kind of where my anxiety came in. And then I was in a school musical in my grade 12 year. And from then on, I decided I'm going to take singing lessons. And with my own personal music, my inspiration is Taylor Swift, like I was saying, Kelsey Ballerini. I'm kind of going for that pop country kind of vibe and having very vulnerable, real lyrics.
That's so cool. So on to our very next question. So if you could, so what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
I think performing is my favorite part of being an artist. I definitely love writing. I love creating and being in the studio. But my favorite thing is being in front of a live audience. I've always loved performing and putting on a show for people from when I was little. I used to do acting. I've done dance my whole life. So just the experience of having all the lights on you, the audience there, really connecting with people, feeling the music, that's the best thing for me. Like, I love it.
Awesome. So that's our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
You know, this is a really hard question. Okay, so I have my top one, obviously, is Taylor Swift. Like I said, she's a huge inspiration for me with her writing and just how she's completely formed her music and how she's changed and all of this throughout the years. Love her. My number 2 would be probably Ed Sheeran. I think he's very talented. He plays so many instruments. He has great writing skills. And then the third spot, I'm not quite sure. I have a couple people I'd like to work with, so it's hard to pick just 3. Some other artists would be like Miley Cyrus. I think she's super talented. Justin Bieber, because he's Canadian, so why not? Yeah, I'd honestly, picking 3 is hard, but those are my top 2.
Yes. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
So what have you learned about yourself, like especially during COVID?
During COVID?
Yeah.
I've learned that I love to write. Before COVID and before that, I'd never really had written much or at all. And being able to isolate and be at home and really connect with my feelings and then also do Skype co-writes and stuff with people all over the world, I'm realizing that I love to do that. I'm realizing that I love to be vulnerable and open up. It's been very scary. When I released my song Anxiety, that was absolutely terrifying for me. But now that I've done it, I love it. And I just want to share my story with the world.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positives and negatives into the whole music industry or acting industry, because you're an actress? So how do you get through those negatives and positives?
Something that can be both a positive and a negative is self-esteem. Growing up, being in front of the camera and stuff, I've had casting directors and agents tell me, no, she doesn't work. No, she sucks, or stuff like that. Also, doing my live streams, I've had some mean comments, or I've had cyberbullying happen to me. So that kind of stuff is, I would definitely say, a negative. A positive would be just connecting with everyone. I love this. I love I'm talking to you and you're in Australia. Like, this is absolutely amazing. Yeah, just being able to connect with people worldwide, getting to do what I love. Yeah.
Well, can I just say, I'm loving your streams, by the way, that you've been doing recently on Facebook and stuff. Truly sensational. So to people that haven't seen Jessica's streams, she does like incredible music performances, incredible songs too, by the way, that you perform, that you get recommendations for. And yeah, your streams are truly incredible. So keep up the amazing work with your streams.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So on to our very next question, and very last question too. So what's next for you for like music wise for the rest of 2021?
Well, first, I will be releasing my new single, which I mentioned earlier. It's called Our Story, and it will be out in a couple weeks. I'm really excited. I'll be releasing probably the photo within the next day or two, and people can start pre-saving, so that's really exciting. Right now, we're in a bit of a lockdown here in Ontario, so there's not a lot of performing going on, at least with a live audience in front of me. I'm really hoping by the summer things will start to open up, and I'll be able to do that. But other than that, just releasing lots of music and continuing on what I've been doing.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Jessica?
Sure. Okay. I wasn't expecting that. Give me 1 second to just set up my system. There we go. All right, I'll do Anxiety. Here we go. I'll sit here, oh so silently, as she takes control of me. The lights flicker, walls caving, it goes black. My hand starts to spin, life goes on and so will I. Just one pill at a time. Tomorrow is not promised, but I can turn around today. Please tell me that you will stay. Here I am again, I've seen this place before. Here I am again, laying on the floor. I see it all, this ain't nothing new. I don't know if I can make it through, if I can make it through. My anxiety, she got the best of me. Just when I thought I'd overcame it, and it was in the past, the force of gravity is starting to hold me. Now I fall into the ground, and I cannot hear a sound. Sometimes I freak out inside, sometimes I am paralyzed. I don't know why. I don't know why. Here I am again, I've seen this place before. Here I am again, laying on the floor. I've seen it all, this ain't nothing new. I don't know if I can make it through, if I can make it through. Ooh, if I can make it through. Ooh, if I can make it through. Sometimes pills make me blurry, sometimes I cry, don't you worry. I'll be fine, I'll be okay. Anxiety, get out of my way. Sometimes I lay in bed, suicidal thoughts in my head. I can't do this anymore, I can't do this anymore. My anxiety, she got control of me. Here I am again, I've seen this place before. Here I am again, laying on the floor. I've seen it all, this ain't nothing new. I don't know if I can make it through, if I can make it through. Ooh, if I can make it through. Ooh, if I can make it through. Ooh, if I can make it through. Ooh.
Yes. Love it.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you so much, Jessica, again, for making the time to come onto my show. It's been such a pleasure having a chat with you and having you on my show. Do you have
Absolutely.
like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
If you guys want to check out my music, you guys can check it out, Jessica Towler, on all streaming platforms. I'm actually about to go live in just under an hour on my Facebook page, Jessica Towler Music. So if you guys want to continue on over there, then come on, hang out.
Awesome.
It ain't my fault, so don't blame me. I swear I just came here to unwind and have one drink. The way it looks ain't what you think. This Cabernet has a way of vanishing on me. There's a hole in the bottle, leaking all this wine. It's already empty, it ain't even supper time. Honey, no, I don't miss him. In fact, it slipped my mind. There's a hole in the bottle of wine. I keep my cool, play by all the rules. I swear 10 minutes ago that bottle was full. I won't cry about love gone wrong, 'cause tears will water down this ruby red I'm sipping on. There's a hole in the bottle, leaking all this wine. It's already empty, it ain't even supper time. Honey, no, I don't miss him. In fact, it slipped my mind. There's a hole in the bottle of wine. Oh yeah. I went and got a new one, 'cause the other one was broken. Now this one's halfway gone, and it's barely even open. There's a hole in the bottle, leaking all this wine. It's already empty, it ain't even supper time. Honey, no, I don't miss him. In fact, it slipped my mind. There's a hole in the bottle of wine. You may ask me where it's going, but I can't seem to find the hole in the bottle of wine.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So this is my last guest of this week, and she's such an incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Lee Greenhill. And I'm about to add Lee into the live now to have a chat with Lee about her incredible music that she's done. So yeah, let's add Lee in and have a chat with Lee about her incredible music. Here we go. Hi Lee.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good, thanks you.
Yeah, I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Lee, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, Lee, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
So my name is Leah Greenhill, and I'm a singer, well, songwriter in the UK. I'm doing a artist development program with Prairie Studios, trying to sort of dive into the music world, I guess.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So with my very first question, so you have actually created this incredible original song called As Long As I'm With You. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song and coming up with like the whole idea of this song, and what's like the meaning behind this song?
So As Long As I'm With You, so it was really fun to taking like a simple melody that I started humming, and I just started like adding words to it and things like that. I think it actually started with the first verse. Like I needed to like reach out to someone, and you know, I just started picking up my guitar and started playing, and it sort of kind of built from there and snowballed from there. So that was really fun to do, and it's actually about like having that someone to help you and support you someone you can call on whenever you need them. And it could be anyone, you know, it could be a friend, a boyfriend, a colleague, just someone who lifts your spirits and you feel like you can do anything with them and they just build your confidence when you're down.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other incredible original song called Fake Smile. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song, and like what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So this one is actually written about a colleague. I don't work with him anymore, but he was very happy-go-lucky. You know, he always had a smile on, trying to make everyone else laugh. But I knew there was something more to his story. So I kept trying to dig at him, and he let out little things like, oh, you know, I've had a bad past, and oh, you know, one day I'll tell you, and someday, you know, we'll meet for coffee and I'll tell you all about this past life. So I wrote this song, and like it took little things of what he said to me, and I built this song about it because I never actually got to hear his story. And I really wanted to know, and I've kind of lost a bit of contact with him, which is a shame because I want to know what happened. So yeah, that's what happened with that song.
So on to our very next question. So what do you enjoy most about singing? Because you have such an incredible like vocal range. What do you enjoy most about singing?
I just like, you know, I don't know, it makes me happy. I like putting feelings down onto paper, and I like connecting with music because I feel like music is like our feelings, like any feeling you have, there is a song for it.
So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
So I've not actually performed properly yet. Lockdown kind of hit before I got to go to any open mic nights. Which was a shame because I was just starting to build my confidence up to them. But I guess like when it comes to it, it's just about making sure I've got something to say and I want people to hear it, whether they listen or not. But it's just having fun and, you know, having something people can connect to.
Okay, I'm going to flip this question around now. If you could perform anywhere, where would you want to perform and why?
I don't really know, if I'm honest. I'm still very scared about performing in front of people. So I guess anywhere at first.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you like as a singer to get into singing in the first place?
So it was actually my producer who got me into singing in the first place. There's a funny story actually. I was at home alone and I actually checked to make sure that he wasn't in so that no one could hear me, because I wanted to sing. And I sang, and next thing I know, I'm being told that he's heard me through the walls because he's obviously come home at some point and heard me. And he actually invited me to go to the studio and to be part of the artist development program, which was really cool. So that's kind of like how my story started, really.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could like work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and why?
Probably Alanis Morissette. So I grew up listening to her. My mom is a big fan of her. I listened to her a lot growing up. I think she's got an incredible voice. Probably Avril Lavigne. I've grown up listening to her since her Let Go album, and I just think she's really cool. And then probably Taylor Momsen from the Pretty Reckless. I love their music. I probably listen to them the most, really. And I really like her style and how she puts herself across.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like especially during COVID?
I've definitely learned that music's what I want to do. I want to progress with it as much as I can, because I've missed going to the studio during lockdown. The studio is my happy place, and music's definitely something that makes me really happy, and I miss, you know, having jams and playing with other people. And I think I've definitely learned that I've got a lot more confidence than I thought. So I started posting all the covers during lockdown, which has really helped, and I've got a good response from them, so that was good.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negative into like the whole music side to things, and how do you get through those whole negatives as a person?
So I've not actually had much experience yet with everything because I've only just started my musical journey. But so far it's been great. You know, I've been on the arts development program, and it's just been to see like exploring whether it's something I want to do, whether it's something I enjoy, and I'm having so much fun, you know, learning everything. And hopefully when we get back to it, I'll be able to learn a bit more about the industry and how things work and things.
Okay, if you could give like any advice to any like musician and artist, like what advice would you give them and why, like to people starting out?
If you feel like you have something to say it. Go out there, do it. You know, at least you can say you tried. And the whole obviously the whole reason I started getting into it, and what I was told by my producer, is that, you know, at least I can say I gave it a go, and I've got a single out called I Don't Know Why, and that's something really exciting that I can go, yeah, I've done that.
Awesome. So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce?
So I will be continuing the artist development program with Perry Studios, which is really fun. I have a single called Masquerade, which will is the next release. We don't actually have a release date for that yet, so watch this space. But that was yeah, that would be really fun because I actually wrote the lyrics to Masquerade myself. So, and Greg and Jilly at the studio helped me to build that. So that was a really fun process.
Awesome. So, Lee, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome.
So obviously you mentioned the originals.
Yeah.
So I think I'll perform Fake Smile for you because I have a lot of fun performing Fake Smile. Sorry. One day I'll tell you what's going on. Why I smile when it's all gone wrong? Yeah, I will. Just give me a sign. One day I'll tell you the stories of the past, of how I hit so hard, and that's why I left. Yeah, I will. Just give me time. It's not what you think. It's me inside my head. Don't know the struggle, what it takes to get out of bed. Nobody sees the sad eyes behind the fake smile I put on. Nobody sees the frown lines behind the fake smile I put on. You say you know me, you don't know that well. One day I'll tell you what's going on in hell. One day I'll tell you what's going on inside of me. Behind the fake smile, there's a lot of voices inside, and that's the reason the crowd's not hide. You have to. I wish you knew. Yeah, a lot of stuff has happened, had a lot of lies that I have doubts, and it's true. I wish you knew. It's not what you think, it's me inside my head. Don't know the struggle, what it takes to get out of bed. Nobody sees the sad eyes behind the fake smile I put on. Nobody sees the frown lines behind the fake smile I put on. You say you know me, you don't know that well. One day I'll tell you what's going on in hell. One day I'll tell you what's going on inside of me, behind the fake smile.
Yes, Lee. Yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Lee, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Like, do you have like any last final thoughts that you like to say to people on the show?
Just thank you for watching. It's been really fun being on. Thank you for having me.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Megan Dilemma. So I'm about to add Megan into the live now to have a chat with Megan. So yeah, let's add Megan in and have a chat with Megan.
Hi.
Hi Megan, how's it going?
Good. How are you, Jacob?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on.
I'm happy to be here.
To people that don't know who you are, Megan, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Sure. So I'm an R&B singer-songwriter from Toronto, and I've been doing music full-time for a while now. Me and you met actually on TikTok, which is crazy.
Yes, we did. Yes.
and then we connected on Instagram. So yeah, I'm just doing music full-time in Toronto, and it's definitely been a switch lately, but just trying to release more music and excited to share some new things very, very soon, which is cool.
Awesome. So for my very first question, so you actually created this incredible song called On and On. What was like the whole experience like coming up with like the idea of wanting to create this song, and what's the meaning behind this song?
Yeah, so On and On, I actually wrote during, I wrote it last year, and I wrote the song about a relative that had passed away at that time, so it kind of like inspired the song's idea. And pretty much it's about like when someone leaves you that you miss them. So it's a really upbeat song, so you actually would never know that was like the meaning behind it, but that's kind of like the background story, I guess. And the cool thing about On and On was it was recorded virtually because it was the first song I ever did virtually with my producer because of the pandemic. Like it was cool just because it was a learning experience, and I got to pivot that way, so I was happy with how that one turned out.
Awesome. So on to my very next question. So you have also created this other song called You Can, hopefully I say this right, You Can. What was like the whole experience like coming up with the idea of wanting to create You Can, and like what's like the whole meaning behind You Can?
Yeah, so You Can is a song about mental health. It's about dealing with, anxiety, depression, just when you feel like everything is too much. And it's, a song about believing yourself and making yourself feel like that you were able to do the things that at the moment that you feel like you can't do. So I wrote that song for myself, actually, to get me out of a place where I didn't feel like I was good enough. And I have a lot of songs like that where I'll play them at a later time and to get me, into a more happy mood. I like make therapy songs almost for myself. And that's what You Can kind of turned out to be this blessing about, I wrote it for myself at that time. And even though I don't always feel like that all the time, I can still visit that song later on and it can help me in different ways, which is kind of cool.
Well, can I just say, like, I actually had to listen to like all your songs that we mentioned today in this interview, and like your vocals and like the songs that you've created have been truly sensational. And I just want to say that first up, like your vocals are truly sensational, and you have so much like a gift of talent, and it's just incredible. So I just want to say that first up.
That's so kind. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you have actually created this other song called Unfold Me. What was like the whole experience like creating this song, and what's the meaning behind this song?
So Unfold Me is actually one of the main singles I've ever released. That was a while ago, 2018, I would say. And Unfold Me was about, it sounds really vulnerable, but it was about, like letting somebody in when you feel like you're not ready for love. That's what that song is about. And yeah, the process of that song was just a whirlwind, like from making the music video to releasing it, and just like putting a part of me that was so vulnerable in the world out in the world was kind of crazy, but it was a growing point, and I'm really glad that it's out there.
So on to our very next question. So you have actually created this other incredible song called Inside. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this incredible song, and like what's the whole meaning behind about Inside?
Yeah, so actually inside, you know, you can really interpret inside as anything. For me, I wrote that song about my relationship with music, and Inside was about how I felt on the inside, really. And it was about, you know, I've always had like this push and pull about music, you know, is it the right thing for me? Is it not the right thing? And I feel like a lot of artists go through that. And Inside was about, you know, finding and igniting that passion for music again. So that was the meaning behind that song. And I took a definite different route, I think, with like production and the way that it turned out. But yeah, that's kind of like the background history, I guess, about Inside.
So on to our very next question. So you've actually created a song called Just Fine. What was like the whole experience like getting to come up with the idea of wanting to create Just Fine? And what's like the whole meaning behind the song?
Yeah, Just Fine is about loving somebody in your life, you know, it could be your parents or friends, partner, and it's about trying to support them when they're going through a lot. So it's like, you know, you're already dealing with the stuff that's on your plate, but trying to support your loved ones. That's what Just Fine is about. Just Fine is about, you know, we're going through so much, but no matter what, we're going to be just fine. We're going to make it out okay.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So who inspired you as a person to like get into singing in the first place?
My inspiration would definitely be my family. My parents are like my inspiration for everything. They're kind of like these strong human beings that just, I don't know, I'm just very grateful for them. And in terms of music, like they always raised me, you know, listening to different music and different sounds, and my family are very artistic people, so like they always kind of like, you know, you're gonna be the singer, you're gonna be in music kind of thing. So it was like foreshadowing my whole life. But yeah, they were my main inspiration, I would say, to be where I am right now.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
So performing, so it means a lot to me. I have actually grown an appreciation, I would say, for performing more in the past year than I ever had before. And that's because I used to battle with a lot of anxiety for performing, like pre, you know, COVID year. And it's because I would do it and I would just, you know, I would get so hard on myself for all these performances I would do. And now doing, you know, virtual performances, I would miss kind of being in person with something, like, you know, going to see you in person and just like singing to people in the flesh it's a different vibe, and you feel energy in a different way. So yeah, I definitely miss performing in that way. And I think having that connection with people is just so important when being an artist.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
That's a hard question. There's a lot of people. I'm gonna like narrow it down. I feel like, let's say like in the next couple of years, like let's say 5 years to be, give me some time. I was gonna say 5 years, 3 people. I would say Tom Misch, and maybe I'm shooting for the stars here, but Tom Misch, Georgia Smith, Leanne LaHavis are probably 3 on my list. Maybe Mahalia. Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah, those would be like my 3 to 4 immediate list, I would say.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
I've learned to, I've become more understanding, I would say, like to you know, just like adapt to what everybody is dealing with, like on their own story and their own journey and their own level. So I feel like I've become more understanding that way, and I feel like I've learned to pivot more. So I would say, like, you know, things that I didn't know I could do before, I've like tried to learn how to edit a video or do different things. So I've been trying to like step out of my comfort zone a bit more for that. But yeah, just I think the main thing is just being more patient and understanding. is something that I've been working on the last year, just because you never know like what people's background is and like their journey and what they're going through. So just trying to do that.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive sides and negative sides into like the music industry, and how do you like get through those negatives?
Okay, so that's probably like a very broad question, but I'll say positive side is doing living a life of where you can do music where you have a passion for it. I think it's an honor to do something like you're really passionate about. Definitely is at the end of the day. The negative would be the mental health behind, you know, the battle of being an artist. That for me is like definitely a thing. And overcoming those negatives with mental health, I would say there's a lot of things that I've been working on and that I use as tools, whether it be, you know, finding a good support system, you know, people that you can rely on and count on, whether it be family, friends, any type of relationships that you feel that you're supported, or, you know, anything that you say is being held, I think is really important. Using just like, there's like lifelines, honestly, just like things that you can text or call when you're feeling really sad or you're dealing with conflicting emotions. That can really help. Therapy is a really, you know, positive thing. And I feel like we're at the time now where like people are breaking the stigma about therapy, which I think is a really, really beautiful thing, because people can't suffer anymore in silence. And I think, you know, it's been literally a game changer in my life. So I just tell everybody, you know, when you find people that you can support you through all the stuff you're going through, then you can try your best to be the person you are, and you can try to live your life with purpose. Like, I can be a musician, I can be an artist, enjoy all the positives, because I'm also giving time for those negatives, and I'm giving time to heal those negatives, which I think is really important for artists to do, and for mental health.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
I'd like to announce on the show. So I'm releasing some new music starting June, July, and then probably ongoing into the fall. And yeah, I'm excited for that to be released. I'm working with a really cool team for that I just actually got on board with in the past couple weeks. So I'm excited for that to start rolling out. I've kind of kept it all a really big secret. And yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be some of the songs I'm releasing in the next couple of months are going to be definitely out of my comfort zone. And I think it's going to help me grow a bit, which is good. It'll be good for me.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Sure, I can definitely perform one of your songs.
Awesome.
Cool. I got my guitar right here.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to sing an original called You Can, which I just released. Close. This song goes out to anybody who feels like they're not good enough. I want the song to remind you that you're beautiful, you're worthy, you're talented, you're everything and more in a world that constantly tells you that you can't. You're capable. You can move high if you choose. It ain't gonna be your take to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now. You can move high if you choose. Ain't gonna be your take to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now. Every day we face the same thing. How do I start? You know, how do I get going? And no good enough. Should I risk it all? And my heart's wide open and I'm bound to follow. There's a fire deep inside. Sometimes it burns, times I hide. So you jump right in. If you let it out, then you find a way. Go out. You can move higher if you choose. Ain't gonna be a take to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now. You can move high if you choose. Ain't gonna be a take to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now. voices get into your head, but you ain't ready to do this yet. Let me make this clear, baby, that's all bullshit. When you got one life, you choose how to live it. Oh, there's a fire deep inside. Sometimes it burns, sometimes it hides. And you jump right in. If you let it out, then you find a way. No doubt, you can move high if you choose. You're gonna be a thing to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Just in believing right now. You can move high if you choose. You're gonna be a thing to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Just in believing right now. You are everything, can do anything. 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 You are everything, you can do anything. You are everything, can do anything. And you can move high if you choose. Ain't gonna be a thing to lose. Oh, you can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now. You can move high if you choose. It ain't gonna be a thing to lose. You can be free, you can be proud. Trust and believe it right now.
Yes. Yes, Megan.
Thanks, Jacob.
You're very welcome. Well, can I just say thank you so much for taking the time again for joining my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on, Megan. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
I just want to say thank you for having me. I was just telling my mom, I was like, oh, I'm having this call with Jacob, and we met on TikTok, and now we're talking on Instagram. And I just think, honestly, it's just nice to connect with you and to have this conversation. So, yeah, if you guys don't follow me and reach out. I'd love to hear from you. But honestly, just like thanks for the chat and thanks
You're very welcome.
Thanks for supporting artists so much. I think it's really cool.
You're very welcome. Well, thank you again, Megan. It's been such a pleasure. Stay safe, and tell your mum to stay safe also.
I will. Bye.
See ya.
If I could go back one day, I wouldn't take you for granted. Tell you everything's okay. I know what I had when I had it. I miss you all the time. You're not here by my side. If I could have a moment more, I wouldn't make any excuses. Tell you what we're fighting for. I know what I lost for, I lost it. Hurts when you're gone. On and on and on and on. I play this song on and on and on, just so I'm close to you, for you to be close to me. I'm not okay without you, I'm not okay. If I could have another chance, give you all the love to make it stronger, give you all of me. If it meant I have you a second longer, you're where I belong. On and on and on and on. I'll play this song on and on and on. Oh, just to be close to you, for you to be close to me. I'm not okay without you, I'm not okay. Ooh, I sing this song on and on and on, just to remember you, for you to remember me. I'm not okay without you, I'm not okay. You're running in my mind like a memory. Oh, someone please save me. Running in my mind like a memory. Oh, someone please save me. Running in my mind like a memory. Oh, someone please save me. Running in my mind like a memory. Oh, someone please save me. I'll play this song on and on and on. Oh, just to be close to you, for you to be close to me. I'm not okay without you, I'm not okay.
A Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Natalie Dal Cameron. So I'm about to add Natalie into the live now to have a chat with Natalie about her incredible music that she's created. So yeah, let's add Natalie in and have a chat with Natalie.
Hello.
Hi, Natalie. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Natalie.
Absolutely.
To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yes, my name's Natalie. I'm from Los Angeles. I studied at Berkeley and Boston for college, and I'm just an independent musician writing music. Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Natalie. So for my very first question, so you've created such incredible original music for yourself, and you've actually created this incredible song called Risky Business. What was it like creating this song, and what's the meaning behind Risky Business?
I thought it was funny you found that song because like I was like probably 13 when I wrote that, and I just like slapped it on YouTube, and then it's like my mom's favorite song, which is like weird. I don't know why, but yeah, when I was like 13 or 14, I like thought that like the chorus of the song should be the main point of the song, and at 19, like I still think that, but like kind of changed in a different way. So the chorus of that song pretty much just sums it up. It's the hardest part of love is to watch somebody you love somebody else, and it's like at 14 or 13 it's like, oh my god, the world's gonna end, you know what I mean? But like at 19 it's like, just move on, like there's plenty of fish in the sea. You know what I mean? So like I think it was a really naive way of like looking at love, but like I'm glad that song exists, and I'll leave it there. Yeah, so happy about it.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So you've also created this other song called Didn't Get It Right. What was the whole experience like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
I think I wrote that when I was like 16. I was a junior in high school, and I was in like an argument with like a friend, and like other people had gotten involved, and like I'm not an argumentative person, so it's like I don't like being like the center of attention like that. So like I remember I like got home and I was like sitting in my room and I was thinking about how like in every like interaction between two people in an argument, there's two sides to a story, and most of the time one person that's like gets to tell what they consider the correct narrative, and then you've got the other person that's like trying to defend themselves against what everyone thinks is the right narrative. So it was one of the first songs I wrote about like my own experience for somebody else. It's a really cool way to write because I get different lyrics out of that. So I wrote about a guy who was like struggling to defend himself while also losing friends. So it's kind of about how that's a sucky place to be in. So that's kind of what it's about.
So on to the very next question. So you've also created a song called Losing It. What was it like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Yeah, I wrote that also as a junior, and I think melodically that's still one of my favorite songs, and people seem to gravitate towards it, I think just because of that reason. But I remember like the whole idea was like when somebody like inconveniences you, causes you problems, like the last thing you want to admit that it bothers you. So like to other people, like the whole first verse is like, I don't care if I'm living in the back of your mind. I can guarantee that you're no longer in mine, which is the irony because I wouldn't have written the song if it didn't bother me. So I think like admitting that internally you're losing it and you don't want to admit it to other people. And I really enjoyed writing that song, and definitely one of my favorites, I think.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called California Living. Such an incredible song, by the way. What was it like getting to create this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Usually like when I listen to it at first, I was like, I don't even know what the meaning of the song is. But when I think about like when I had written that, I was like a senior, like mid-senior in high school, and I was driving to school and I rear-ended somebody. And like, then I went to school that day and I was like, oh, then school was bad. And then I got home and I was like, I had just decided I was going to go to Boston for college. And at that point I was like, screw Los Angeles. like I hate high school. Like I just want to have new experiences and like go somewhere else. And so kind of just like a song about how like you just want to move on to the next point in life. And I remember like I also just gotten like to learn Logic at that point. So like I figured out what pitch shift was. And so like the male vocal that comes in halfway through is like me just an octave lower, which I think was like a fun little experiment. So yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Love Away, which was such a sensational song too. What was it like getting to create Love Away, and what's the whole meaning behind Love Away?
I wrote that the same day as Risky Business. So I'm like 13 again. Yeah. And so then I was thinking like, it was also a third person narrative song. So like I had two people that like saw love in very different ways. But at the same time, you got two people that like are willing to work at it. So it's kind of the idea of like opposite attract and how that can work if you like put the effort into it. So yeah, like me at 13 was like, yeah, that's what love is. And I just kind of ran with it. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called That's Just Living. What's like the whole experience? What was that experience like creating this song, and what's the meaning behind this song?
Mm-hmm. I really still love that song. I wrote it also in third person, kind of like about like choosing to grow up how other people tell you should grow up kind of. And it's one of the few songs I've written that like I don't relate to at all, and I think that that's a really cool way to write as well. Like growing up, like raised to like dip your toes into things and figure out what you like, and so like through like dance class and like marching band and soccer practice, and like I like following like really bad fashions and just like looking stupid. Like I look back at those photos and I'm like, oh God. But then I like also say, I can also attest and say like, I look like how I look like now. And I like love what I love because I've tried it all and like figured out what doesn't make sense. So I wrote the opposite of that, as opposed to like some friends I had or people I knew who were I grow up and like, this is the career you're going to enter into. And like, this is the money you're going to make. And yeah, so I wrote it about like a 40-year-old guy who's like married and like makes bank, and he's like very successful, but like wonders what life might have looked like if he didn't end up there, kind of thing. So yeah.
So on to our very next question. So you have created a song called Wouldn't That Be Nice? What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
I also like this song. I had like, it was like the first month of college, and I had like met someone I really liked. What was like odd about it is like the song before that on my SoundCloud is called Love Is Easy. And like that song is like, I never really write very popular stuff. And so like, it was kind of, wow, I'm so glad. Like, this is exactly what it's supposed to be like. And then right after that, I like released Wouldn't That Be Nice as kind of a callback to like, wouldn't it be nice if love was really that easy? You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I kind of just was sad about the situation. And then I'm also very thankful for the experience, because I can say like from that song forward, I felt like the way I wrote music changed. I wrote more metaphoric stuff. So I'm very thankful for that experience and all that. And yeah, good, happy. I love the song.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called Before You Go. What was it like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
I wrote that the first week of college, and there's like a piano in a room, and I had like that first piano line, then triads kind of moving, and then yeah, it's kind of about like when someone like doesn't like you back, but like it's everything you would say before they left you anyway. So like, yeah, I kind of just ran with that song. I rarely write on piano, so I just started college and I wanted to like upload on SoundCloud, so I kind of just put that one up.
Well, can I just say, like, the songs that we've mentioned so far has, like, your vocal range is truly sensational, as I mentioned before. And I just want to say, you have, like, such a gift inside yourself. Like, you really do. Like, you're truly talented. To people that haven't listened to Natalie's, like, songs, definitely go check them out, because Natalie's truly inspirational and one talented singer. And I'd highly recommend people go check out her songs, because she is truly incredible. So on to my very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
I haven't like fully like performed in like a year, which is like sad. But even just like in my classes and like my songwriting classes and stuff, just performing for like the people around me, you still get the same rush from it. And it's like, I think as time goes on, I've realized that like performing is less and less about you and more about like how you translate that to a mass audience. So like for you, like your favorite artist or someone you've seen live, like if you can say about an artist, oh, they're a great performer. Like for me, if I can say that about somebody, it goes below like what the song is about and how that relates to that person. Anyone I've seen live, I've noticed it's a balance between how you say things and how passionate you are about your music and how that translates. If you can bridge that gap, bring people in with you, then I think that's what makes a great performer. And it's just in simple ways, like the way you enunciate or like the way you dictate things, how you move. If you're angry, like be angry. And if you're upset, like make people upset with you. So I think that's what makes a great performer. And like, that's how I try and define how I'd like to perform.
So on to the very next question. So who inspired you as a person, like to get into singing in the first place?
Taylor Swift, which is like very predictable. I had a fan page on it. It was my first Instagram. I had a fan page for Taylor Swift. It was this Instagram. And like, I don't think people know that because I made it my own Instagram, but like now everybody knows that. So yeah, I think I just liked how she was very like dedicated at a very young age. And I was impressed with the stuff she wrote when I was like 13, how that her. Besides that, I've always loved the Lumineers. They've always been a huge inspiration. And Alex Benjamin like kind of taught me how to write in third person and how that's a really good tactic to have.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So if you could work with like any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
This changes by the hour, but currently it's Bridgers. She has an album called Punisher, and it's like, I don't understand how that girl writes music. It's very good. This girl named Ash, who's also a Berkeley grad, she just wrote a song called an album called Ashlyn. It's good. And probably Lennon Stella. I think she has like really good tone, and like I think her production style down for. Yeah.
Awesome. So on to the very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID? Because it's been such a rough time for like especially artists like yourself during COVID.
Yeah. I think if I can sum it up, it's that I'm on the right path. I think I've gotten to work with like a production company with a lot of they go by Broom Joe, and I've gotten close with them as people and also like as people I work with. And I think if I can confidently say like in my own personal life, I've always, like I said to my parents, like I feel like as life slowed down, music sped up for me. And that's not even like publicly, it's just personally like things I've been working on just by myself. And if I can say that I enjoy what I love to do every time, and like I get up every day and I'm like, oh yeah, music sounds fun, then I think I'm on the right path. And I think a lot of the stuff I've written during COVID, and like I try to think if COVID didn't exist, like, oh, what could I have done? But then I try not to think about that either, because it's, what's the point? And I love like the musician I've become and the person I've become in the last year. So yeah.
So on to the very next question. So what are like the positives and negative sides into like creating music, and how do you get like through those like negative sides as a person?
I think positives is it's a very like individualistic art, and the amount of like genre that exists now is like insane. Like you could be under any genre you want it to be. I just think streaming platforms, the amount of music that exists is like absurd in like the best way possible. And like think about when you're in like the car with a friend and they're like, have you like listened to this artist? And I'm like, no. And like think about how much that like circulates every single day. The flip side of that and the irony in it is that's also a negative, because it's like there's so much music out there. It's like, how is it possible for me to like ever have a say in anything? You know what I mean? But I also think I get past that, where kind of going back to the last question, like if I can sit here and love what I do and enjoy what I do and do it for myself, then live it. Because I believe if I work hard at something and I love stuff, and also go after opportunities, I think what you deem as success, like being a singer-songwriter or being really well known can change. Success can look very different to you. I think the music industry has the same thing that you could be very happy doing and money at and enjoying your life with. So I think I just try not to think about how much music is out there, and I kind of just do my own thing and hope that somebody will like to listen to it.
So on to the very last question. So what's like next for you, like music-wise, that you'd like to announce on the show?
Like I said, I'm working with the Broom Joe production company. I love them, and they've done so much for me the last year, working together every week. We started doing like single stuff, and then it kind of just piled on. So I now have like kind of enough material for an LP or like an album, which was not planned. So that's about halfway done, and I'm hoping that can be released like fall, winter-ish. And then I have a single coming out soon, which is good. And then I'll continue to do the SoundCloud thing. I like TikTok recently. You can kind of just like put little bits of stuff and it kind of just circulates, and you know, it's a fun place to just do stuff. And yeah, I'll just keep loving music. That's where I'm at right now.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yes, I would.
Awesome.
Okay, so this is a song that I hope to be released in Bloodline. I kind of wrote it about how sometimes like between your friend circle, you can feel behind different aspects in life, and like people go through different experiences faster and earlier than you do. And it's kind of waiting for something to be right for you. So that's kind of what it's about.
Save your spot, well, keep it warm. I'll meet you by the willow tree. Skies burn orange, and dewdrop moonlight. We're dancing in the sunrise. You're kind to be my kin, and turn bloodline. That's what love looks like, or so it goes. Love looks alike in anecdotes of lust and storylines. I'll take my time, I'll take it slow. Soon I'll watch the marigolds this garden grow. I'll save these seeds reserved for you. I'll rest my touch so deep in palms that warm, words won't will go the I'll trust you like my own. And if tides turn capsized, I'll cradle you in sunrise. The feeling, it goes likewise. You're my bloodline. That's what love looks like. So it goes that way. Love looks alike in everyone I've met who tells it so. I'll take my time. And soon I'll watch the marigolds in this garden grow. Save these seeds reserved for you, for you. Oh. Through the storm and out the rain, times will change from yesterday. It's up wonderful, it's all that I've dreamt for, and by the time I've grown, recall the path drawn from the deepest hole, and out the other side, it's beautiful. And that's what love feels like, to hold your own. Love looks alike, coming out the other side, you know. I'll take my time, I'll take it slow, and soon I'll watch the marigolds this garden grow. I'll save these seeds reserved for you.
Yes, Natalie, yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Natalie. It's been such a pleasure having you on my show today. do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Yes. Listen to your favorite music, and thank you for having me. This was very fun. It's very reflective. Like, you picked songs that like I haven't thought about in like a long time. So like it's been good. It's been good. Very different than what I'm doing now, but it's a good.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of today is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Sam Carey. So I'm about to add Sam into the live now to have a chat with Sam about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Sam in and have a chat with Sam. Sam, how's it going?
Good, how are you doing?
Yeah, really good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Sam. So to people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, so thank you for having me on. My name is Sam Carey. I'm a singer-songwriter based in Southern California. I do kind of a mix, but it's based in country music, but influences from pop, R&B, rock, things like that.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question. So you have created this incredible new song release called Bitter. What was like the whole experience like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Bitter, and like what's the whole meaning behind Bitter?
Yeah, so Bitter was kind of a weird songwriting process. I had actually been in Nashville working on a project that will be released shortly, but I was in Nashville, we were writing a lot of songs, and we had written another song right before it, and my producer had brought in a guitarist, and we were just hanging out, and we had some extra time, and we're like, hey, like Alex is the guitarist, we're like, why don't you show us something that you would normally write? And so he did, and he showed us this kind of cool like R&B inspired guitar lick, and we were all really vibing with it. So I just started kind of laying, you know, scratch vocals on top of it, and that ended up creating the structure for the song. But then later on, we put in all the lyrics, and the lyrics were really just inspired from, I think, a feeling that a lot of people feel after a breakup or after, you know, losing a friend or anything like that, where they kind of are trying to move on, but you also feel extremely, you know, caught up in your emotions, and kind of normalizing that feeling. So it was cool. It wasn't we went in trying to write this song. It just kind of organically happened. So it's super cool.
So on to my very next question. So you have also created another incredible song called Seven Nation Army. What was like the whole experience like getting to create this song? Like, how did you come up with the idea of wanting to create the song in the first place? And what's the whole meaning behind Seven Nation Army?
Well, Seven Nation Army is actually a cover by the White Stripes, and I had never intended to actually put out a cover. You know, before usually it was all like original focus, but I really love the song, and my producer was like, hey, Sam, like pick a song that everyone knows, but we're gonna do it completely different than, you know, what people think of when they hear that song. So we kind of had a few songs in mind. I think we were kind of caught between House of the Rising Sun by the Animals, and then also Seven Nation Army, and I think maybe a few others. And Seven Nation Army just felt so cool because we were doing it in a way that was so different from Jack White and the White Stripes. There is a very like, you know, driving alternative rock song, and ours is kind of like a bluesy, haunting, you know, just not what you'd expect. And I'm really proud of how that one came out. So definitely go check that one out. Check all my songs out, but check out that cover because it's super, super cool.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called Ungodly Hours. What was like the whole experience like coming up with like the name of this, and like what's the whole meaning behind it?
Ungodly Hours is another kind of interesting song experience. I had just or was about to graduate high school at the time, and I was looking out at my peers and just like all the trouble you get yourself into when you're young and reckless. And I mean, part of it was autobiographical for me, part of it was just observation of people around me, but I was like, I'm gonna write like a coming of age, you know, kind of we're young and we don't care, like you only live once kind of song. And it was just really inspired by, you know, what I was currently seeing around me at that moment in my life, and it felt really true to, you know, where I was in my life, and also a few years down the line looking back on where I had been in my life at that time. I kind of think of that song as like a coming of age film, but like in song version. And we're gonna do a video for it and really want that to be how, you know, how that comes across in the video. So that song, I mean, I wrote it in my childhood bedroom and then had the opportunity to go out to Nashville, and I actually finished writing it with the same two people that I wrote Bitter with. So it was a kind of full circle moment. It's pretty cool.
So on to our very next question. So you have also created a song called Bonnie and Clyde. Like, what's the meaning behind like this incredible like song that, because like Bonnie and Clyde was such a historical figure back in the day. Why Bonnie and Clyde?
Ooh, honestly, like there's really no rhyme or reason why I write certain things. It kind of just, you know, happens, to be honest. Sometimes it's based off, you know, an emotion I'm feeling in real life. Sometimes I create characters in my head, and kind of like if you were writing a short story, but putting it in song version. And with Bonnie and Clyde, I just had this like line like, let's give Bonnie and Clyde a run for their money. And I think Bonnie and Clyde, you know, they were so historical, and they ended up, you know, the things they did together didn't end so well. But nonetheless, like that feeling of being so like chaotically in love with someone that you would literally be reckless with them and for them and all these things, I think that's something that in a deeper sense of it, people can relate to, even if you can't relate to, you know, being like a thief and, you know, like running from the police. Like I feel like not most people can relate to that. So like most people aren't gonna live the same life trajectory as Bonnie and Clyde, but I think you can like relate to that feeling, you know, that is connected to that, like the chaotic love, the recklessness, all that kind of stuff. So I just, you know, started with a hook and kind of built a story from there. Like what did I want to say for these characters that I was creating?
So on to our very next question. So you have also created this other incredible song called Mary Did. Mary Did You... Oh, sorry about that. Mary Did You Know... gosh, that's a hard thing to say. So what was like the whole meaning behind this song about Mary Did You Know, and like why this song?
Well, Mary Did You Know was another cover. It was at Christmas time. It's like one of the most famous Christmas songs, I feel like, out there. But it was, I think my producer at the time he was doing a thing where he was bringing his artists in to do Christmas songs. And we got to pick, and it was like super last minute and just organic. And that was one of my favorite songs to do during the holiday season. I love the story behind it. It's a haunting song. I love myself a good, you know, haunting melody. So I think it was just the choice that I wanted, you know, for a Christmas song to put out there. And next Christmas, I think I'm going to actually put out an original Christmas song. So that will be super exciting because, you know, everyone's heard, you know, all the Christmas songs that are out there. I mean, except for maybe a few obscure ones, everyone kind of knows them. So putting your own out there, kind of like, you know, sneak into the mix, is kind of cool.
Well, can I just say, Sam, like your whole music range, like vocal wise, like is truly sensational. Like you have such a gift inside of you. And I just want to say, like, I love your music. Like your music
thank you.
Super like incredible. What made you want to decide you wanted to like get into music in the first place?
Honestly, it wasn't like ever a decision of like, oh, I want to make music now. I feel like it was always something in me, something I always did from when I was very, very young. And in a sense, it's like I didn't choose to make music. Music chose me to make it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I mean, since I was just really little, I loved singing. I think when I was a kid, I didn't understand the gravity of what music meant to me. I knew I enjoyed making it, but I never thought of like, oh, I want this to be my career and I'm literally gonna make so many sacrifices for this crazy dream. I think I just was like, oh, I like to sing and I enjoy music and I like writing. But I think when I entered middle school and then on to high school, you know, you start thinking about like, wait, what do I want to do? And then for me, it was like, honestly, I'm not going to be content doing anything other than music. And yeah, music might literally kill me in the process of making it, but I mean, I would rather that than do something for the rest of my life that I don't care about. So yeah, the music kind of chose me. It's kind of crazy.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So you have also created this incredible song called What You're Doing to Me. What was like the whole experience like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
What You're Doing to Me was actually the first single I ever put out. There's a couple songs that aren't on Spotify. What You're Doing to Me, Stand, Move On, and Toxic. that I made when I was in high school, and I still have so much love in my heart for those songs. But I think when I was going to kind of redefine myself in my music, I felt like, in a way, those felt outdated for me. But now, the more I play them live, I'm like, okay, I'm eventually going to put them back on Spotify. Right now, they're on all other streaming platforms. But I think What You're Doing to Me really captures that, like, innocence as a young, person coming into their, feelings for another person, like, kind of that unrequited love, schoolgirl crush kind of thing, and how, like, agonizing that is when you're in high school and young. And I feel like maybe even when you're older, but when you're older, you get a slightly better understanding of it. You don't take it near as personal, I think. But when you're young, you just, like, can't control those emotions that you're feeling. So for me, at least, that's what You're Doing to Me was. It was about a guy in my, I think, freshman year that I was obsessed with, and, like, I just needed to get those emotions out because I couldn't actually confront him in real life, so I could confront him in a song. And it's funny, he's actually heard the song, but it still doesn't know it's about him. So it's one of my greatest, little secrets.
Awesome. So on to our next question. So who inspired you as a person, like, to get into singing in the first place?
Ooh, I have a weird singing story. I mean, when I was younger, I didn't really listen to a lot of mainstream music. I did occasionally, but I really listened to classical music and theatrical music and things like that. That was just what I was raised on when I was younger, and classic rock too. But I think, like, just all powerful female vocalists across history, whether they're pop vocalists, country vocalists, blues, R&B, like those, like, theatrical singers that have, like, those amazing ranges and dynamic, or even opera, which is something I loved when I was younger. I think I was just inspired by their ability to tell a story and, like, literally express themselves on that deeper level. So that was super, like, influential to me. Regardless of the style, it was just, like, the need, to be like that and express myself in that way.
So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like, especially as an artist?
Ooh, honestly, it's like, I always say that art and music is the expression of the soul. So when you're out there performing it, like, there's something to be said about being in a studio and writing songs and things like that. But when you're out there on stage and you're connecting with the audience, it's, like, so different. It's absolutely amazing. And I just love that, like, human connection that you have when someone is watching you perform, because you know that while they're listening to you, your songs are taking them somewhere inside themselves. I feel like anyone that listens to music, it reminds them of something, it brings them to some kind of feeling or thought or memory. And I don't know, I love being able to connect with people through song. And it's, like, probably one of the deepest connections I think you can make with another person. So that's my favorite thing.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So if you could work with, like, any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
That one's hard because there's so many amazing people, and then there's artists, but there's also producers and songwriters and, like, musicians that maybe aren't singers. So that's, like, really, really difficult. But I'm a huge, huge Chris Stapleton fan. If anyone likes country music, you'll know who he is. He's absolutely phenomenal. So I'm a huge Chris Stapleton fan through and through. So 100%, he's, like, top of my list. I think it would be amazing to be in a songwriting session with Taylor Swift. Regardless if you love her or hate her, she's a phenomenal writer. Like, you'd be lying if you said she wasn't. So I think it'd be really cool to, like, even if I didn't write a song with her, to, like, watch that process and learn from it firsthand, because there's a reason why she's, like, one of the most famous people in the world. She's got something. So I think that would be really, really cool. And then for my last one, I don't know, like, there's just so many amazing people. I think it'd be really cool to do a collab with, like, a legend of sorts, like Dolly Parton or Reba McEntire or Willie Nelson, one of the greats. I think that would just be really humbling and, like, just the coolest experience because I grew up listening to them.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself as a person, like, especially during COVID?
As a person or a musician?
A person or a musician, whatever works for you.
As a person, I learned that I need to like prioritize my time better, because the thing about COVID, before COVID, I was very much like go, 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 and like, you know, just kind of all over the place. And then COVID made me realize like how really like not together I had everything. So that allowed me to, you know, kind of reevaluate myself. And that was really cool. But as a musician, kind of goes hand in hand with that, like, you know, remembering that I have to constantly be on the grind. Even if I'm busy, I have to keep working hard. I have to prioritize my music. I can't just wait for things to happen. It won't happen like that. So definitely, I think COVID made me kind of, it like relit that fuse inside of me for ambition and like creativity and things like that.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive side and negative sides into the whole music industry, and how do you get through those negatives as a person?
Comparison culture is probably the worst thing in the music industry, especially as a female. It probably is this way for males too, but especially as a female, comparison is horrible, just because, you know, you see other people that are doing something, you know, somewhat similar as you, look somewhat like you, sound somewhat like you know, doing way better than you, and you're like, okay, what am I doing wrong that's not me? Or like vice versa, someone else could be looking at you like that. And then two, it's just like you look at the industry and a lot of things don't make sense as to why, you know, certain people are out here amazing, and you like meet a lot of people that you think are just beyond talented, and then you're not seeing their work pay off as hard as you think it should, and then you see other people that you feel like, how did that happen? It's just very like, there's a lot of comparisons. So I think that's probably one of the worst things in the music industry, but you just have to be strong within yourself and not think about that too much. Second off, everyone's always doing like the same thing as each other, I feel like, a lot of times. And I feel like also too, even if you think you're doing something new, it's probably been done before. So constantly finding it in yourself to not like, you don't need to do something crazy, but like find the authenticity in what you're doing, you know, and put that into your music, put that into your content, put that into how you carry yourself. Because more than likely, you know, there's been some variation of what you've done before out there, but how do you do that but different and better? I think that's another thing to think about. And then the third thing, it's freaking exhausting. There's a lot of stuff you have to do that they don't tell you about. Like, I mean, I'm not complaining. I love it. I love my job so much, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. But you don't only have to be talented. You don't have to, like, you know, go on and like make sure you're put together. You also have to be, you know, a social media wizard. You have to give like video. Like, you have to think about content and video and all that. You have to have a sense of fashion. You have to know how to play an instrument. You have to like, there's so much more. You also have to have like the stamina to do live shows. You have to be creative in developing a set list. You have to be really on top of your email, organized, all this stuff that you just don't think about. You think, oh, I just want to sing. No. That's so much bigger than just singing. So you definitely have to be like patient and hold yourself accountable.
So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like for the rest of 2021, like music wise, that you'd like to announce?
So I'm putting out another song at the end of June. Super excited about that. And if you head over to my Instagram, Sam Curry Music, you can find out a lot more about that as I start posting about it. I'm gonna have lots of video content this summer, so definitely head over to Sam Curry Music on YouTube and subscribe. Check out the videos I already have there. That's gonna be a place I'm really gonna start, you know, pushing content out into. And I'm gonna be putting out an album eventually this summer, hopefully. So that's another thing that if you head over to any of my social medias, you can find out more about.
Awesome. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, by the way?
Yes. Good thing I brought my guitar. Let me grab it. Okay, let's see. I didn't know if you were gonna ask me to, so I was like, I better bring my guitar anyway. Let me just tune this up real quick. Okay. I'm gonna do my song Bonnie and Clyde, if that's okay.
Yes, it is.
This town's too small for sneaking around the people talk. No one going down. Covering when Jenny's wallet's gone. They're on their sides to see. I think she's catching on. We can't stay long. Our town here is over. So find a car. I'll meet you at the back door. Let's get Bonnie and Clyde for the money and don't worry, 'cause got it figured out. It's getting crazy now. Let's leave this town, baby. You and me, I'm going somewhere else where I wanna be. So like things ain't gold. Let's hit the road. Get Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, 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 oh. Night, day 5, rolling through each stop sign. Your hand in mine will be crossing all state lines. Cops no better than to mess with our lives like us. And anyone who sees us better keep their mouth shut. Let's get Bonnie and Clyde for the money and don't need to worry, 'cause got it figured out. It's getting crazy now. Let's leave this town, baby. You and me, down New Orleans, somewhere else where I wanna be. So like our things ain't gold. Let's hit the road. Get Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, 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 oh. No matter how all of this ends, there's nobody else I'd rather go. No matter how all of this ends, there's nobody else I'd rather go with. So let's get Bonnie and Clyde around for the money. Don't need to worry, 'cause got it figured out. It's getting crazy now. Let's leave this town. Oh, baby, you and me, down New Orleans, somewhere else where I wanna be. So like our things ain't gold. Let's hit the road. Get Bonnie and Clyde. Oh, 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 oh. Bonnie and Clyde. Give Bonnie and Clyde the show.
Yes, Sam.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much, Sam, for making the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Well, thank you so much for having me on. It was a good way to spend my afternoon, so thank you so much. And anyone who's watched, or are you saving this after?
I will be, yes.
Okay. Anyone who's watched or will watch, just make sure to check us both out. Check out him at the Galaxy Man Show and me at Sam Carey Music. And until next time.
Seven-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off, taking their time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Back and forth running through my mind.
Hello and all, welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very first guest of this week is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Ulina. So I'm about to add Ulina into the live now to have a chat with Ulina about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Ulina in and have a chat with Ulina.
Hello.
Hi, Jacob. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory and like introduce yourself, that would be incredible, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Hi, so my name is Ewelina, and I'm originally from Poland, but I'm actually living in England right now. So I'm singer-songwriter. I'm currently working on my debut album, which I will tell you very, very soon when I'm going to release that one. So let's keep the emotion going. So yes, I'm mainly a singer-songwriter, but I also play the piano, and that's how I compose my songs.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Ewelina. So for my very first question, so you've created this incredible song called Scattered Dream. What was it like creating this song, and what was like the whole meaning behind Scattered Dream?
So I really wanted for my debut single to be something very special, and Scattered Dreams is definitely one of my favorite songs. It's a song about never ever giving up on your dreams, no matter how many times people will try to put you down, or they will say to you, look, you're just putting yourself out there, it's very risky. Just, why don't you just live this normal, casual life, And this song is like a reminder for myself that just don't listen, you've got your own path to follow and you have to concentrate on that. But it's also about loneliness, because in the beginning, it's just you and your insecurities. Nobody believes in you. You're just like, and you have to like look into your eyes and it's like, right, girl, you can do it. So this is just my personal reminder. So writing that song was a great experience, and I just put in that song all my frustration, that I felt at the time, all the possible emotions, and all my tiredness. There's just, I think you can hear the pain in that song right at the end. So.
Awesome. So for my very next question, you've actually with Scattered Dreams, you actually created an incredible music video for it. What was it like shooting for the music video for Scattered Dream? And yeah, what was the experience like for that?
So I wanted something that actually is going to correspond well with the song. So I'm singing about drowning lonely. So right, I have to be drowning lonely. The only problem is right now in England, when I filmed that, we were doing that during lockdown because we wanted the beach to be completely empty. So the only way to do it was to do it during like April, very, very cold months. And the sea water temperature was only 7 degrees. So it was just the case, like, am I doing it? Yes, I have to do it. That, I want to just portray the message on that song the best I can. So I thought, just go for it. And it was freezing. And I think the worst part was that I had to do it twice. So that was
can I just say, Ewelina, you did such an incredible performance with creating Scattered Dreams. Whoever hasn't listened to Scattered Dreams, highly recommend listen to Scattered Dreams, because Ewelina has done such an incredible job at like making this song, and Scattered Dreams music video is sensational. So I just want to say that first up.
Thanks.
So you're very welcome. So on to my very next question. So you've also created a song called Breaking These Walls. What was the experience like creating this song, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
So the second song, I wanted to be something completely opposite. I mean, both songs, they relate to my main message in the album, which is self-love and self-belief, but they're completely different. In Scattered Dreams, you can see my like very vulnerable side. Once in Breaking These Walls, I'm very powerful. I know what I'm doing. I'm getting out of my comfort zone, and that was the main message, that I'm not scared to break all of these walls around me, which my mind created, and just get out and push myself to achieve all the great things. So it's completely opposite, but I just really wanted to show those two songs how different they are.
So on to the very next question. So you have actually a new song release coming soon. So it's called Where Are You Now? What can you talk about that song, and yeah, what got you wanting to create this song in the first place?
I mean, Where Are You Now? It's a song that it's not going to be on my first album, but it will be on the next one. I just was, during pandemic, I really was scared, about what was going on. And I've got this wonderful friend I treat like my granddad, who is 75. And he just said, like, I'm really scared as well, because of this pandemic. And he said to me that he wrote this testimony. And that really hit me. Like, I've realized it's really serious, And that's when I wrote that song, just so I wanted to tell him all the things that I feel that normally you wouldn't say it because you think, oh, you've got lots of time. But there were things I wanted to say that, look, if I was to do it, I need to do it now, I'm just like, and that's what happens. But this is going to be the next album. I wrote quite a lot of songs.
Awesome. So on to our very next question. So what made you decide, like, as a person, that you wanted to pursue singing in the first place?
I've always had it in me, I've always had it in me from when I was a kid. I wrote my song, I don't know, probably when I was 7, and I wrote it for my dad. It was the first song, and I remember it made him smile. And that experience that I could influence other people, I can bring joy to people, that would really make me fell in love with this. But I just tried different things, because this is the problem. I never ever believed in myself to actually go for it until last year. So I tried different things. I tried modeling, I've tried acting, everything, just to like sort of push myself away from that music. But it kept coming back. It just kept coming back, and I couldn't escape it. And I just thought, I love doing this, why am I not doing it? Just because I'm scared what other people think? Forget it, just go for it, and that's what I'm here.
Well, for my very next question, so who would be your biggest inspiration in life, who got you into singing in the first place?
That would be my music teacher. So when I was in my primary school, I had a really, really great teacher. His name is Maciej Kurkowski. He's Polish. I still keep in touch with him, and he just watches my progress, which is really amazing. But I just like his attitude. Even now, he's climbing mountains and constantly doing something amazing. He's just learning. This is all about, I think this is the most beautiful thing about music, that you're constantly learning, that you're becoming better and better, and you just I think this is the most beautiful thing, that you're becoming the best version of yourself, definitely.
So on to my very next question, so what does performing music mean to you, especially as an artist?
It's like releasing your emotions, basically, but it's also being able to share what you've got. Once you share it, you get this feedback from people, and they say to you, actually, I can relate to that song, and by that, you just bring me joy. And I'm thinking, this is my duty now, if that's how it works, I feel I have to do it. There's just no other option.
Well, for my very next question, so if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the industry, who would they be and why?
So I would really love to work with a singer called Dean Lewis. He's Australian singer-songwriter. I don't know if you know him. He's really good. I just like his attitude, not just his great songs, but also his attitude towards life. It's just amazing. I love positive people. And the next person would be a singer-songwriter, Theo Hatchcraft, who is a part of a duo called Hertz. They're from Manchester. That would be me. I think my dream come true. If I could sing on the stage with him, that would be amazing. And the third one, that must be a Polish singer-songwriter. Her name is Sylwia Grzeszczak. I just love how modest she is. She's so amazing and just constantly very modest. She just says, I can be always better, and I think that's what inspires me.
Awesome. Well, for my very next question, so what have you learned about yourself, as an artist or a person, especially during COVID?
I think during COVID, I realized that life is very short. And I think that was the main message. And if I don't push for this music now, it's just not going to be time then. And that's when I've decided, right, I have to record this album. I put myself a deadline, and it's I'm just going for it. So that was the main thing. But also, I've learned so much about myself. I used to be a person who would try to be perfect in order to impress imperfect people, if you see what I mean. I just was I think trying to for everybody to like me. But since I stopped doing that, since I've realized that I don't actually need the outside world to feel good about myself, like this completely changed my life and made me so much happy. I think that realization that this is my path to follow, and you know, whatever people think, they will have different opinions, and that's absolutely fine. I'm not saying I'm always like right. For me, just to accept that I can be imperfect, and that's absolutely fine, you know.
Well, for my very next question, so what are like the positive and negatives into the acting, or into the music industry, and how do you get like through those negative moments as as an artist?
I think for me, I'm a person who always tries to find positive, even in a negative situation. So that's going to be quite hard. But like, I love the fact that I can perform in front of people. I love the fact that they enjoy the songs. You know, I love the songwriting process itself. Just getting that feedback, just being part of like a small community, people who like the same music. This is quite nice. I think the hardest for me, and that's what the first album is about, it's self-doubt. It's comparing yourself to other people. That's what I've been struggling, because you know, we all follow different paths in life, and for me, comparing myself to somebody who's been, I don't know, doing music for 10 years professionally, it's just not going to work, you know. I'm always going to be falling behind. But as long as I compare myself to the person I was yesterday, then I'm on the winning position.
Awesome. Well, for my very last question, Evelina, so what's like next for you, like music-wise, that you would like to announce on the show for 2021?
I'm definitely going to release another 2 singles very, very soon. That's happening. I'm also in the process of putting together the music videos for Breaking These Walls, so for my second singles. That's quite interesting and exciting. And finally, my debut album will be coming on my birthday. So that's 21st of December this year. I know it's still 6 months ahead, but I really wanted to release it on a very special day for me. I think this will be the best present.
Well, would you... Oh, yeah. Well, would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Evelina?
So definitely, what I would like to do is the acoustic version of Scattered Dreams. I think this will be like the most meaningful, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Floating above my head, I'm trying to catch them. To put some air in my veins, to feel alive again. Taken by the wind, I'm trying to trace them. To what shines through my skin, to feel my heart within. Oh, my scattered dreams, leaving me empty on my road to Glendon. Oh, my scattered dreams, drown so lonely, people think I'm waving. Scatter all over the floor, I'm trying to collect them. I'm falling to my soul to find where I belong. Slipping through my fingers, I'm trying to stop them. To put my mind at rest, to find out who I am.
all my scattered dreams, leaving me empty on my road to blending. All my scattered dreams, drawn so lonely, people think I'm waving. My scattered dreams, leaving me empty on my road to blending. Oh, my scattered dreams, drawn so lonely, people think I'm waving. People think I'm waving. Yeah, they think I'm waving. They think I'm waving. People think I'm waving. Yeah, they think I'm waving. They think I'm waving. Put them together before my vision gets blurred. I have to put them together before it's too late. I have to put them together before my vision gets blurred. I have to put them together before it's too late. My scattered dreams, leaving me empty on my road to blending. Oh, my scattered dreams, running so lonely, people think I'm waving. Thank you.
Yes, Evelina, yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Evelina, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Just wanted to say thank you for inviting me. That's great to be able to share my thoughts and share my comments and tell you about my song. What I want to say to people, and thank you for giving me that opportunity, if you have a dream, just go for it. Just go for it. Don't listen to anybody. This is your life and you can do it.
Floating above my head, I'm trying to catch them. To put some air in my veins, to feel alive again. Taken by the wind, I'm trying to chase them. To add shine to my skin, to feel my heart within. Oh, my scattered dreams, leaving me empty on my road to blend in. Oh, my scattered dreams, drowning so lonely, people think I'm waving. Scattered all over the floor, I'm trying to collect them. Add value to my soul, to find where I belong. Slipping through my fingers, I'm trying to stop them.
welcome to a Galaxy Man Show interview show. So for my very next guest on my show is this incredible singer and songwriter known by the name of Amy Holcraft. So I'm about to add Amy into the live now to have a chat with Amy about her incredible music. So yeah, let's add Amy in and have a chat with Amy. Hi, Amy.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. I just want to say first up, thank you so much, Amy, for taking the time to join my show. It's such a pleasure having you on, Amy. To people that don't know who you are, if you can give like a bit of backstory about who you are and what you do, and then we'll dive right into the questions.
Yeah, so my name is Amy, and I'm originally from Virginia, but I came down to Nashville for to major in songwriting at Belmont University, so that's what I'm doing right now. And yeah, I was just working on some music this summer.
Awesome. So we'll dive right into the very first question now, Amy. So for my very first question, so you've created this incredible song called Damsel in Distress. What was it like coming up with the idea of wanting to create Damsel in Distress, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Yeah, so I wrote that song maybe like 2 or 3 summers ago, and it's basically just about reflecting on a situation when you were really naive, and yeah, I was just kind of reflecting on that situation, and I was like, if I could go back in time, what would I say or do differently? And so what this song is about, and it's very empowering, and I really love it. It's one of my favorite songs, and it's out now on streaming services. One of my really good friends, Scott Burrell, produced it, and he's amazing, so talented. So yeah, that's currently my only single out, but I'm definitely working on other too.
I just want to say first up, Damsel in Distress, I've had to listen to it, and I want to say Damsel in Distress was truly incredible. Such an incredible song, as you said. And it, to people that haven't listened to Damsel in Distress, highly recommend listen to it. Amy does such an incredible job at with her vocals and her vocal range and with this song, and it's truly sensational. So I just want to say that first up for you. Yeah, it's really incredible. So highly recommend people listen to it. So for my next question, so you've created a song called Apocalypse. What was it like creating Apocalypse, and what's the whole meaning behind this song?
Yeah, so I wrote Apocalypse just a couple of months ago for a songwriting assignment, and it's definitely one of my favorites, and I think it's definitely a lot of friends' favorites. But yeah, I mean, it's basically just about losing someone in your life, whether it be like a relationship or a friendship, and just kind of like how it feels like the end of the world sometimes when you lose someone. So yeah, I mean, that was super fun to write, and I used really pretty chords that I'd never used before. So that was super cool. But yeah, I definitely want to release that sometime in the future because it's definitely one of my favorite ones.
So on to the very next question. So you have also created a song called Emily. Called Emily. What was it like creating this song? And yeah, what's the whole meaning behind Emily?
Yeah, so I mean, first of all, I just want to preface it's not about any Emily in my life because it's definitely a petty song. But yeah, I also wrote this for a songwriting assignment last year, and it's super fun because I wrote it on ukulele. So it's very upbeat, and like I said, it's a very petty song. It's just about being jealous of someone who is, kind of just getting all that attention from a guy that you really like. And yeah, it's very middle school petty, but it was super fun to write. Those are some of my favorite types of songs to write.
So on to the very next question. So what made you decide, as a person, hey, I want to start pursuing singing in the first place?
So I definitely would say Taylor Swift was the inspiration for starting to play guitar and for writing songs and just for getting into singing and pursuing it as a career for sure. I definitely owe literally all my things to Taylor Swift. Yeah, so I was a huge fan of hers since the beginning, and I just remember hearing her stuff on the radio and doing a lot of research about her and how she went to Nashville and to pursue her dream of music, and it kind of just all started from there.
I have to ask, by the way, what song of Taylor Swift's would be your favorite and why?
Oh my gosh, that's so hard. That's literally so hard. My goodness.
She has so much. I definitely like her old stuff. Her new stuff is great, but I think I just really resonate a lot with her older albums, like Speak Now, Red. I love 1989 right now, so probably something from that album right now. But oh gosh, that's just so hard. I don't think I can pick one. Do you have a favorite?
Love Story. Her like
Yeah.
that one was really good. I like that one. But yeah, like Taylor Swift, as you said, Taylor Swift has so talented. And yeah, she kills it in the music industry.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So on to our very next question. So what does performing music mean to you, like especially as an artist?
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't done performances, especially since COVID happened, but there's just something that's so fun about performing, like just getting to connect with your audience and your listeners in a like whole different way. And there's so much creativity that goes into performing, just being able to bring your songs to life in a whole new way. So I'm definitely excited, very nervous, but excited about like being able to perform in the future. So that's definitely something that I want to get back into since COVID is starting to kind of die down a little bit more.
So on to our very next question. So if you could work with any top 3 music artists in the music industry, who would they be and where?
Okay, so my number one choice, I think right now would be Olivia Rodrigo. I absolutely love her. I'm obsessed with her. She's incredible. Yeah, so definitely her. And then I love Sasha Sloan. I don't know if you are familiar with Sasha Sloan, but she's so talented, and her songwriting is just so honest and vulnerable, which I really admire. And then Emily Wiseman, she's a Belmont alumni, but she's so talented. And I also just feel like we have a lot in common as people, so I think that like we'd really connect. So yeah, those are my top 3.
So on to our very next question. So what have you learned about yourself, like as a person, like especially during COVID?
Yeah. I mean, COVID definitely taught me just how to stay grounded and just to slow down, because I feel like before that everyone kind of like caught up in this routine of go 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 all the time, being busy all the time. But yeah, I mean, COVID definitely helped me slow down a little bit and just appreciate like everything around me, and just appreciate life, honestly, because obviously a lot of people have lost people, their loved ones during COVID. So I'm just super grateful to be here and to have everyone by my side.
So on to our very next question. So what are like the positive and negatives into the whole creating music and the music industry, and how do you get through those negative moments as an artist?
So I would say a positive is definitely just being able to write songs that connect with other people. I think that's like the best part about doing songwriting. And then, a negative, I mean, there are a lot of positives and negatives, but I think a big negative is just, the more honest and vulnerable you are, and just the more kind of like invitation for criticism and negativity and hatred from people. But I think that really comes with anything that you do, and you just have to kind of remember like why you're doing what you're doing, because it's easy to kind of like get caught up in, I don't know, just all the other parts of it and like the negativity. So I think just staying grounded, which I've learned to do this past year. So that's definitely a big part of just trying not to let the negatives get to you too much.
Awesome. So on to our very last question. So what's like next for you, like music wise, that you would like to announce on the show?
So I'm currently trying to figure out what I want my next single to be. I'm not sure yet, but definitely be on the lookout. I definitely want to release something like maybe the end of summer or beginning of fall. So probably then.
Awesome. So would you like to perform one of your songs on the show, Amy?
Yeah, I would love to. I will perform Damsel in Distress, which is my debut single that you can listen to now. Yeah, so I'm gonna play that.
Awesome.
And thank you again for having me on the show. It was really fun.
Yeah, after all these years, the pain of the sting still hurts. And I know that you couldn't give me nearly half of what I deserved. I wish I knew the value in standing by my word. 'Cause what hurts worse than you hurting me wasn't my self-worth. If I could go back in time, I wouldn't let you take me back, 'cause I was beautiful before you told me so. You need to be told what I already know. No one's backup plan. I'm not that desperate for a man. I'm the boy who likes a toy with one's emotions broken. Come on, please. No more dealing with this mess, 'cause I'm no tears, all in a stress. No more. I know there's a good guy waiting down in the heart of yours. You didn't want to open your heart and get it broken like you did before. Well, that's no excuse to leave someone like me that day. I wish you well, darling, but that we went our separate ways. 'Cause I was beautiful before you told me so. You need to be told what I already know. No one's backup plan. I'm not that desperate for a man. I need a boy who likes to toy with one's emotions broken. I'm free. Come on, please. No more dealing with this mess, 'cause I'm not dealing with the stress no more. Wish I wasn't so naive to let you walk all over me. Then maybe I wouldn't do as I should and say what it ain't a bit of hardwood. Thank you, boy, but I'm good. 'Cause I was beautiful before you told me so. Don't need to be told what I already know. I'm no one's backup plan. I'll save my heart for every man. 'Cause I was beautiful before you told me so. Don't need to be told what I already know. I'm no one's backup plan. 'Cause boy, I'm looking for a man, not a boy who likes to toy with one's emotions broken. I'm free. Come on, please. No more dealing with this mess, 'cause I'm a tears away to stress no more.
Yes, Amy, yes. Well, can I just say thank you so much again, Amy, for taking the time to join my show. It's been such a pleasure having you on. I just want to say you have such an incredible gift. You really do. Like your vocal range, you're so talented. And as I mentioned, you have such a gift ahead of yourself, such a bright future. Do you have like any last final thoughts that you'd like to say to people on the show?
Yeah, just like thank you to everyone who's watching, and thank you to people who commented, and thank you for having me on the show again. Like, this is super fun.